Nidoume no Jinsei wo Isekai de L, A Second Chance at Life in Another World Volume 8. Rinya's group is currently in the area that is mainly ruled by the beastmen and only referred to as the southern continent by the humans. However, there was a reason why this continent wasn't called Beastman Continent. Somehow, this place lacks uniformity, doesn't it? Emil, that's Emil's impression, which was said half in astonishment and half in admiration. The southern continent is also called the continent of mixed races. Around half of its population consists of beastmen, but the remaining half consists of quite the large variety of races. Emil's surprised as it's said that humans, elves, dwarfs, midgets, oni and even weak demons, albeit only very few, are dwelling on this continent. Is it because of that? Different from elves, who are building their towns by basically making use of the forest's trees, and humans, who build their towns precisely with lumber and stones, the town here greatly diverges in its construction materials, designs and even the scope. The city had turned into something that gave off a very disorderly impression to every visitor. There are buildings that are commonly seen in human cities. There are also buildings that look as if they're likely inhabited by elves. Next to those there are buildings, which are quite hard to describe, with open holes and earthen mounds, where it's unknown just how many people are living within. In the same way there's absolutely no sense of unity even among the walking residents. Even if you lump all the beastmen together, they can't be regarded as a single race due to the differences in their ears and tails. Meanwhile the sight of humans, elves, races that aren't even half the size of a human, and, on the other hand, people that are growing horns on their foreheads and have towering heights, walking around this city made Rinya wonder whether this could be called the true scenery of a fantasy world. If it's within such a scenery, people like Rinya's group, a group that has an elf and fairy with them, melts into the surroundings as being very ordinary. Those of the human continent, who were able to come here for the first time, have all made the same faces as you. Apparently having revealed expressions full of surprise, Keed, who perceived that, called out to Rinya while leaking a small chuckle. Rinya felt disappointed, pondering whether he might have given the impression of being a country bumpkin, but with Keed's guidance, saying please come this way, the party starts to walk through the city. Us beastmen don't reject the other races much. Although we won't actively invite them, we won't refuse those that come. I guess you might call that our nature. If you say it positively, we are broad-minded, and if you phrase it negatively, we are an indifferent race. Kid, I heard about it, but, even after seeing it with my own eyes, it's still an unbelievable sight. Shen, who surveyed the surroundings by looking around restlessly as though she was a hick that came to the big city for the first time, without even trying to hide the fact, says that with a half-shocked tone. Humans like Shen, who almost never leave the human continent, seem to at most catch sight of an elf in their lifetime if they're lucky. If one's unlucky, Oni and midgets seem to be taken as races only appearing in stories. If we are speaking of human-shaped races, aren't there also goblins, orcs and ogres? Rinya wonders, but in the eyes of the humans, those are monsters, not having the requirements to be classified as proper races. The king might be a beastman, but are his surroundings also composed of several races like here? Maria, Keed nods upon Maria's question. Given that this is the beastman country, the rulership has been taken over by one of the beastmen for many generations, but the nobles, knights and civil officials are not always beastmen. Keed, governing with several races, that's very inefficient. Maria, that Maria-like thought didn't impress Keed at all, and she limited it to a sudden shoulder shrugging. We don't look for efficiency in politics. But then again, since almost all matters are decided by the king, it doesn't take that much time to reach a decision either. Kid, in short, it appears to be a stance of saying we won't refuse you if you come here, but we don't mind if you leave because you dislike it here. Is the Beastman country a unified state ruling the entire continent like the elves' country? Krua, no way. The only ones doing that in this vast world are the elves. Kid, as if being slightly haughty, Krua throws out her chest with pride due to Kid's words. Renia's thought though things that don't exist can't be pushed out was apparently shared by almost all those present. For some reason the group's gaze is focused on the area around Krua's chest. Sensing that, Krua blushed, crossed both arms in front of her chest in a hurry and shrunk her body. Warding off Krua's glaring eyes with a smile that appeared around the edges of his mouth, Renia asks Kid, in other words, this continent is split into several countries just like the human continent, right? Renia, it's not several. It's divided into 4 states. Kid, there are 4 kings among the Beastmen. They respectively bear the names Fang King, High King, Fist King and Black King. Kid says. The one who had invited Renia's group this time seems to be Fang King, the king of the clan that had the largest number of heroes born among them. As far as it goes, it's not wrong to think of him as an influential king who governs half of the continent along with its mixed clans. Kid, the remaining half is ruled by the other 3. Renia, no, the Fist King is referred to as a king, but he doesn't possess land at a scale that can be called a country. It's at the level of him having several small settlements and people, who bear the same will as him, in one part of the continent. Kid, normally, if it's a group of that scale, it will result in the leader of such a group being ignored and greeted by laughter, no matter how much he calls himself a king, but the Fist King and his comrades boast an abnormal level of combat prowess. Thanks to that, there are no objections from anywhere when he calls himself king. As for their background, no country wants to start a fight with them because of their eccentric characteristic of being a group whose doctrine preaches the supremacy of the body and doesn't even recognize reinforcing one's body with a teku and boots like leopards. In short, it's a group sharing such a common will. Aren't they quite the big deal in that case, since it's said that they boast the most prominent combat power on the continent despite that restriction? Renia ponders. However, it didn't look as if getting along with them would be possible. The Beastmen should finally learn just how much the exposure of skin, on top of their cute animal ears, erodes the mind of humans and whittles down their resistance, Renia feels. In contrast to the Fist King, the Black King rules over a fairly large area, but it's a nation that has been formed by the Beastmen who unusually admire sorcery. The name of the Black King comes from that. Kid explains to Renia. Seemingly a racial trait, the Beastmen's compatibility with sorcery isn't overly good. Thanks to that, the Black King's influence was never able to spread beyond a certain threshold, but his country has assembled a considerable number of Beastmen that have mastered sorcery to a reasonable degree all in their own way. Well, if you put it nicely, those 2 are treading down their own paths. Putting it roughly, they are only focused on their own paths. Since they are such people, they don't show much interest in worldly matters and thus are harmless, but, Kid, on the other side of Kid, who continues the explanation while swinging her tail left and right, Kits had zeroed in on a street stall that was doing business along the road. Apparently it was a stall that allowed one to eat grilled meat sandwiched between baked batter made out of kneaded wheat flour. He was apparently lured in by the aroma of the sauce mixed together with the meat. Since he clung to the smell with an energy that implied that he would very likely get lost if left alone, Renia approached Kits back while sighing, grabbed his nape with his left hand and tore him off the stall. With his right hand he tossed silver coins on the counter with a clinking, asking the stall owner to give him what he could buy with that amount of money. The currency circulating on the human and the beastman continents are different, but Rinya had put a considerable amount of beastman currency, which had been used by Leopard's group in Clinch, into his inventory in advance. He secures one serving for himself from the owner, who started to wrap up his merchandise in a hurry, and releases Kutz after telling him to share the rest with the other members of the group if they wanted any. Then he returns to Keed while sinking his teeth into the serving he had taken for himself. Rinya's impression, who tries eating it, is that it's somewhat hard. There's absolutely no sign that the thick batter had been allowed to expand. Although it's freshly made, it already has a tough texture. Due to that, it's emphasizing its firmness so much that it's likely going to become very hard to chew once the meat, which has been placed into the cut batter, cools down. And yet the sauce, which is permeating the batter amply, is fairly delicious, Rinya judged. Seeing as it had been allowed to properly soak into the batter, has it been repeatedly broiled in soy many times. The salty sweet flavor that doesn't disappear, no matter how much time passes, and moreover the stimulus of the spices directly penetrating the nose are interesting. If there's a problem, it's likely how the meat's hardness is spurred on by baking the sauce that had fully permeated the batter, Rinya analyzes. It's a grilled Uiwa lizard. It's a popular dish as the price is quite reasonable. Keed, seemingly because they heard the word lizard, Maria and Rona, who were in the process of stretching out their hands towards the large amount of servings in Kutz's hands, draw back in a hurry. Emil and the elves didn't try to extend their hands to begin with, but Shin does so without hesitation, picks up one serving and puts it in her mouth. However, she was bewildered by its hardness. In contrast, the Beastman group, which seemingly possess a different basic biting strength compared to humans, chew on it quite easily. Leopard gulps down several servings, and Keed, even while making sure to look refined, quickly bites off pieces of her serving without looking troubled by its toughness. Kutz is the only exception. Although the composition of his body is unknown, he spreads his mouth widely and tosses that grilled meat into it one after the other while showing an extremely delighted expression. Even though his cheeks are bulging, there's no sign of them being full at all. He's swallowing without chewing, isn't he? Rinya worries. Kutz, chew the food properly and enjoy its taste, okay? Rinya. TWNKSFEW your har addies, Kutz, thank you for your advice. In front of Rinya, who gave his advice, Kutz tossed the last piece into his mouth. Speedwise, Rinya just finished his own share finally. Shin and the others are still in the middle of frantically chewing through about half of their first serving. In just that time Kutz managed to stuff 20 servings into his stomach. That didn't mean that he had entirely swallowed them as he was still chewing them more or less, but going by his speed, one can say that his way of eating isn't very good for his digestion. As his existence is based on what it is, it's unlikely for him to lay in bed due to indigestion. Rinya rethinks and taps the head of the satisfied Kutz. Did you enjoy it? Rinya, yes, Margrave Summer. Kutz. Once Kutz answers while smiling cheerfully. Several high-pitched screams were raised from Rinya's group's surroundings for some reason. When he looks, the passing residents and the stall vendors had been unable to take off their eyes from Kutz's face, and he's able to catch sight of people who seem to have become completely entranced. As expected of Kutz Summer. Although it's a part of our city's residents, he has a tight hold on their hearts. Keed says while obviously shuddering in excitement. Even the person herself had been one of the priestesses that had stuck closely to Kutz before coming here. Because I can painfully understand their feelings, I really want to offer him up so that they can enjoy him to their heart's content, but, if things go badly, it will likely turn into an uproar, so let's hurry up a bit. Kid, since that child's adorable, it will develop into a riot if we allow him to be touched, Kid says. The beastman's combat power is said to rise in proportion to their excitement. In this case, the residents' combat power will easily be capable of surpassing the soldiers due to them getting excited over Katsuma's cuteness. Kid, I wonder whether something like that is really alright for the people bearing the job of soldiers. Rinya ends up worrying, although it's a matter that concerns a foreign country. He feels that entrusting the defense of a country to soldiers, who are liable to lose to residents that just ride on their emotions, is a very bad idea, but different from humans, it might be nothing strange for the beastmen even if something like that occurs, since their abilities, whether it be as soldiers or as common people, excel in battle. I'm fine with hurrying, but where are we headed to? Rinya broke into a jog behind Kid, who started to move at a faster pace, after signaling to his friends to follow. With people, who noticed their hero leopard in addition to Katz, apparently starting to appear, the commotion in the surroundings became all the more intense. For the time being, to the royal palace. His Majesty the Fang King is waiting there. Kid, hearing royal palace, Rinya is on the verge of stopping his feet, but immediately realizing the overwhelming commotion forming behind them, he starts to run once again. Rinya didn't have the courage to check the situation by turning around, but going by the volume of the audible voices, it was apparently in the process of becoming a situation where it wouldn't be odd for things to become critical anytime soon. If we stop our feet, we might get jumped on by the crowd. Such thoughts kept Rinya going. It's not like he would get jumped in particular, but even if the sturdy leopard might be fine, Katz would misunderstand that as aggression, and it's not unlikely that he would be forced into activating the annihilation mode of generating a thick fog after equipping his armor. In that case, there's plenty of possibility that a section of the city would be completely obliterated together with its residents. In order for the situation to not turn out like that, Rinya pulled Katz, who still didn't comprehend the situation, with his left hand while having Frau cling to his back, and increased his pace a bit. If you speak about a royal castle in a human country, there are certain expectations towards its appearance, even if they are only vague. In most of the common fantasy settings it should be a structure similar to a Western-styled castle. The castle, where Rinya himself is living, was miles apart from that very image. But if he's asked what he prefers, Rinya wants a design that stresses practicality over eccentricity, and a structure that also allowed for it to be used as a high-performance fortress. If it's an elven castle, anyone can imagine it. Isn't it a very elegantly built structure that uses many curves and green colors as its base? One can easily make such predictions. Rinya has never seen the real thing, but from the things he has heard from Krua so far, it doesn't seem his imagination was that far off. However, where the Beastman's royal castle is concerned, Rinya doesn't have the slightest clue as for what it could look like. It's not like I think they're using some dugout rocky mountain as a castle. Somehow I feel like they have castles similar to the ones used by humans. Also, I can't discard the possibility that they are using an absurdly graceful structure due to some kind of accident. There's even the possibility that they are claiming that a building, which can't be called a castle, is actually one. When he arrived at a hut to which he had been guided to while blindly running behind Kid for a while, Rinya showed an idiotic and flabbergasted expression which is rare for him. "Okay everybody, this way please." Kid, that, which is located in the center of a garden that had been more or less tended to while also being surrounded by walls, has a number of beastmen soldiers assigned to it as a defensive unit, which seems to be nothing more than an excuse given their numbers and organization. Once they recognize Keed, they salute and open the door of the hut. Oi, Keed. Rinya, what might it be? Keed turns around with a curious expression after being called to a halt by Rinya. While thinking, I'm sure that everyone behind me except for Leopard is most likely showing the same expression as me, Rinya asked Keed, representing the group's doubts. You said that you would be guiding us to the royal castle, didn't you? Rinya, yes, quite so. Keed, behind Keed, who answers with a smile plastered all over her face, her foxtail shakes up and down in a somewhat good mood. While being almost completely certain that they are being messed with, Rinya saw Leopard quietly avert his eyes when he looked back. It seems it's not the first time this conversation has taken place. In the first place, there are many occasions in literature and art where foxes are described as mischievous beings, so she might have partially feigned friendliness during her stay in Clinch as it was a foreign country. Rinya decides to interpret this in her favor. As it's not like they are in any special hurry, he won't get angry even if they are forced to accompany her in her childish mischief. To my eyes it looks like a simple hut, but, do the beastmen call that hut a royal castle? Rinya, there's no way for that to be the case. A hut is a hut. Keed, you are going to guide us to the royal castle, right? Rinya, yes. I will guide you there. Keed, this kind of exchange is not at a level that would worry the current Rinya too much. Seemingly letting their patience, which was proportional to their lifespans, surface, the elves absent-mindedly watch the conversation between Rinya and Keed. Emil looks like a human, but her contents are of something else. She too watched Rinya without looking offended. The problem originated from the humans. Likely because of her lower social standing compared to Keed, Rona endures it patiently. Shin seems to not understand what's happening and just looks at Rinya's conduct, but Maria, who doesn't have the issue of being in a lower social position and wouldn't be punished even if she directly complained, snapped at Keed's attitude. Is inviting us a prank. Your taste in humor is really bad. Maria, no, not at all. It's a very serious invitation. It's definitely not a prank. Keed, talk to me while looking this way. Maria, also due to Maria's low and suppressed voice, Keed looks as though she isn't able to put up with it at all. While subtly averting her eyes from Maria, she still responds calmly, no. Since it looks like I have offended you in various ways, I felt uncertain what would happen if I looked you in the eyes. Keed, haven't you been taught to look the person you are talking to in the eyes? Maria, I have been continuously trained as a priestess since my childhood. Though I was taught to slightly avert my eyes from the other party when talking with them. Keed, it's not like you can say that either party is in the wrong here. It's probably just like not knowing something that they haven't been taught, Rinya believes. Maria, calm down. What are you going to do with such a low boiling point as the next Archduchess? Rinya, but, Rinya-san, Maria, I told you to calm down. It's not a very praiseworthy story, but Keed said that it's this way, not that this is the royal castle. Rinya, Maria, if someone other than yourself starts to get worked up with emotions due to taking offense, the other humans will be either lured in and get all emotional too, or they'll remain calm and still be able to think things through logically. Even Rinya began to faintly feel irritated due to Keed's attitude. However, thanks to Maria snapping at her, he was able to assess the situation objectively, allowing him to scrutinize Keed's words carefully. Since she hasn't said a single word about this place being the royal castle, it's most likely not, right? Rinya, when Rinya says so while staring at Keed in order to make sure, Keed answers to that with a smile. It's just as you say. To be accurate, we are still on the way to the royal castle. The entrance is this way. Keed, being encouraged with a please go inside, Rinya and the others enter the hut. Maria could be heard mumbling complaints in the back, but Rinya thought it strange that Leopard apologized to her for some reason. Similar to the feeling that this isn't the first time this conversation has been held, Leopard apologizing to the offended visitors also seems to be something normal. The hut, which Rinya's group entered, was pitch dark inside as it had no windows. After holding back Rinya, who was about to cast a magic light, with a gesture, Keed closes the hut's door. Seemingly succumbing to slight anxiousness inside the hut that had become completely dark, Shin snuggled up to Rinya's right shoulder. Okay, everybody, please be careful as it will shake a bit. Keed's voice reverberates in the darkness. No sooner than hearing that, the floor at their feet releases a faint, white light. Wah. Moreover, although it's just a bit, the entire floor began to vibrate. Different from the astonished humans and elves, Frau, who clung to Rinya's back, calmly whispered close to his ear, Master, the ceiling continues to grow distant tilde no. Rinya, once Rinya looks up above after being told that, he could see that the ceiling, which was faintly illuminated by the light released from the floor, was gradually disappearing, apparently exiting the range where the light could reach. His other party members are preoccupied with just the shining, trembling floor and still haven't noticed the ceiling. While watching the ceiling disappear little by little, Rinya thinks, it feels like one of those things you enter in some haunted house in my original world. Rinya. The floor is shining and jolting. Shin, that's right. Rinya, why are you so calm? Shin, the humans and elves, who don't understand the situation, were somehow looking shaken up, but for Rinya, who somewhat understands what's going on, there's no reason to panic. It's because he knew that there simply was a shaft right below the floor and that the floor had begun to go downwards just like an elevator, traveling along that shaft. But, given that it would be bothersome to explain all that, he caught Shin's attention, who is kicking up a fuss while clinging to his right shoulder, by pointing at the ceiling. Following Rinya's finger, Shin turned her eyes towards the ceiling, but now she started making an uproar due to the ceiling having already disappeared. Once Rinya looks at Keed thinking, once they have been surprised so much, Keed will certainly be satisfied. Keed glumly looked at Rinya, betraying his expectations. Ha! Rinya, why aren't you surprised, Rinya-san? Even though everyone seeing it for the first time loses their composure without exception. Keed, repressing the feeling of wanting to retort, don't look forward to something like that, Rinya replies as if it's really no big deal, we are only descending to a lower strata alongside the floor, right? That's not really all that unusual. Rinya, this is moving down. Shin, hearing Rinya's answer, Shin stares at her feet. Even though I planned to surprise you even further, it's just as you say. Currently we are in the middle of descending through a shaft that was dug out right below that hut. Kid, you are really malicious. The real issue is about where we are descending to, no. Rinya, that's of course to the place where the royal castle stands. Kid, as if taking Keed's reply as cue, the space, which had been illuminated by only the light from the floor, became bright in an instant. Reflexively squinting his eyes as his eyes can't keep up with the difference in brightness, Rinya looks at the things located in his narrowed field of view and, this time, reveals a slightly surprised expression. Due to his reaction, Keed said, apparently in a good mood, "How is it, Rinya-san? This is the royal castle, where our king, His Majesty the Fang King, resides." Keed, there was one long, transparent tube extending from the ceiling to the surface. One platform is slowly descending within. Rinya, who stands on that platform, looked through the transparent wall, and the view widely spreading in front of his eyes are just a countless number of lights. T/N, welcome to the Jeffront. Be wary of angels. And, on the other side beyond the lights, there's a stone building towering over everything else. That, which is illuminated brightly in defiance to the fact that this is a place where the sun doesn't shine, existed inside Rinya's mind as a word, but it's a structure he certainly never expected to see in this world, moreover not in the Beastman's country. No way, this is an underground city. Rinya, while looking at several pipes going down from the ceiling just like the one they are currently in, Rinya mentions those words, causing Keed to glare at Rinya with a somewhat frustrated expression while tightly clenching her fists. Without caring about that, Shen stared at Rinya. Underground city. Shen, it's a city built in a naturally formed or human-made underground cave. On top of it becoming necessary to use a great amount of lighting, as sunlight doesn't shine down here, you have to build a device to circulate the air here with air from above the ground with some kind of method to make sure that the air here doesn't become polluted. It's a city that's absurdly costly. Rinya, Mua, you are well informed, Rinya-san. Keed says while pouting, but it's not like Rinya is as calm as she believes. Rather, he had become pseudo-calm, only one step away from being unable to close his mouth due to the overwhelming surprise. Because there are several entrances on the surface, you can't come here unless you use this elevator that's said to put the flight spell to use. This city is truly equivalent to the central part of our Beastman country. Keed, B. Building something like a city in the underground, that's too absurd. Maria, blankly looking at the scenery exceeding her comprehension as to how much it costs just to maintain the city, Maria mutters, but Keed pressed a finger against her chin and while pretending to brood, she answered, "Is that so? As for me, I can't understand the human cities, who announce, there's an important person here by expressly building pompous buildings on the surface though." Keed, since those also possess a symbolic meaning, they are fine like that. Leaving that aside, the royal castle is the one over there. Rinya, for the buildings, where royalty and nobility live, to expressly have gaudiness and extravagance to the extent that they are easy to find also has the implication towards the citizens and fief residents, demonstrating, the people above you are amazing people living in such imposing houses is what Rinya had heard. That's probably not the entire reason, but it's a part of keeping up appearances. For Rinya it was a reason he could understand, but for Keed, a beastman, it's apparently a reality she can't comprehend at all. Deciding to shelve this matter for later with, it might be racial differences, Rinya points at the conspicuous stone building on the other side of the area where the lights are concentrated, likely the city's residential and commercial districts. After quickly checking the direction where Rinya is pointing, Keed nodded by bobbing her head. Yes. Over there is the royal castle, which serves as residence of our king, His Majesty the Fang King. Keed, being told that, Rinya looks once again at the huge structure. That is, how to call it. With there being a huge city in the underground, was it necessary to erect such a gigantic castle? Rinya, this underground space, where Rinya and the others continue to descend, had several hundred meters from the ceiling to the surface going by Rinya's eye measurement. And the building said to be the royal castle, which Rinya is watching right now, is cone-shaped. Boasting of such a height that it's about to reach the ceiling, it occupied a fraction of the underground space, with its fringes having a fitting size to sustain itself. That is somewhat like a mountain. Rinya, for generation the esteemed kings, apparently put particular preference into big and flashy things. Keed, answered Rinya, who implicitly said that there's likely too much waste involved with the castle, while being evasive, apparently thinking the same as well. Once the descending platform touches the ground of the underground space, Rinya's group is led outside through an exit that opened up in the transparent tube. The beastmen, who carried the luggage in rotation, and the armed soldiers of the various races step on the ground, and as they murmur something or other about the platform, it releases a pale phosphorescence once again and ascends up the tube. Before long it vanished as if it was sucked into the hole that opened up in the ceiling. Compared to its descent, its ascent proceeded with quite the speed, Rinya assesses while following it with his eyes until it's out of sight. If it descended as if free-falling, it would be life-threatening to the people inside, but even if it accelerates a bit excessively during its ascent, it will probably be fine. That seems to be the general idea here. He feels like he can strangely consent with it being a device located in the Beastman country, despite them being a bunch of muscle heads. A sorcery device. It's a sophisticated device that doesn't seem to suit the Beastman country, doesn't it? I think that such a device doesn't even exist on the human country in the first place, but, Maria, seemingly unable to recover from her surprise, Maria mutters while still having a somewhat blank expression. For Rinya, who knows about elevators, it's doubtful for a device, which simply makes a platform go up and down, to be such an amazingly surprising installation, even if it is operated through sorcery. But as Rinya's doubts appear on his face, Rona secretly whispers, if it's a device 1/10 in scale compared to this one, then even the royal palace of the Holy Kingdom should have it, if I remember correctly, but one this size, it's very unlikely to exist anywhere else. Rona, how about the Trident Principality? Rinya, as far as I know, there isn't a single one there. Introducing it might be possible, but Her Majesty the Archduchess is a friend of saying if you are going to use something like this, you might as well walk on your own 2 feet. Rona, at the same time of thinking, then it sure would be something valuable. Rinya believes that it might end up broken. Although he believes, by no means is it something you can demand compensation for, even so it will create a feeling of guilt for the party responsible for breaking it after all. In this case, rather than saying that the destruction of such a device and the monetary compensation needed is inconvenient for the royal palace, the point lies in the feelings of guilt towards the craftsman who made such a valuable device. This is a typical Rinya way of thinking. In the Elven country there are devices that seem to have more or less the same size, but those are things that require the hands of artisans skilled in producing complex sorcery handicraft. Is the Beastman's knowledge in this branch of sorcery this profound? Kwa, let me tell you, Keed, no, I've heard that all of this existed here from the start. Leopard, interrupting Keed, who was about to say something while puffing out her chest, Leopard answered Kwa's question. Leopard continues his explanation while doing his best to not look at Keed, who started to glare at him after being startled by his interruption. I don't know which of the previous Fang Kings it was, but in the middle of his training in his youth, he accidentally discovered historic ruins. Once he tried to enter, he apparently fell down to this place through a transparent tube. Leopard, he fell. Rinya, being told that, Rinya looks upwards once again. If he was on the surface, he could have seen the sky, but in this place he can only see bare rocks that stand out due to being illuminated by the light in the far distance, The distance until the ceiling, which is located quite high over his head, isn't a height one would be able to survive after having fallen from there, no matter how he looks at it. Of course that doesn't mean that he fell from the surface just like that. Even for me there ain't no way to come out unhurt from such a height. Leopard, no, you will die, you know. Rinya retorted calmly, but Leopard looks at Rinya as if asking him, what are you talking about? You won't. If you use the walls of the tube, you can kill the speed somewhat, no. Leopard, true. Rinya arbitrarily decides, most likely his abilities as a living creature are completely different. Though the other members behind Rinya uniformly shared the impression if it's Rinya, he will probably get down without any injuries. So, he apparently discovered this place, but from the start it seems to have been in a state which allowed it to be used as the groundworks for a city to some extent. Deciding that it would be possible to make some profit with it, he created the current city on the surface. Leopard, meaning Rinya, the majority of this underground city had already been built back when it was discovered. The elevator we used just now is an accessory of the historic ruins. Right now we ain't capable of repairing it, so it will stay broken should it break down once. Leopard. Keed silently punched the back of Leopard's head, who burst into laughter while saying, I wonder whether we'll end up going up and down on rope ladders sooner or later once all of the tubes break down. Going by the sound caused by having the back of his head hit, it appears that she attacked him with considerable strength. Leopard becomes teary-eyed, holds the back of his head with both hands and squats down. Leopard, why are you revealing everything by flapping your mouth thoughtlessly? Keed, no, I mean, leaving you aside, Keed, it's the culmination of the beastman race's entire wisdom not to tell lies. That means, as a result of hearing this story, there will be countries on the human continent that'll believe that the beastman country is undoubtedly world-leading in sorcery handicraft techniques. No. Leopard, it's fine since it won't be leaked anyway. Keed started making absurd claims with the humans and elves closely listening, but the reaction in the vicinity was weak. Everyone was apparently thinking, her again. Is even that ridiculously large royal castle a relic of the historic ruins? Rinya, when Rinya asks while recalling the building, which might as well be called a mountain, that he saw in the middle of descending, Keed, who apparently accepted it as unreasonable to deceive them any longer, denied him so easily that it was a letdown. Just as I told you some time ago, that's His Majesty's preference. Of course it was the Fang King from many generations ago who excavated these historic ruins. Keed, huge things are incredible. That's our value system after all. Leopard, thanks to that, there's a continuous recruitment of maids and guards to serve in the castle. Keed, it's a royal castle that's mostly just a mountain. Rinya ends up wondering how many hallways and rooms are contained within. How much do they have to pay for the labor to guard, clean and maintain those rooms and corridors? With just thinking about it, there's no mistake that it causes astronomically high expenses. There is a large distance between the elevator, which Rinya and the others used, to the royal castle. Even Keed seemingly has no intention of going to the castle by foot, so she tells the guarding soldiers something, and a couple minutes later 2 carriages to turn up. Due to them being the heroes and their patrons, Rinya and Kat sat together with Keed and Leopard. Given that Frau Anshin firmly requested it, they got on the same carriage as Rinya. Once the remaining members boarded the second carriage, the carriages began to slowly head towards the castle. You said you continue recruiting guards and maids. But the numbers become saturated sooner or later, right? Are there many who resign due to it being difficult? Rinya, While viewing the outside scenery through the carriage's window, Rinya continues the previous topic. Frau and Katz were captivated by the extremely unusual scenery of an underground city and thus tried to stick to the window, but Shin firmly clung to Rinya's right shoulder without even trying to look outside. That's correct. After all, it's laborious to cover so much space, so it's certainly difficult, but there's a big problem besides that, kid. The end of her remark vanished within the sounds caused by the carriage's wheels, apparently tapering off, or rather her speaking became ambiguous as she didn't seem to be very eager to talk about the topic. Seemingly having an idea due to the topic, Leopard frowned slightly. Problem. Rinya, yes, well, how to say it, the problem is that it's too spacious. Kid, Leopard takes over for Kid, who hesitated to continue. The inside of the castle is practically a labyrinth. We, or rather the beastmen, especially the men, aren't very good at thinking about minor details. That castle looks finished only when looked at from outside. As a result of repeatedly remodeling and extending the interior by adding and adjusting things afterwards, it's in such a sorry state that even the castle's residents don't really know how to navigate through the corridors, which seem to be all over. Leopard, we are generally able to grasp the main corridors because our predecessors drew up a map while paying dearly for it. But, if it comes to the corridors at the ends of these main corridors, things become extremely vague and complicated. To put things bluntly, there's quite a number of people that went missing. Kid, once that happened, there was a motion to find out the detailed information regarding the castle's interior through a proper investigation once and for all, but several investigation teams became stranded again due to the paths not being clear at all, resulting in there being missing people even among those who headed out to rescue them. Moreover, for some reasons there are also spots where traps unknown even to royalty have been set up. While at it, the beastmen often destroyed those traps here and there using their excessive strength, but after confirming the fact that the configuration of the corridors changed each time the traps repaired themselves, there wasn't anyone left suggesting to create a detailed map of the castle anymore. As for the mystery of why there have been traps placed in the corridors, until this very day that hasn't been clarified, and it's treated as one of the 12 mysteries surrounding the royal castle. The fact that there's 11 more mysteries is quite scary. How much of the interior has been actually grasped? The parts that have been completely mapped out amount to around 60%, I think. As for the remaining parts, we have vague information on 10%, there are records with lacking credibility remaining for another 10%, and as for the last 20%, it's said to just give up on returning once you get lost in there. Kid calmly speaks the sentences with such outrageous contents. Rinya has never heard of a royal castle where it's possible to go missing. Tear down and rebuild that defective structure. Rinya, as far as it goes, the construction has begun from the time when this underground city was discovered. For the present beastmen, it's a building with an ancient and honorable origin, so even if they were told to turn it back into an empty lot, due to Kid calling it a historical structure, Rinya breathes out very deeply and then suddenly tries asking cautiously, just out of curiosity, but how many victims are there every year? Rinya, by victims you mean the missing people, right? Then it's approximately 20 to 30 people. The ones resigning due to worry and fatigue are around 10 times that though. If it's the number of people that have been rescued after going astray, I think it's a little short of 100. Kid, while massaging the wrinkles that stood out on his forehead, Rinya once more asks Kid, who said so nonchalantly, is there a difference between victims and missing people? Rinya, just because they have gone missing, that doesn't naturally connect to them being victims. In reality, there's a story about a maid who was found alive after many years of having gone missing. Until today it was apparently unclear on how she kept on living for so long. It's conceivable that she very likely drank water such as rain that fell in through cracks and fissures, and ate rats and some kinds of wildly growing plants, but the rescued maid was extremely weakened. Furthermore, once she finished recuperation after the rescue, she had completely forgotten about her experiences while missing, resulting in the actual happenings remaining unknown. Wheel, as expected of beastmen. Even your maids are strong, aren't they? What a pleasant topic. It's not really pleasant, is it? Being informed about the truth of the place they are currently led to, Rinya drops his shoulders in depression. At the same time he decides in his mind that he definitely won't go anywhere else but the places they are guided to as long as he's inside the royal castle, even if an emergency occurs. Master, it will be fine, so you don't need to worry so much. No. Frau, who had apparently noticed Rinya's state, taps Rinya's left shoulder. After all, it's no more than a stone building that has been built irresponsibly. Nano. It's not like countermeasures against sorcery have been set up, so you just have to destroy it to get outside if you get lost. No. Frau, if it's for the sake of Margrave Summer, I will do my best. Kurtz, Frau says with a smile while Kurtz speaks his words with both fists tightly clenched and his eyes sparkling, but the contents of either remarks are dangerous. Gotcha. I will gratefully accept your feelings of worrying for me, but make seriously sure to not go on a rampage. Rinya, it was far too easy to predict that those two would cause large-scale destructions with just a bit of rampaging. If they actually got serious about destruction, the royal castle might vanish from existence before the beastmen can reassess and try to return the castle to an empty lot. While thinking that he must not get lost by any means so as to avoid that from coming true, Rinya and the others slowly passed through the underground in their carriages and directly headed towards the castle. Yo, you came. The humans. Margrave Summer, was it? No need to be so frigging stiff. Take it easy. Being called out by a low, suppressed, threatening voice, Rinya is troubled on how he should interpret the scenery in front of him. Rinya's group that was let into the castle just like that was led to the audience hall with the Fang King waiting within. Rinya's impression of the Beastman's royal castle didn't change from what a huge pyramid-like building even after he got close to it. He didn't realize when gazing at it from afar, but the sight of building materials being carried one after the other and scaffolds being linked together all over the place surprised him as he wondered whether they still planned on expanding the castle. Different from other such castles, the royal castle itself hasn't been adorned with the usual ornaments or engravings. Once he asked Keed for the reason, she gave the truly tasteless reply that they would likely get destroyed right away anyway. If it were in one of the royal castle of a human country, the preparations and preliminary announcements on top of strict body checks would take time and it would turn into a peerlessly exhausting matter, but in the Beastman's royal castle they were led to the audience hall without even being disarmed. Rinya, who can take out his weapons from his inventory whenever he needs them, was completely unarmed, so that was no issue, but even Shen and the others, who are carrying quite a few weapons, despite it being more or less a pleasure trip, weren't examined by the castle's sentinels either. Maria, who got anxious as might be expected, took out the daggers she had concealed in her pockets and asked a sentinel whether it's okay for them to not take the weapons away, but the answer exceeded Maria's expectations by leaps and bounds. Ah, don't worry, since there's no one here you can hurt with those things. If you'd like, how about trying to aim for my life? I will be unable to guarantee your life though. Maria, if you defeat me magnificently, you will become the next king, okay? So how about it? Want to have a go? Since I'd like to start gambling on which one of us is going to win, there will definitely be a reward when you finish me off. The sentinel smiles brightly. Renia and the others worried whether it's all right for a sentinel, who serves in the castle, to offer something like that despite them being from another country, but neither Kid nor Leopard looked as if they minded, as it was seemingly common practice. Let me explain just in case. It's not like that guy is actually disrespecting you. Leopard, who noticed the look of Renia, who seemed as if he wanted to say something, states while scratching his head. On the contrary, those are indeed words owed to his overflowing loyalty. In other words, our king trusts them that they will repel any challenges, I guess. Leopard, yet again, what a bothersome loyalty. There haven't actually been any casualties, have there? Renia, there were. Several people have been finished off by the successive generations of Fang Kings. But you know, the Fang King is an existence on whom the lower classes pin such hopes. I mean, someone called King gotta act like that, right? Leopard, seeing as they are bearing the expectations that the king who possesses such strength that they don't even need to worry about assassins, the position of king is one where you can't betray those hopes, is what Leopard's saying. What a truly difficult position. Renia felt a little bit of pity. They were guided all the way to the audience hall by the sentinel, who continued to smile brightly while not knowing of Renia's thoughts. Renia felt relieved, since the route so far didn't have that many forks or curves, as they were all hallways that have been completely mapped out. When they passed through the entrance door of the audience hall and were about to step up in front of the throne, Renia and the others became aware of her. With the base of a beastman, she looks like a fox, just like Kid. Her body leans slovenly on the throne. She wears a disheveled indigo blue casual dress, and both her feet, which she had stretched out carelessly, are barefoot. Her hair has a hue closer to grey rather than to silver, and its length goes slightly beyond her shoulder blades. As she wasn't wearing any ornaments and didn't seem to have put on any makeup at all, the sole spot, her lips, stands out with their extremely vivid vermilion color. Is it her life force or her aura that seemed to overflow from within her? Either way, it made her look as though she was a young woman in her 20s, but going by the feeling of her lips and the slightly visible area around her eyes, Renia judges that her age is likely ranging from the latter half of the 30s to the early 40s. For an instant the word prostitute pops up in Renia's mind, but at once he swallows it down without voicing it out. He felt that something bad would happen if he said anything untactful. Next to the throne where she was sitting, a somewhat larger built beastman, who seems to be a man clad in something like a thick dudgeon, is prostrating himself without the slightest movement. Just like Leopard, that man possesses leopard ears and tail. Even the color of his short, bristled hair is likewise black. However, in contrast to Leopard, it's obvious that some white streaks are mixed in here and there. Who? Renia. Based on the situation, it's possible to deduce which one of them is likely the Fang King, but when he's asked which one of them it actually is, Renia doesn't find any words to give a clear answer. Assuming that they have the strength to be trusted by the soldiers so much, he has a hunch that it's not the fallen man. But once he considers whether the Fang King is actually a queen just because of the current scene, he cannot help but to feel that it's somehow different. Thus you can say that it's only natural for Renia to instinctively ask before bowing towards the king. And even the questioned woman shows no sign that she feels offended from being confronted with Renia's question without him even going on his knees or lowering his head. She only reveals a broad grin that had the feel of a carnivore. Lobelia Panther, that's who I am. Who's the one laying over there? Renia, this guy. Well, I wonder. Lobelia, in the slight moment when the woman, who introduced herself as Lobelia, shifted her attention to the fallen man next to her, Rinya grabs the nape of Leopard, who was behind him, and pulls him closer. If it was a simple contest of strength, Leopard should be the clear winner, but even though he's being pulled, Leopard doesn't show any mentionable resistance. She said Panther, didn't she? Rinya, yeah, she did. Leopard nodded with clear resignation plastered on his face. You were Panther as well, weren't you? Spit it out. How are you related to her? Rinya, that person is my mother. And the one lying next to her is father, I guess. So far as it goes, my father, Sigurd Panther, is the Fang King. Leopard, eh? All of the humans blink in surprise. Having been told that, Rinya shifts his focus to the man laying next to Lobelia in a hurry, but as he doesn't even twitch while laying there limply, he can't quite believe Leopard, even if he's told that this man is the Fang King himself. I understand how you feel. But it's a fact, so there's nothing I can do about it. Leopard says while casting his eyes downwards and shaking his head. Seemingly not having noticed that, Lobelia is immersing herself in poking Sigurd's body with the tip of her foot. Though there's a tendency for it to be misunderstood occasionally. Kid said absent-mindedly as if having just recalled it. His Majesty the Fang King is certainly strong, but Her Highness the Queen is far beyond him in strength. Kid, why? Even if I'm asked for a reason, all I can say is that it's the reality. It looks like Her Highness was a mercenary who made a name for herself on this continent in her youth. Kid, it's just a story I heard, but that High King and Father fought over who was going to marry Mother, resulting in both of them being beaten up. Leopard, I don't know about His Majesty the Black King, but His Majesty the Fist King came several times to challenge her and each time he was sent back half dead. Kid, if that's the truth, then it means that it's not an exaggeration to call the woman, who is in the process of gradually switching over to kicking the felled man after she got tired of just poking him, in front of Rinya and the others as the strongest among the beastmen. Doesn't that mean that your mother could unify this continent all by herself? Rinya, yeah, I think so as well. Leopard, what are you whispering amongst each other over there? You're in the presence of the king, aren't you? Lobelia, not only had she switched to kicking that very king, she was now trampling down on him. While doing that, Lobelia called out to Rinya and the others who were secretly whispering among each other. Leopard's body trembles with a start and he switches to standing on attention. In contrast to that, Kid slowly bends her waist and bows. As for you, Your Highness, it's a true pleasure to find you in good humor. This Kid, who received permission for an audience on this occasion, shall express her utmost gratitude. Kid, that's sickening. Don't humble yourself in such strange way. Lobelia, for better or worse, it's appropriate in front of the king. Kid, Lobelia snorts once at Kid, who declares that nonchalantly. So, the guy blankly standing over there is the aforementioned human Margrave Sommer, right? Lobelia, he's Margrave Qnudai Sommer of the Trident Principality, a human nation. Kid, that weak-looking fellow who's accompanied by a group made entirely out of women. Lobelia, being told that it's only women, Rinya tilts his head in confusion. There should be at least 2 men called Kats and Grun though. He turns around, looks into their faces and comprehends for some reason. It was needless to point out, but Kats has the face of a girl. As for Grun, even if you set aside his body's appearance, his face is beautiful, a common trait among elves. If one persists in being fairly unreasonable, insisting that he's a woman can be accepted one way or another. All the more if the other party is a beastman who doesn't care at all about minor details. Rinya ends up thinking, I guess it can't be helped even if she regards all the members behind me as women. So anyway, I'm hearing that you're getting things done reasonably well. You did well to come, Lobelia. Lobelia lets her eyes wander from Rinya's face to empty space and ponders. Rinya felt suspicious whether she might have been unable to remember his name, but Keed helped her out right away. He is Earl Rinya Kunudaidono, Your Highness. Keed, oh, right. You said Rinya or such, correct? Let me welcome you. I'm Lobelia, the Queen of the Fang King's country. Glad to make your acquaintance. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. Rinya, while wondering what he should do next, Rinya gives his greetings in an extremely flat tone and bows his head formally. By the way, the party to whom Rinya should have originally bowed his head to still shows no signs of recovering his consciousness while laying next to Lobelia. The humans and elves began to worry whether he might have died, but for the beastman this scenery doesn't seem to be anything of significance. Your Highness, for what reason did you beat the hell out of His Majesty this time? Keed, because he heard that a guy stronger than Leopard was going to come from a human country. He kicked up a fuss saying that he will go challenge him. Lobelia, in contrast to Lobelia's disappointed expression, there's no change on Keed's. While staying expressionless as if wearing an arm mask, she says words lacking any emotions. You are saying, you made him obedient with physical force? Keed, yeah, once blood rushes into the heads of our men, they won't listen to what others say. Lobelia, that's a decisive judgment, Your Highness. As ever, your skills are splendid. As expected of the monster that led 3 kings around by the nose in her youth, Keed, while feeling a shudder due to the words spoken by Keed without any hesitation, Rinya and the others look in her direction. Even as she says a word that will unmistakably become a huge problem if directed to the Queen in the situation of being in the presence of the King, Keed's expression doesn't change. Even Lobelia, who was told that, looks down on Keed from the throne without losing her temper, but Rinya didn't miss how her hands, which were grasping the armrests, were filled with a little bit of power. What did you say, just now? Lobelia. Keed tilts her head to the side and shows a blank expression towards Lobelia, who asks as such while grasping the armrests which was, by now, making grinding sounds. Oh my! You failed to hear it at this distance. It looks like even someone like you, Your Highness, is unable to avoid the approaching old age. Age doesn't stop before anyone. Keed, who revealed a faint, cutting smile, conceals her mouth with the cuff of her sleeve and starts to laugh in a deep voice. The corners of Lobelia's mouth twitch as if cramping and veins appeared on her forehead. That's big coming from you, the likes of a lass who directs amorous glances towards other people's son. Lobelia, my goodness. Even at this age you are still unable to let go of your son. Keed, the glaring gazes of the two clash against each other. Rinya clearly perceived the scattering sparks. He can hear someone from somewhere shouting, it started again. Anyone who can, run away. Oi, what's with this, Rinya? It's the usual, but I think you will be dragged into it if you are close by, okay? So, let's get away from here for the time being. I will guide you. Leopard guides Rinya and the others, who cannot follow the rapidly changing situation, outside the audience hall by pushing their backs. Even as Rinya's group is about to exit the room on their own accord, Keed and Lobelia looked at each other, apparently not noticing Rinya and the others' escape, and began to raise low indistinguishable laughters. What's up with this? Rinya, Given that Rinya agreed unconditionally with the proposal of leaving the location for the time being, he moves on while being urged on as he asked Leopard. Leopard threw a glance over his shoulder, and after seeing the two quarreling, he sighed. So far as it goes, I'm this country's hero and prince. Which also means that I'm a candidate for the next Fang King. Leopard, do you have any siblings? Rinya, no, I'm the sole biological child. However, since there ain't no way for a weak guy to become the Fang King, at present it has stopped at candidacy. Leopard, even if they had a blood connection, it was apparently impossible for the Beastman to allow a weakling to be the Fang King. How's that related to that dangerous atmosphere in there though? Shen, Leopard nods at Shen's question. Keed and me are, well, how to call it, Leopard, in a relationship, right? Shen, once Shen asked in order to make sure, Leopard's face became bright red in an instant. Yeah, well, due to those feelings, I believe we are going to be together sooner or later, but, Leopard, the view of Leopard winding his body with his cheeks becoming red wasn't anything nice to look at for too long. Rinya decides to urge him to quickly continue. I'm going to strangle you. Continue. Rinya, yeah. So I talked with father and mother about that. Father gave his permission, but the problem is mother, Leopard, did she oppose? Rinya, she said that she will introduce a far better woman than such a black-hearted priestess, and, Keed, who heard that, took offense. Leopard, just as we were leaving the audience hall, Leopard quietly turns his gaze towards the two women still glaring at each other. There's no way that he can side with the woman that he loves in his position as a son, but likewise it's not like he can do what his mother tells him. He appears unable to do anything while being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Isn't that a matter of standing? No matter how much the Beastmen don't care about minor details such as race, the act of a mere priestess opposing royalty would definitely be punishable in any human country. Rinya worried about that part, but Leopard relieved him of those worries. In our place a priestess is unrelated to politics. Even among the priestesses, Keed is the main priestess and the hero's companion. No matter what mother says, that certainly ain't an opponent she can handle with the authority of royalty. Leopard, so they spew venom at each other like this each time they meet? Rinya, no, they use force right away. Leopard, just when Leopard mentioned that, the sound of an explosion could be heard from inside the audience hall they had left moments ago. Rinya and the others are startled, but seemingly it isn't that unusual for Leopard and the soldiers serving in the castle. There's no one that seems to hurriedly run around in panic. Call the repair squad right away. Of course, do the repairs after the two give up, okay. I will guide our visitors to the guest room. Report to me if it looks like the damages are going to spread. Prince, are you going to stop that? The castle guard, who nodded towards Leopard's orders, asked that with a voice full of hope, but Leopard shook his head. If it was something I could stop, I'd have done so a long time ago. It's necessary to buy time to let the visitors get away, right? Leopard, I see, I understand. I will arrange for the repair squad right away. I leave it to you. Now then, Margrave son. I'm sorry, but please stay in the castle for today. If I let you go back to the city without meeting with the king, I don't know what mother would do to me. Leopard, I believe the main cause for that is the queen though. Rinya, I know. I full realize that. Please, consider it as you helping me out. Leopard, once he's begged like this, even Rinya finds it difficult to feel like abandoning him and leaving the castle unreasonably. He thought that at least those interested would return to the city, but once Rinya said that Wood will stay, all the other members unanimously decided to stay in the castle in the end. Speaking of night events, right, in short, it's peaking. I won't allow any objection, so get ready. Rinya turned an utterly amazed gaze at the elderly, big man who stated such a thing so boldly. Right now they're in the Fang King's office in the royal castle. In addition, it's actually just a small room with no furniture. The one sitting on the floor while folding his arms across his chest is a man with the ears and tail of a leopard, and black fur that had slight streaks of grey mixed in. A little while ago Rinya has seen his figure next to the throne. Assuming that Leopard's words back then were correct, it means that the one sitting in front of Rinya right now is the Fang King Sigurd himself, but Rinya cannot quite believe that yet. Next to Sigurd, there's Leopard, who's nodding silently, also folding his arms across his chest despite sitting in Caesar. Behind Rinya, Grun, who's wondering why he was here, stayed motionless while sitting on the floor grasping his knees for some reason. Rinya's group relaxed after they had finished their meal, which had been carried to their assigned rooms by Rinya. It was at this moment when Leopard visited Rinya while saying, "There's something we have to talk about." As a fight was happening inside the castle and the dining hall was actually somewhat close to the battlefield, nothing too fancy could be prepared, and thus Rinya expressly brought the food to their rooms. The distinct hand-to-hand battle between Lobelia and Keed, which provoked this whole situation, caused explosions and vibration that even reached Rinya's current location, which was supposed to be quite a bit away, but after the sounds reverberated for a while, they suddenly came to a stop. Wondering what might have happened, Rinya grabbed a random soldier that happened to pass by his room and tried to ask him about the situation. Even the soldier he caught apparently hadn't been informed about the situation in detail, but it seems that the battle between the two women concluded with a double knockout. It looked like battle between beastmen wouldn't stop until one of the parties or both become unable to continue any further. Due to the soldier laughing while saying it's truly an unproductive outcome that has happened in all 134 battles that have been recorded, Rinya ponders whether something like that is really okay, but he gives up after deciding, it's nothing an outsider should comment on if it's something that the surroundings take as funny story. Even so, should I praise Keed for being on par with the somewhat aged Lobelia who overwhelmed 3 beastmen kings? Or should I praise Lobelia who seems to still be in active duty at her age? As Rinya was in the midst of brooding over such inconsequential things, Leopard appeared. Each person of Rinya's group has been allocated a room. Frau requested to stay in the same room as Rinya, but for some reason Leopard obstinately refused that. It was Leopard's claim that something like putting many guests in the same room would be an action that would shame the king's name, but Rinya felt that his words were somehow contrived. In the end, Frau settled with being assigned to her own room after judging that it's probably not a problem even if she's separated from Rinya as long as they are both inside the castle. But when Leopard secretly visited Rinya's room, Rinya judged this to be the reason that he was so obsessive about them having private rooms. Rinya tried to usher him onto the room thinking that there's something he wants to talk about, but Leopard told Rinya, "This place is no good. Come with me." Holding the languid and exhausted Grun with his left arm wrapped around his waist, Rinya walked through the castle while being guided by Leopard despite feeling suspicious of what was going on here. No matter how much of a secret conversation it might be, Leopard used properly mapped out corridors without any apparent intention to lead him to some unknown place, but because it's a building so chaotic that people have even died here, let alone got lost, Rinya perceives all the sensations coming from the soles of his feet and the state of the walls within his visionary field as weird. Not only is the floor not straight, but even the walls are not vertical either. The corridors don't extend straight ahead and the stairways are drawing complicated curves. Just in case Rinya walked while mapping the path in his head, but after several minutes that pathing immediately became doubtful. It got to such a point that he started to think, I might have no other choice but to go outside after destroying a part of the castle if something sketchy happens. As Rinya was thinking this, Leopard came to a halt. It seems we have reached our destination. After Leopard knocked several times on the door he had stopped in front of, he opened it and invited Rinya in. The one who awaited Rinya inside that room was the Fang King, bringing us back to the current situation. Just what are you proposing all of a sudden, Osan? Rinya, it's not Osan. Call me your majesty. Sigurd, Rinya thinks that the person in front of him, who has said something so excessively stupid, probably doesn't deserve to be branded as anything but a Osan, but since the other party is his superior for better or for worse, he corrects himself as told. What are you talking about so abruptly, your majesty? Did you suffer some brain damage after being hit too often by Her Highness the Queen? Rinya, mine is not a head that would be broken by just that much. Sigurd, the Fang King throws out his chest in pride, stating that him being beat up was an everyday occurrence, while Rinya's eyes were tinged with a bit of exasperation. If that's an everyday occurrence, it means that the Osan in front of me is laying on the floor every day after having the shit beaten out of him by the Queen. The king is the king, and the queen is the queen. But, in just what kind of country are you going to find such a king and queen? Rinya, it's disappointing, but he's in front of you, you know. Grun whispered, seemingly guessing Rinya's thoughts. Rinya covered his mouth with a hand so that it wouldn't be visible on his face, and after fixedly looking at the Fang King in front of him, he dropped his shoulders. I sense some very strong feelings of disappointment, but, Sigurd, it's just your imagination, Dad. Let's pretend that's the case. Leopard tapped the Fang King's shoulder, who became slightly flustered due to Rinya's overly dispirited manner. Anyway. One of my subordinates has whispered into my ears about the female group's bath schedule. There's no way that we can let that chance slip by. Sigurd, the ones being peeped at are only our group's women though. Rinya didn't have any way to learn who was going to enter the bath at what time, but even so, once he considers the fact that the Fang King has declared that he's going to peep after expressly assembling these members, the possible peeping targets are the female group of Rinya's party, the priestess Keyed or Lobelia, the queen, who in this case is a dark horse. Taking Lobelia as the dark horse is because Rinya wonders, aren't there as many possibilities to watch her as he likes, even without expressly trying to peep at her since they have the relationship of king and queen. In my castle several paths leading to the ceiling and behind the walls of the bathroom have been set up in advance. Sigurd, Rinya tried to retort as calmly as possible by suppressing his emotions, but the Fang King apparently doesn't possess good ears. As a consequence Rinya started pondering about something as dangerous as let's tear out his ears then since they don't work anyway, but apparently not noticing Rinya's gaze, the Fang King continues his advocacy while putting more force into it. If you call yourself a man, don't you have to make the best out of this opportunity? Sigurd, say, Leopard. Do you automatically become the next Fang King if I beat up this Osan? Rinya, in the elven country Rinya asked Krua whether she wasn't planning on staging a coup d'état by killing the emperor, but he surely didn't expect in his wildest dreams that he would end up asking a similar question after coming to the Beastman country. No, a selection will be carried out, and the one who wins will become the next Fang King. Lineage doesn't matter in this case. Leopard, regardless of self-recommendation or recommendation by others, a huge martial arts tournament, where the warriors within the clan are assembled, will be held, Leopard says. It's similar to a festival, and it apparently would be a large-scale event lasting for up to a month, depending on the number of candidates. But, aren't you pretty much the strongest warrior in this clan? Rinya, there aren't any absolutes in battle. Leopard, due to Leopard saying that with a meek look that seemed to lack any conceit even though he's a battle maniac, Rinya evaluates him a bit higher for being able to calmly make such a precise judgment. I'm off then. I leave it to you guys whether you are going to follow me or not. Sigurd, hey. Rinya, although he was called to halt by Rinya, the Fang King doesn't listen after all. No sooner than he stood up did he rush towards the room's wall. In front of Rinya, who wonders what he might be planning on doing, a part of the wall opened up with a swing and after swallowing the Fang King's body, returns to being a normal wall. Is this place a ninja's mansion? Rinya is convinced that the designer of this castle was definitely a lost. There he goes, but what are you going to do? Leopard, Rinya tries to repeatedly hit the part through which the Fang King vanished with his fist. It doesn't look as if a key has been used. The hit wall moves faintly, making it apparent that there's a space on the other side. Rinya thinks. Of course the option of going to peep in accordance with the Fang King's recommendation doesn't exist within Rinya. It wasn't as if he hadn't the faint desire of wanting to have a peek, but even if he was right now in a different world, Rinya regards peeping as crime within his mind. It's not a deed that can be forgiven. One might retort with isn't murder a lot worse in that case, but that's that and this is this Rinya believes. It's wrong to put peeping on the same level as the outcome of battle. Should I leave it alone? Rinya, the Fang King said that he's going to go peep at the female group bathing, but Rinya doesn't feel as if it would be a particular problem even if he leaves it alone due to the members who are going to be peeped at. If Emil is bathing there, it will likely develop into a situation where even the Fang King will be driven into a very difficult situation connected to his survival once she notices the peeping. If there's a problem, then it would be whether Emil possesses a shyness that makes her get angry over being peeped at. While looking at the pondering Rinya, Leopard stands up and hits a part of the wall with a tap-tap. Some unspecified, quiet voice is audible. After hearing that, Leopard nodded. The ones who have currently entered the bath are apparently Rona, Shin and Maria. Leopard, there seems to be someone on the other side of the wall, who apparently gave an answer towards Leopard's inquiry. It's very likely the subordinate mentioned by the Fang King, but rather than worrying about that, Rinya's expression slightly changes after hearing Leopard's words. I'm going to chase him. I will stop that Osan before he gets there. Rinya, hearing that the members such as Frau, Emil and Krua, who can oppose the Fang King, are not included, Rinya hit the hidden door without any hesitation. Leopard grabbed the shoulder of Rinya, who was about to jump into the opening, and detained him. If you are going to forestall him, entering through an entrance close to the bathroom is faster. If it's from here, it will be the slightly long way around. Leopard, have you guys grasped even those kind of passages? Rinya, we are of the royal family after all. Leopard, the original purpose of the passages is apparently to serve as escape routes. It's information that's only passed on to the members of the royal family. Since Leopard is a prince, he was apparently told about it. Grun, what are you going to do? Rinya, I will come with you. Grun, upon Grun's short reply, Rinya dons a slightly surprised face. He believed that Grun would certainly state that he's going to return to his room since it's a stupid event unrelated to him. Well then, it's going to be fun as a covert action training-like event. Grun, yeah, I see. Rinya, for some reason Grun looks delighted. It looked as if Rinya had pressed some strange button, but he has absolutely no clue what's so fun about it. Come to think of it, your subordinate has already peeped into the bathroom, hasn't he? Rinya, while walking behind Leopard, who started to walk ahead of Rinya, tried to throw a question he suddenly came up with at Leopard, causing Leopard to nod without even looking back. Rinya wonders whether he's screwing around with the topic of peeping on the scene of other people's friends bathing without even giving any proper warning, but Leopard's next words soothed his anger. Don't worry. It wasn't a man. Leopard, it's not like it's fine as long as it's not a man, but well, I guess I will let you off with this. Rinya, it's a job unsuited for male beastmen. You can expect all of them to be women. Leopard, the words secretly and sneakily were apparently terms unsuitable for the male beastman. Be that as it may, Rinya thinks. Looking at the queen, the priestesses and the ninja-like people, aren't the female beastmen actually too capable? In reverse, the men cannot be regarded as anything but reckless advocates of physical superiority. Once Rinya expresses such impressions, Leopard's shoulders dropped, obviously feeling slightly despondent. Well, you're right there. Even if I'm told that, there ain't anything I can do about it. Leopard, it appears that he's not unaware of it himself at all. And yet, being unable to improve on that might be owed to a uselessness having been etched into the male beastman's side due to their instincts overwriting reason. I'm surprised it didn't result in a race of female supremacy. Rinya, of course that's probably something anyone can come up with, Rinya believes. If you allow Lobelia, Keed and the women that seem to be working on covert actions to show what they can do, they will have enough energy to deal with most of the matters as long as there's only women, whether it might be actual battle or intelligence gathering. I also asked a similar question to Mother, why don't you come forward if you are so capable in everything? Her reply was that it makes it easier to move in various ways if the beastmen are thought of as a foolish race that only believe in physical strength. Leopard, the ones who really have to be watched carefully among the beastmen are the women. Rinya carved this truth deeply into his mind so as to not forget about it by any means. Ho! Rona, what is it with your gaze and tone, Rona? Ho ho! I see. Rona, if you don't quit it, I will twist them. Being looked up at from below with an obvious glare, Rona averted her eyes in a hurry. Ahead of Rona's averted gaze, white, dense steam is rising up and spreading in the vast bathtub, which makes one feel suspicious about the motive behind making a bath like this. Even though the walls and ceiling are made out of pure white marble, only the bathtub is made out of wood for some reason. It's beautiful. Curly grains looked pretty under the sorcery lights illuminating the entire bathroom. Rona didn't know what kind of wood it was, but from being heated up due to the hot water, it's creating an extremely calming, nice scent. One could tell the merit of the designer's taste, who had created this bathroom. The location being within the beastman's royal castle. It's a large public bath that had been set up in a section of said castle. Once Rona turns her eyes towards that again due to the groans coming from that direction, she sees Maria standing there with a very dissatisfied expression. Since it's a bathroom, she's of course nude, but she has completely covered the area from her chest to her feet with a towel. What's visible is no more than the area above her chest. Rona had fully witnessed how Maria had expressly negotiated with a beastman priestess to have her look for the biggest towel available. As far as she saw with a fleeting glance in the dressing room, the bulging of Maria's body is very modest and almost non-existent. Rona didn't know to what extent Maria's chest had grown when she mentioned it, but now she wouldn't run her mouth as Maria would definitely come to hit her. However, even if she considers Maria's age, her body shape is somewhat lacking. Since Rona confirmed that Maria's waist area is properly tightening, it's not like she can call it a child's body shape, but either way the volume of her chest and lumbar region is meager. Though it doesn't go as far as Krewa's body. After thinking this far, Rona changes her mind. No matter what she might say, the other party is the next Archduchess, the person to whom she had been assigned by her superior. Thinking that meager might not be a good term, Rona rethinks and searches for an appropriate word inside her memory. Maria's body shape is slender and ephemeral. Believing that might be a slightly less objectionable term, she breathes out once, wondering whether such a term is all that different. She hasn't reached a marriageable age where she has to hurry either, has she? Rona ponders. The same couldn't be said about Shen, but there are quite a few people who suddenly begin to grow once they reach a certain age. Just what the hell are you eating for those to become like that, Rona? Maria, being asked by Maria, Rona looks down at her own body. Rona wonders what she should say here, but it's a body that definitely has distinct proportions to it. Rona has the confidence that her volume is abundant compared to others. On the other hand, it's also not to the extent that I'll be called fat, Rona believes. In short, she has proportions where she can claim that the parts that should stick out, do, and the parts that should be tight, are. However, if she's asked whether that's attractive, Rona has slightly lost her confidence recently. In the past she was conceitedly believing that there was probably no one who could refuse her if she approached them, but now that she has gone through the experience of being firmly turned down, she's embarrassed about her previous arrogance to the extent of blushing. What do you want me to tell you? I don't think I'm eating anything unusual worth mentioning. Rona, rather, aren't my eating habits fairly modest since I had been in a position where I worked as a knight to begin with? Rona even wonders. It's because she regards eating as a necessary daily task and not as something to be enjoyed. However, nowadays there's Renya's influence. Somehow she feels as if she's only eating unusual and delicious dishes. But, that's definitely a recent matter. It shouldn't be related to what Maria is asking. Gnu, Maria, expressing a bitter smile towards Maria who seems to audibly grind her teeth. Rona draws hot water into a bucket and lets it stream down her body. As for the human countries, they are not overly familiar with the establishment referred to as a bath. In the first place, it's because such an establishment won't work without heating up large amounts of water and having a bathtub that can maintain the heat of so much water. In general households it isn't possible to install it, thus it was mostly used as a hobby by people who have enough money. However, after Rona began to work together with Renya, she took baths with regular frequency. Once the usage frequency went up, Rona understood that this thing called a bath apparently has an effect that allows one to feel good and also eases one's mood apart from its main purpose of keeping the body clean. After that she started to forget about what kind of a life she had led without bathing. Renya cautioned her over and over again to wash her body before entering the bath. Certainly, if you enter the bath with a dirty body, the large amount of hot water filling the tub will get polluted, resulting in extremely bad efficiency. In that case, washing off the dirt first, even if it takes some time, and entering the bathtub with a clean body is truly reasonable, Rona thinks. Hence Rona properly sticks to Renya's instruction and always washes her body first. If it's you, Rona, you have a body that seems difficult to wash, don't you? Maria, one can't wash their body while covered by a towel. Maria, who stared at Rona rinsing off her body with hot water, finally flung off her towel as if having resigned herself, and whispered that while starting to fetch hot water with a bucket and pouring it over her body. Once Rona looked at Maria wondering what she might be talking about. Maria said with a broad grin, "You have a big, fat and heavy cleavage and a butt with a lot of crevices in between. Maria-sama, your body sure is easier to wash. I mean, you just have to smoothly wipe across your body with a whoosh." Rona, due to Maria trying to put some kind of implicit meaning into her words while stressing the words big and fat, Rona gave her a sharp response without hesitation. In front of Ronya, who believes, she probably didn't expect that she would be answered in such a way, Maria's body, who has an expression as if an invisible blade had been pierced right into the middle of her chest, heeled over in a grand manner and fell into the bathtub while instantly causing water to spray all around. After looking at Maria's back, which was lightly floating on the bath's surface, for a while Rona fires off her finishing blow. "Oh my, Maria-sama, your face is deep black, you know." "Ah, sorry, that's the back of your head." Rona, seemingly having heard Rona's words, who's laughing with a ho 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 ho. Maria, who was floating, quickly got up inside the bathtub and adopted a daunting pose. Then she pointed at the laughing Rona and yelled, "Fat chest. You are to sag." Maria's sag. Rona murmured words of shock due to the remark that might have gone over the top. Did Maria see on Rona's expression that she had suffered a bit of damage? Maria declares further, "For someone like you, Rona, your chest and butt should just sag. No, at this size it's an unavoidable fact that they will sag in another 10 years. Maria, due to Maria arbitrarily deciding that to be the case while sternly thrusting a finger at her, even Rona's face started to twitch. No matter how much she might be the daughter of my superior, she should make a distinction of what can be said and what cannot. Isn't it natural for her to receive 1 or 2 spankings, if she doesn't differentiate?" Rona started to scrutinize. "Maria-sama. Even if I am the subordinate of Her Majesty the Archduchess, there are things you can say and others you can't, don't you think?" Rona, going by that volume of yours, Rona, saying it will take 10 years is too optimistic. 2 or 3 years is much more realistic, I think. Maria, in addition to her face twitching, veins popped out on Rona's forehead. However, she keeps up her smile. Rona slowly puts her feet into the bathtub and moreover slowly approaches Maria, who is standing imposingly inside the tub. "Very well, Maria-sama. I shall teach you how to talk properly. While at it, I will kindly enlarge the flatness and broad sparseness of your flat chest." Rona, and now you've said it. In that case I will immediately transform the massive chest and butt of yours into loose, saggy goods. Maria, matching her hands with Maria's hands, who came grasping for her with a bright red face, Rona grapples with Maria right in the middle of the bathtub. Rona had an overwhelming advantage in strength and weight, but contrary to the expectation that Maria would likely be overpowered in no time, she unleashes a plain counterattack. Oh you ouch. Maria-sama. You're stepping on my foot. Rona, on the verge of being overcome in the grappling contest, Maria trampled down with all her might on the instep of Rona's foot. Just then Maria's big toe of the right foot stimulates the space between the little toe and the 4th toe of Rona's left foot by grinding against it. Phew, just as expected. This place hurting means, Maria, means, what? Rona, it means that you have very stiff shoulders. It's because of those lumps of fat dangling down from your chest. I will give you a nice medical treatment. Here we go. Grind, Maria, ha. Stiff shoulders. Why, ouch, ooh ouch. That really hurts. Rona, having her instep drilled with the big toe as if thrusting into it, Rona screams as she's unable to endure it. Since the knowledge mentioned by Maria more or less matches with the knowledge in this world on top of being something that she had asked Rinya about, she wasn't wrong about it being an acupuncture point against stiff shoulders, but she was quite wrong about the way of using it. Now then, Rona, prepare yourself. After all, you won't be able to escape the fate of sagging. Maria, that's totally unrelated, isn't it? Rona, no, it is related. Having stiff shoulders means that your body hasn't adapted to the weight of those lumps of fat. In other words, for now it's fine, but once you lose your youthfulness, those lumps will lose their ability to maintain their shape, resulting in them sagging. Maria, for some reason that sounds reasonable, Rona. However, Maria, the one actually saying all that, has absolutely no knowledge in this matter to base her words on. In short, Maria thinks that she could win if her opponent believes what she's claiming despite having no evidence to back it up. Against what she's going to win or lose, that's very likely something even Maria herself doesn't know. But then I just have to raise my body to maintain the shape by training it accurately. Rona was about to get overpowered, but bearing the pain of having the instep of her foot being drilled into, she makes an effort and starts to put power into her hands that are tightly joined together with Maria's. The difference in gripping strength between the former knight Rona and the office worker Maria is more than obvious. Maria's face, which was relaxed until then, started to distort in slight pain. Rona began to directly attack Maria's hands and not the joints or some acupuncture points. The tide's changing, Maria-sama. That delicate build of yours will still stay delicate even if you do train it. Rona, Gunyu. Maria, that's the difference between haves and have-nots. Rona, what on earth are you doing? Rona is about to push Maria, who received a shock, as if it's the critical moment. The one who timidly cut into the scene of two nude women quarreling inside a bathtub that can't be seen normally is Shin, who stepped into the bath as the very last member. Due to the sudden voice, Rona and Maria look at Shin with only their eyes as they are still grappling, and their expressions freeze at the same time. Just what happened? Shin, Rona and Maria let their eyes run several times across Shin's body. Rona somewhat knows about Shin's recent body build, but even that information originates from a time slightly before both of them started to act together with Rinya. When speaking of Shin's body build back then, she had firm muscles at her arms and legs, apparently because she was carrying out her training as a swordswoman. Although it wasn't that terrible, her body build gave Rona the impression of being rugged. After that, Shin went through the training carried out by Keith's unit, acquiring a physical strength that allowed her to blow away a soldier wearing full armor with one strike. Rona thought that she had certainly gained muscles, but contrary to those expectations, the body build of the entering Shin had changed into such a slender and supple silhouette that one might doubt where that physical strength of hers stems from. The muscles at her arms and legs have disappeared. And as if that wasn't already enough, her body is showing curves that are tinged with a womanly roundness. Even her abs that were close to six-packs have completely lost their shape, leaving only a tense and glossy skin behind. What surprised Rona even more is Shin's chest. There's no doubt that the size has gone up compared to the last time she saw it. It's maintaining a firm, dome shape as if displaying that the muscles around it have been properly trained due to the nature of her job as a swordswoman. That's cheating, right? Rona, even though her body line has become womanly on the whole, it's a fact that only her power has steeply risen compared to before. What can you call this if not cheating? Rona muttered feebly. Not comprehending just what had happened in front of her, she looks at Shin, who's acting flustered without even hiding her body. Certainly, if it's in regards to volume, my own body wins by far, but if I'm told by Maria that it will sag sooner or later, I can't really refute it, can I? She even started to believe. Just what kind of training has Rinya put Shin through? Rona wonders. I wonder whether I should ask him to allow me to go through that training myself as well. Maria is unable to hide her shock. The Shin Maria knows about is her elder sister from further back in the past than the Shin in Rona's memory, but if pushed to say, Shin, who aimed to become a swordswoman since that time, was muscular. Moreover, at that time she didn't have such a curvy body. Well, in fact Shin, who's standing in front of them right now, likely falls behind in the value maxima compared to Rona, but if judged comprehensively, she's showing evaluation values exceeding Rona's proportions by far. What surprised Maria the most is not the chest, which she worries about due to its size, but the shape of Shin's waist. It's so tightly stretched that you most likely can't even pinch it with a finger as there's no place to hold onto, Maria judged. Maria herself was also confident about that place being tight and firm, but compared to her older sister, she loses out, no matter how you look at it. In the first place, around the area of her belly there's a reasonable amount of fat that can be pinched. Maria ended up doubting whether this woman covered all over in foam is really her own sister. Maria. Rona. Shin, I feel empty, Maria, that's right, Maria-sama, at this level it's already hurting physically, isn't it? Rona, not understanding what's going on, Shin tilts her head to the side in confusion due to the two sinking down into the bathtub with lifeless mumblings. Since it didn't look like she would understand even if she pondered over it, she plainly gave up on thinking about it, drew hot water into a bucket and started to pour it over her body. Shin had also heard from Rinya about the need to decently wash her body before entering the bathtub. Hence she properly rinses her body with hot water and after getting warmed up to the extent of her body flushing slightly, she slowly submerges her body in the bathtub. Her black hair, which she always ties up, quickly spreads inside the bathtub. Originally this is not good for the hair. Usually women with long hair wear their hair up when entering the bathtub, but Rinya didn't give her a warning about such a thing. For that reason Rinya is the only one aware of that fact. It's the appearance, isn't it? Maria, it's the appearance, right? Rona. Maria and Rona mutter the same thing while looking at Shin, who is stretching out her whole body in the bathtub looking really comfortable. As if about to ask what's happening, Shin suddenly frowned while looking up to the ceiling. Ain't summer. Maria, can't you hear some sound? Shin. Being told so by Shin, Rona and Maria held their tongues and tried to strain their ears, but neither of them could hear anything but the occasional drop of water falling down from the ceiling into the bathtub with a plop. Can you hear something, Ain't summer? Maria, just so you know, I can't hear anything. Rona, it's not my imagination, I think, but right now I can't hear it. Shin, the sound I heard was similar to a small explosion, Shin thinks. The battle between the queen and the priestess should have come to an end, but I wonder, is there something else going on that would trigger an explosion within the castle besides that battle? While being puzzled, Shin submerged her body even deeper into the hot water to enjoy the warmth of the bath for now. Grun runs through the darkness. Although the hidden passage isn't that broad, there's no illumination. At the same time, Rinya is unable to brighten up the whole passage with just the occasionally tossed sorcery lights clinging to the ceiling. Moreover, since the Fang King's speed, who had gone ahead, easily escapes the range that's illuminated by those lights, they bear almost no meaning. Under the condition of being inside darkness, human eyes can't see anything. For Rinya to be able to barely chase after the Fang King is owed to his perception, and because he's running while somehow sensing the surroundings by the footsteps caused by the Fang King, himself and Leopard. If this was a perfect darkness, even the Fang King and Leopard should be unable to see anything, just like Rinya, but according to Leopard, light at a level that he can barely see seems to be flowing into his beastman eyes. If you compare the average values of combat abilities, the beastmen doubtlessly surpass the humans by far, but it was apparently the same in regards to the performance of their eyes. In that case, it can't be helped. Rinya, ahead of the running Rinya, there are small sparks and metallic sounds. At first Rinya couldn't collate those, but it appears that Grun, who is ahead of him, has started to attack the Fang King while looking for opportunities. The Fang King blocking and repelling those attacks is the true identity of those sparks and sounds. In the beginning Grun used some spells or tools that flared up and exploded, but because the stray shots caused serious damage to parts of the passage, and since the soldiers and maids, who seemed to accidentally be on the other side of the wall, screamed, he changed his tactics to close combat. Grun is going at it quite spiritedly. Rinya, I have heard that elves can see well in the darkness, but they have indeed quite the astounding night vision. Leopard, who's running next to Rinya, says in admiration. Him being able to keep up with is simply because Rinya is keeping a slow pace. Leopard, who puts emphasis on strength in battles, possesses the ears and tail of a leopard, but he wasn't that much of a fast runner, seemingly due to the heavy muscles covering his whole body. But then again, it's because he's running while taking the damage to the building itself into account. It looks like he could have run faster if it was fine to break the floor in the process, but if he did that, he would get scolded by a strict lobelia, as it would increase the repair costs. If he learned to adjust his strength, he might be able to run a lot faster while keeping the damage to the building low, Rinya believes, but the fact that Leopard is unable to consider that option is very much like him. Compared to that, the agility of Grun could be summed up with the word magnificent. Not only does he keep running through a darkness, where he shouldn't be able to see much if anything at all, at an outrageous speed, but he doesn't make any noise with his footsteps at all, although he should be wearing normal boots while running on top of a stone floor. While sticking close to the Fang King running in front, he delivers pointed attacks no sooner than slipping into the Fang King's blind spots, weakening the Fang King's legs. It was no exaggeration to say that Rinya and Leopard have managed to avoid losing the Fang King thanks to that. Your father is quite swift-footed, Rinya, he weighs less than me. His strength might have declined a bit, but he has been training every day after all, in running away. Leopard's last words were muttered very quietly and feebly. It seems the remark mentioned by the Fang King that it's an everyday occurrence is not a lie, but just the plain truth. However, I wonder what the fact that he has trained his speed as the first priority for the sake of running away from his queen says about him as a king, Rinya wonders. Once again a single, high-pitched sound was audible as sparks scattered. The blow just now seemed to be somehow different from the ones before. Sensing that something was flying their way, even though he couldn't see it, Rinya tried to take evasive actions. It seems as though Leopard's perception caught that presence as well, but instead of trying to evade like Rinya, he spreads both arms in order to catch the approaching object from the front. Leopard. Rinya, it's Grun. Leopard. The second Leopard says that Rinya can hear the impact of flesh colliding with flesh. Although stifled, Grun's cries of pain were mixed into it as well. What happened? Rinya, as expected of the Beastman King, he's formidable. Grun, Once Grun said that alongside a small tongue clicking. Leopard laughed. Looks like your attacks got countered, eh? Leopard. Due to Leopard's words, Rinya is able to mostly guess what had happened. Apparently having become used to Grun's attacks, the Fang King counter-attacked him. It seems that Grun was blown away after receiving that blow. Since Rinya didn't expect for the object approaching him to be Grun, he took evasive actions, but Leopard, who realized that it was Grun, caught him. It's fine. I can run myself. Grun, even though he can hear their voices, Rinya practically can't see either of them. But he perceives Grun's presence becoming more distant right away. Leopard, can the Fang King use the Elven language? Rinya, ha. We can't use anything but the human language. As there's too many races around us, we wouldn't understand each other if we started to use native languages. Leopard, ignoring Leopard, who continues within the first place, who's going to come up and create something like a native beastman language. For the moment, Rinya yelled towards the distant presence while focusing on the Elven language. Grun. Listen up, once I give you the signal, stop that idiot's legs completely for just a moment. Rinya, got it. Grun. There was a reply from way ahead, albeit being faint. While believing, probably neither the Fang King nor Leopard, who's running next to me, were able to understand my instruction just now, he next focuses on the human language again and then addresses Leopard. Leopard, for the most part I don't grasp the situation around us. Rinya, I'm surprised that you keep running without crashing into a wall like that. Leopard, that doesn't matter now. Tell me if we enter a straight, narrow passage. If possible, please make sure that the Fang King is straight ahead of me. Rinya, understood. Leopard, how very soldier-like of him to not start asking what I'm planning, Rinya thinks. Leopard understood from Rinya's tone that he's likely intending to stop the Fang King, using some kind of method. Make sure not to die if possible, bah, that stupid old man. Leopard, what's wrong? Rinya, surprised at Leopard was cursing all of a sudden, Rinya felt like he stepped on something soft in the next instant. It was similar to a bundle of cloth, but as it wasn't that big either, it immediately disappeared behind them. The Fang King took off his jacket while running. Leopard, ha. Rinya, before being stopped by us, that person intends to launch a suicide attack on the bathtub as soon as he arrives on site. Leopard, while feeling his brain freezing as he tries to understand Leopard's words, Rinya thought, oh, what I stepped on moments ago was the Fang King's jacket. As if it's almost completely someone else's problem. In other words, Rinya didn't know at all when he would be arriving at his destination, the bathroom, at this pace, but the Fang King was apparently planning to take off all clothes on the way. Rinya is filled with the urge of wanting to retort, that's not what you call peeping, but in the Fang King's eyes, seeing that he already had pursuers on his heels, he will definitely get caught even if he tries to give those pursuers the slip, as Leopard knows the way anyway. Thus he apparently jumped to the hasty conclusion, in that case I would rather storm into the bathroom. The idea that looking at what is visible before being caught is a nicely resolute, truly manly action is limited to the performer, but when seen from the side that is forced to keep the tea company, it's intolerable. Is that something a king would do? Rinya, that's definitely not the way a king, or rather even an ordinary person, should act, Rinya believes. For better or worse, it's a bathroom with foreign and moreover noble women inside, he thinks, but even if there was a protest from the Trident Principality with that as a reason, they have very likely no other option but to use the transfer gate for communications, seeing as the Beastman country is too far away. Also, if the Beastmen deliberately continue pretending to not be aware of it, Just the protest and the verification of the event will cost too much money. Rinya, I take back what I said before. Beat him to death. Leopard, Rinya wonders what's that about, but he changes his mind toward I suppose there's no need to hold back since I got authorization from his own son. Once we turn around the next corner, it should be a long, straight passage, all right. I see his back. He's right in front, Rinya. Leopard, Grun. Stop him. Rinya, according to Rinya's shouted an instruction in Elvish, Grun steps in front of the Fang King for just an instant. If he's hit directly from the front, Grun's body won't be able to hinder the Fang King's charge. The Fang King swoops down on Grun, obviously planning to tackle him as he's well aware of that fact. But Grun didn't have any intention to foolishly challenge the Fang King to a contest of strength. He takes something out of his pocket, throws it on the ground, lowers his body in the same motion and does a forward somersault. Passing between the feet of the charging Fang King, he landed behind him. In front of the Fang King, who's still rushing while having lost his target, the object that was thrown by Grun starts to unfold furiously. It was fine threads that had been entwined over and over again. Just like a spider web, they blocked the passage clinging all around, not just to the ceiling or a wall. The single threads weren't that strong, but once the Fang King's body plunged into that spider web, which was formed by all those thin threads gathering together, his body was snared on the spot even while a part of the spider web was torn off. Newer. Sigurd, Rinya. I stopped him. Grun, don't think you were able to stop me with only this much. Sigurd, even though his charge has been stopped, it's not as though the Fang King's power has diminished. He gathers his strength and tears up the spider web with ripping sounds. But, for Rinya the time he had been stopped was more than enough. Grun. Get out of the way. Rinya, if the target is right in front in a straight passage, he will hit his target as long as he only runs straight ahead, even if he can't see the vicinity. There was also the concern that Grun would be dragged into it if things went badly, but while expecting that he will likely be able to skillfully dodge it, Rinya kicked the ground with all his power. He reaches an acceleration that cannot be compared to the running speed he had until now. Not knowing the distance to the Fang King, Rinya crossed both his arms in front of his face and rushed forward in that state. Guu, Rinya, Gaha. Sigurd, due to the impact assailing his arms, Rinya leaks a faint groan. The Fang King, who directly received that assault with his back, screamed in pain. The spider web that suffered the impact of Rinya's charge and had to bear the weight of two people, is easily torn to pieces and the Fang King's body is released, but Rinya's arms have been already wedged into his back and their bodies slither along the passage with almost no deceleration. Let go. Hey. Stop. Sigurd, you think I'm an idiot that will do that? Rinya, there's a wall in front of us. Sigurd, the Fang King, who has memorized the map, knew that they would crash into a wall if they continued like this, going by their current location and the direction of movement. So what about it? The one crashing into the wall will be just you, Fang King. Rinya, even if there's a wall ahead, Rinya, who's pressing down on the back, won't directly crash into the wall since the Fang King's body will act as a buffer. Rather, the Fang King will be sandwiched between him and the wall. Rinya had the intention of bringing the Fang King down by delivering a reliable amount of damage. The likes of a wall won't even make my steel body quiver. Sigurd, then resign yourself as I will keep beating you, even if you smash into the wall, until you give up. Rinya, are you sure? On the other side of the wall is, Sigurd, the Fang King's words were interrupted halfway. At the same time a shock travels through Rinya's entire body. Before he even comprehended that they had hit against the wall, Rinya steps powerfully forward and drives both his elbows into the back of the Fang King using the weight of his entire body. It was unclear whether it was the Fang King's body or the wall that caused the creaking sounds. Rather than pondering about something like that, he focuses his mind on the possibility of him being unable to catch the Fang King again if he lets him escape here. Thus he doesn't cease pushing the Fang King's body into the wall until all power definitely escapes his body. Stoop, on the other side of this wall, Sigurd, how tenacious. Rinya fears that he might be lacking power, but there's no way that he will be able to correct his hold after separating once. The Fang King, who's still conscious, might run away if he uses the moment when Rinya lets go. But it's also a fact that he can't dish out any effective attacks while they are glued to each other. In that case Rinya has no option but to keep pushing here. Rinya braces his legs, puts his strength into them and continues pressing against the Fang King's back. Before he realized, the grating and creaking sound changed into a sound as if something hard was gradually breaking apart. Wondering whether that might be the start of some of the Fang King's bones breaking or becoming dislocated due to the pressure, Rinya puts his strength into both his arms as if going for a finishing blow. Just as he was about to do that, the pressure he felt on both arms vanished as if slipping away. Rinya unintentionally ends up letting out a silly sound out. As if in slow motion, Rinya watches how the Fang King's body falls towards the other side while breaking through the wall and how light floods the passage that had been pitch dark until then. That was the moment when the wall collapsed, unable to bear Rinya's power. The body of the Fang King, who had lost consciousness at this point, is thrust into something, which was on the other side, with a glugging alongside the broken wall. And Rinya's body, which lost the resistance from pushing against the Fang King's body, pitches forward with the force he had loaded into it so far. He makes 2 to 3 steps as if stumbling forward. Treading across the body of the Fang King who had collapsed first, Rinya looks directly into the eyes of the person who was ahead of him. Rinya. Due to the surprised voice, Rinya considers evading, but with the momentum that was already driving his body, he plunges into that person. Spreading both arms, Rinya looked as if he was going to embrace them. That person likewise spread their arms and apparently tried to catch him, but going by the difference in body weight and power of the person they were going to catch in their arms, it seemed to be a reckless challenge. Both of them clashed into the bathtub in the shape of Rinya pushing down the other person while raising a spray of hot water. "Sorry. Are you all right?" Rinya thrust his face into something that had an exceedingly soft springiness, but he lifts his head out of the tub in a hurry without even the spare time to enjoy that softness and lifts up the person, whom he had pushed down, in his arms. "It's not unlikely for me to make her suffocate if I'm careless," he thought. It was Shin in a state where her long black hair was showily spreading within the bathtub. Briefly looking at Shin, who incessantly blinks her eyes not understanding just what has happened, Rinya confirms that he hasn't injured her and then breathes out in relief. Since he bumped into her with a reasonable force, he worried whether he had hurt her. And at the same time he realizes that the Fang King had tried to tell him something. His current location was the bathroom, the final spot the Fang King was aiming for. "The sensation of the hot water soaking into my clothes doesn't really feel all that nice," Rinya frowns. Shin repeatedly nudged Rinya's chest. "MMH. Rinya, you know. I'd be lying if I said that I'm not happy, but, after all, it's embarrassing." Shin, as he was about to look at Shin, who's in his arms, Once again after being told so, he turned his face away in a hurry. Although it's only natural as they are inside the bathtub, Shin wasn't wearing anything, so to speak. She was in her birthday suit. Given that she didn't even cover herself with a towel, her figure burned itself deeply into Rinya's brain, but as he would likely make Shin feel even more embarrassed if he blushed here or instead stared at her openly, Rinya makes an effort to pretend to be calm and separates his body from Shin. No, sorry. I will leave right away. Rinya, since it looks like it was an accident, it's okay. Shin, not knowing what would be the best reply to return to Shin, who smiles pleasantly while hiding her breasts with both arms, Rinya grabbed the body of the unconscious Fang King, who was releasing foam from his mouth while submerged in the bath, and quickly ran away into the hidden passage through the hole he had opened up himself. By the way, time-wise Rona and Maria, who had entered the bath before Shin, were just in the middle of washing their bodies at the washing place. They did notice Rinya breaking through the wall and plunging into the bathtub, but on the other hand Rinya didn't perceive the two at all because he ended up catching a glimpse of Shin's naked body. But that's just a postscript here. Since the matter of the Fang King going mad, the treatment Rinya and the others received in the Beastman's royal castle has become extremely pleasant. As for the Fang King, who lost consciousness after being attacked and thrust into the bathroom, Rinya handed him over to the castle's guards after casually dragging him around with a somewhat fickle feeling. Rinya hasn't seen the Fang King since then. Even when Lobelia, who gave off a somehow haughty and wanton impression when they met for the first time, came to apologize while kowtowing, he didn't accompany her. Since Leopard along with Keed acted together with Rinya and the others as usual, Rinya tried to indirectly ask the two about it, but Leopard only averted his eyes in silence and Keed answered with the following: he has received the proper treatment for his behavior during that incident. Keed, without putting any emotions in her voice, the temperature of her tone was close to absolute zero. Given that the Fang King mentioned peeping all too readily, it means that the act itself seems to not be spiked much by the Beastman. Rinya worried that they might be too broad-minded, but apparently that wasn't the case at all. He's the king, isn't he? Rinya: yes, he was. No, yes, he is. Keed, due to Keed deliberately correcting herself, Rinya sensed something cold-hearted and thus timidly asked, is the next selection battle possibly close? Rinya: being judged as unsuitable for a high position, a person is treated as having died to illness after a while of confinement. Even in Rinya's previous world that's a story that occasionally takes place. Ronya wondered whether the Fang King, who incurred Lobelia's anger, wouldn't be disposed of in secret, but with those thoughts apparently being completely groundless, Keed sighs while shaking her head and denies it with, as expected, going that far is something like being treated as having died from illness over peeking at the women's bath is a story that must not be recorded in our history, though there are many of us who want that to happen. Keed was expected to cleverly feign friendliness on the human continent, but after coming here, her real thoughts sporadically leaked out, especially with that incident where she couldn't suppress her anger at all. I wonder what would have happened if even Leopard plunged into that bathroom with the energetic words "leave it to me." Rinya ponders. Did Leopard's instinctive danger senses kick in? When Rinya broke through the wall and the light shone through the opened hole, he understood that something risky is going on and immediately left the place, avoiding any troubles with that. Apart from Leopard, Grun, who has a much better senses, vanished into the darkness before even the hole opened. You are Leopard's lover, aren't you? That's a major issue, right? That thing is going to become your father-in-law, you know. Rinya said so with the intention to make fun of her, but Keed nodded with glazed eyes as these words had apparently very deeply stabbed into her heart for a change. That's right, yes. My hope right now is that Leopard hasn't inherited even the slightest trait from that thing. The sole salvation is that because of that's approval of Leopard's and mine relationship, that thing the Queen can't make any movements that are too powerful, I guess. Kid, just now you suddenly broke off mid-sentence. Renya becomes worried about the future of the Beastman race. Returning to the topic, seemingly intending to apologize for the Fang King's mental derangement, Renya's party was given even more luxurious and spacious rooms than the guest rooms that had been assigned to them at the beginning, and even the meals were the same dishes as those eaten by the royal family. Originally the highest level of hospitality was apparently to share the table with the royal family, but since the cause for this time's incident was royalty, and even more so the most important member of the royal family, it would likely be rude towards Renya's group instead, and thus Lobelia never invited them to have a meal together. Moreover, they were even provided with maids to take care of their personal needs, but on top of their numbers getting close to almost twice that of before, it made Renya rack his brain a lot because, for some reason, only girls of marriageable age, which still had some childish characteristics remaining, had been gathered. At first Renya wondered whether it might be the Beastman's concern that those kinds of girls at marriageable age might be better, going by Kat's appearance, but he felt that to be a somewhat weak reasoning. In the first place, since they will be doing a lot of physical work, assigning a task that's beyond their power to small girls makes no sense. Also, considering the tastes of my party members, there's no one that openly prefers little girls. He considered the suspicion that either Leopard or Grun might be one of those life forms called Lolican, but Grun is a serious hero, and if you look at Keed's figure, who's going steady with Leopard, it's absolutely unbelievable for him to have that kind of preference. Unable to reach a conclusion after thinking about it in various ways, Renya tried asking Keed about that matter. We gathered women at an age that you would most likely forgive in case something went wrong. Keed, the reason for your selection of personnel is far too black-hearted. Renya sat down on the spot. Certainly Renya often shows a very lenient reaction towards young children. There's also the matter of him having continued to receive the protests and the concentrated attacks by the small fists of the childish priestesses silently without any resistance. Considering the fact that I was at an age where I could very well be called grandpa before I came to this world, this might be the mental state of an old person looking fondly at their willful grandchildren, which might have been deeply ingrained into my body, even with my memories having been erased. Renya thinks, but why it's actually like that, even Renya himself doesn't quite understand. However, Renya considers the black-heartedness of Keed, who does things expressly aiming at that character trait of his, to be far too awful. Even so, because he somehow calmed down by watching the little maids work with all their might, matters really proceeded in the direction Keed had aimed for. It became a feast for your eyes, didn't it? Kid, if you are going for that direction, then bring maids that are a bit more curvy. Renya reflexively answered Kid, who asked him that nonchalantly, but later it caused a situation where he was rushed by female maids, who were not inferior in muscularity to Leopard, in great numbers, wrapping their bodies in a combination of maid skirts for the lower part and bikinis for the upper part, with their abs and thick arms shining dazzlingly with oil. It turned into a situation where Renya quite seriously chased Keed with a cramped face, believing it to be necessary to have once a proper talk with her due to the personnel selection that made her spite all too obvious, although those maids certainly had bodies possessing plenty of curviness. Though Keed, who had the locational advantage in this game of tag, wanted to win by getting away. One day a message from Lobelia indicating that she wished to talk reached Rinya and the others, who had spent several days in the castle like that. Rinya, who felt cold sweat run down his spine upon Lobelia's invitation, telling them that she wishes to speak with everyone including Keed and Leopard, as he wondered whether they might be given warnings because of having kicked up too much of a fuss, gathers the other members and visits the room designated by Lobelia. The room was similar to a conference room with a circular table large enough that it allowed everyone to sit around it. Lobelia, who waited for them in the room, encourages Rinya's group to sit down and starts to operate some kind of tool when everyone had taken a seat. Nothing in particular changed or happened, but Rinya's perception was able to pick up some kind of sorcery being at work. I don't believe anyone lurking around to listen in, but, just for caution's sake. Lobelia says, apparently sensing a need to give an explanation due to Rinya's expression. From those words, Rinya guessed that Lobelia probably applied a soundproof mechanism by using some kind of tool in the room they are currently in. Sorry for summoning you. It's a story that must not be heard by others. Lobelia, it was Lobelia's usual tone, but her voice was somewhat powerless. From just that Rinya judged that the details he will hear next are likely nothing good. No, well, we are in a situation where we are currently allowed to play around in the king's castle. It's something else. It's me who called you to talk. Lobelia, your majesty did. Just what might be your business with us today? Did you possibly make up your mind to soon abdicate? Keed, Leopard starts trying to rein Keed in, who began to spew out venom right away, but for some reason Lobelia, who would normally bite back, remains quiet this time. With her palms placed on top of the table, she only looks at Keed while smiling bitterly. Even the agitated Keed senses that something's different from usual due to Lobelia's behavior and watches her. If that were to be tolerated, abdication might be the easy way out. Rinya, today I prepared 3 topics, an inconsequential one, a slightly bad one and a very bad one. Which one do you want to start with? Lobelia, isn't there any good story among them? Rinya, even while feeling dejected, Rinya selects the inconsequential story for the time being, thinking that he should probably listen to the stories with the level of severity going up in steps. The Moran's punishment has been decided. Lobelia, the Fang Kings. Rinya, almost everyone present wondered what to think of it being clear who was being referred to using the single word Moran, but neither Lobelia nor Rinya looked as if they cared about such a thing. After the Fang King was utterly defeated by Rinya, he hadn't shown himself once until this very day. As expected, execution is impossible. I guess it will end up being some money as consolation payment for the troubles caused. Also we will supply you with your desired products at a low price through the transfer gate, Rinya. I wonder, can I have you compromise with just this much? Lobelia, while thinking, I wouldn't have wished for his execution either way. Rinya looks at Shen, Rona and Maria in turns. As soon as the 3 noticed Rinya's eyes pointed at them, they nodded as if telling him, we leave it to you. Since there are no objections from the victims, it will be all right with that. Rinya, sorry. I will let the civil officials go through the details at a later time. This is the inconsequential story. Next. Lobelia, while harboring the faint hope, seeing as the inconsequential story was at such level, won't the remaining 2 stories actually be nothing of significance? Rinya chooses the slightly bad story. Lobelia nodded and started to speak clearly and slowly after taking a single deep breath as if to calm herself down. There was a message from the human continent. It seems the Demon King's descent has been confirmed. Lobelia, for a moment an uproarious atmosphere spread in the room. While everyone's faces became stiff in surprise, Rinya shrugged his shoulders without any particular change in his expression. I see, so that's the slightly bad story. In the first place, with the summoning of the human hero, it was almost definite for the Demon King to appear sooner or later, right? Rinya, that is so. However, this time the interval between the hero summoning and the oracle of the Demon King's descent has been a bit long. Lobelia, upon Lobelia's words, Shan, Rona, Maria, Leopard, Keed, Krawa and Grun nod. Rinya is unable to respond as he doesn't know how long it usually takes, and Kats as well as Frau are entirely relaxing their attention on top of their chairs as if it's a trivial matter. It was something Rinya and the others don't know, but there was actually a reason for this large interval between the hero summoning and the Demon Lord announcement. It's the drama about the human supervisor change. Originally there should be almost no pause between the hero summoning and the oracle, but if you limit the talk to this time, the hero Yuuki suddenly started a war and in addition the human supervisor focused on just that matter. Moreover, afterwards the human supervisor was beaten senseless by Giliel, who invaded the human supervisor's domain. And on top of that, Giliel, who took over as human supervisor, caused it to take a very long time from the summoning to the oracle as she didn't know about its existence. Giliel, who learned from the information she extracted from the trashed human supervisor that she has to inform the humans of the Demon King's descent in an oracle, hurriedly handed down an oracle to all places across the human continent. Of course these kind of circumstances are matters concerning the gods, and thus there's no way for Rinya and the others to be aware of them. Oh well, the feeling finally, is strong. Moreover, for some reason no oracle has been handed down to the church officials of the humans' holy kingdom. It was apparently sent to the governments of all other nations. Lobelia, that's great to hear. The church has certainly completely lost face. That part doesn't matter at all though. With this all military forces of the continents will enter a state of war against the demons. Lobelia, even if she mentions the word state of war, it's not the kind where they will invade the demon continent with all of the continent's forces. The forces will converge on one of the 4 continents and it will become the main goal to create a path to the demon capital said to house the Demon King. The other 3 continents will commit to a non-aggressive defense with the remaining forces. It's a procedure owed to the fact that only the hero is considered capable of facing off against the Demon King in the end. Soon the heads of all races will gather for a conference to determine the route that will be used to head towards the Demon King's castle. Lobelia, either way, it's an important matter and it's a war that won't end in a single day, right? Rinya, that's certainly true. The area inhabited by the demons is vast and their resistance will be extreme. I can't predict how long it will take to just secure a route to the Demon King's castle. Lobelia, what a tedious story, Rinya shakes his head. It's something he can't tell anyone, but knowing that all these events are only the supervisors playing around, he feels even more depressed. So, if the slightly bad story is at such level, what kind of story will the extremely bad story be? Rinya, yeah, about that, Lobelia. Lobelia is evasive. Due to Lobelia having started to ponder about how to talk about it, everyone feels convinced that it must be a considerably bad matter. They wonder, isn't it an unimaginably bad story since even that Lobelia, who talked about the Demon King's descent forthrightly, falters to speak up. Lobelia let her eyes wander for a while, and opened and closed her mouth several times, but before long she apparently resolved herself and said the following a bit rushed: communication with the Dragonoid continent has ceased. Even the transfer gates stopped working. Lobelia, the one who grasped the situation first was Rinya after all. While the other members begin to wonder about how this information is worse than the Demon King's descent, he mutters, "Does that mean that the demon have already started invading?" Rinya, I don't know. Right now we haven't checked whether it's a disorder of the transfer gates themselves. But, if this is because of the destruction of the transfer gates on the Dragonoid's side, it's very likely that the Dragonoid continent is already in a state of combat, if you consider it normally. Lobelia, they destroyed them or they were destroyed. Either way, if it's not trouble related to the sorcery of the transfer gates, it means that the transfer gates installed on the Dragonoid continent's side have been destroyed. The destruction of transfer gates, which can't be set up at a moment's notice, won't happen as long as there are no extreme circumstances in the area where they have been installed. In that case, if you also consider it in combination of the timing for the oracle's arrival, the possibility of them being invaded is somewhat high. While thinking so, Rinya clicked his tongue quietly. Then I guess the communication with the Dragonoid's hero has ceased as well. Rinya, right now we are seeking information from the human continent and the elven continent. If he managed to run away to either continent before the path was being cut off, he will be fine. Lobelia, both Lobelia and Rinya consider that possibility to be unlikely. Lobelia doesn't believe that the hero is someone who would abandon his own country, which is under attack, to escape to another country. Rinya, who has directly met him, couldn't think of that hero as the type who would desert under enemy fire. The probability of him having died is likely low as well, Rinya estimates. At least Rinya couldn't consider that Dragonoid hero to be a person who would die so easily either way. It's a matter that's difficult to judge, but it's indeed an extremely bad story. Rinya, in order to look away from his comrades, whose faces are turning pale after beginning to understand the heaviness of the situation, Rinya looked up to the ceiling and sighed very deeply. The reason why he chose that was because it was the weakest individual among the race referred to as demons. It was awfully menial and diminutive, and yet that was owed to it being very, very hungry. The demons as a race place the greatest importance on power. A demon was seriously treated as a being as long as they were endowed with power, even if they had various other problems. To give an example, even though Emil had so many problems in regards to her character and conduct that it was difficult to call it a trifling matter, she's well known as a superior being even among the demons thanks to the extent of the powers she's been gifted with. As for the powers mentioned here, it doesn't matter what kind of power it is. Simple physical strength, mana in possession and accumulated knowledge, all of them were recognized as powers as long as they were excelling. However, that hadn't been endowed with a single excelling power among those. The fact that it was born as a noble might also have been its misfortune. The more expectations were placed into it, the bigger the disappointment by its surroundings when it failed to deliver. That, which should have received the same education as the people around it in the same circumstances, had hope placed on its future from the very beginning, but it immediately fell behind and thus was separated from the others. Due to its overwhelming worthlessness, its parents lamented why such a failure had been born into their bloodline each time they saw its face. They cursed at each other, blaming the other for the worthlessness of the child. Continuing to endlessly watch that scene, that soon lost any motivation to do anything as it was abandoned and completely forgotten. Being in such situation, that always felt hungry. It constantly desired some kind of power so that it might not have fallen into its current circumstances, even if it had to attain that power by itself. That spent its time as if in a stupor, excreting and taking in enough food so that it wouldn't die while being locked away in a room of the mansion, having its existence completely forgotten. The sole desire it could feel while inside that mental idleness of stopped time, was its hunger, It seethed within it, a locked-up emotion that gnawed at it like a sordid black mass. He targeted that black mass. At first he considered calling upon a being, which has ability from the start, as a method to achieve his objective, but once he saw that, he entirely abandoned that notion. If you're going to give something, it's easier to do so when the other party is starving for it. If you give something to someone that's already satisfied, they might end up complacent without even trying to use what was given to them to its full potential. You want power? He asked that. Being asked by him, whose true identity and ulterior motive was unknown, that nodded its head without any hesitation. Somehow it's strange. In a space that can be said to be somewhere but not here and at some time but not now, Gilliel tilted her head to the side in confusion. The phenomenon that caused her to be weirded out is the situation that has been progressing since a little while ago. The origin of the current situation came from the encroachment running day and night for the Sake of opening a path into the domains of the other supervisors to invade those spaces. Usually they would thoroughly resist and then speedily escape to another domain when the path was finally about to form. It was a routine task that made her stamp her feet in frustration, but it looked like she would finally be able to capture the opponent. Without any indication of the other party trying to escape, Gilliel had almost completely grasped them inside her attack range. All that's left was to carefully form a path into that domain, pass through it and enter the domain of the other party. As long as she encounters them, Gilliel won't lose. Thanks to her master's workmanship, her combat ability has been risen a couple dozen times above that of a supervisor in this world. Even if all of them faced off against Gilliel together, she possesses so much strength that she's capable of turning the tables on them. Even the supervisors of this world should be aware of that. For them, not escaping isn't an option. And yet, the connection to the target domain finished forming in the lower strata of Gilliel's consciousness, who cocks her head in contemplation, wondering whether the opponent overestimated their own ability to assess the situation. Confirming that she had even finished the countermeasures in case the other party tried to run away at the last moment, Gilliel wavers for a tiny bit. She is wondering about the reason why the other party isn't escaping despite being in a situation where they will definitely lose if they encounter her. About the case that the other party believes that they can win even if they encounter her by themselves, she believes it's impossible. If that was possibly true, I can't evaluate the supervisor in the seized domain as anything but an utter fool. Gilliel didn't want to imagine that her own master had such an idiot bear part of the world's supervisory authority. However, that possibility cannot be ruled out completely either. After all, my opponents are retards to the extent of amusing themselves with playing around with the world they are supervising. Gilliel didn't want to believe that they had such characters from the very start. After all, it would mean that her own master didn't see through their level of stupidity. Still, it's possible that, Gilliel mutters a line that would make the lowly goddess clench her fist with a smile if she heard it. As for the other possibility, a trap might have been planted at the exit point of the path. Given that she forcibly connected the path, it wouldn't be strange even if it had been leaked to her opponents from where and through which path Gilliel would enter the domain. Once she puts a little bit of strength into both of her arms, she covers them up to the elbows with teku that have a completely visible, sinister design. After checking her condition by tightly clenching her fists several times, Gilliel suspended the process of managing the human continent temporarily. As far as it goes, even if Gilliel abandons supervising the human continent, it's not like it will suddenly be riddled with abnormal events that bring it close to destruction. In addition, as a result of Gilliel frantically endeavoring on her administrative tasks, she has a bit of leeway as several angels specialized in office work have been sent in as helpers by her master. If it's just maintaining the status quo, it should be possible to barely keep the processes running with only those angels. A few calamities might take place, but as all the abilities Gilial possesses are tailored towards combat, she deliberately took this measure. If it's a trap, I just have to crush it. Gilial, while putting her overwhelming power at full throttle, Gilial, an existence that can be treated as a god in this world, passed through the path she had created. But Gilial's resolve ended up being almost completely in vain. The path's destination was a small domain. It was in such an unstable state that it could vanish any time soon. For an instant Gilial was cautious of whether it might be a trap after all, but she immediately sees the reason for the domain's instability in front of her eyes. It was the figure of a man with long, blue hair gathered around his nape. What he's wearing is simple clothing, but the cloth that should have been white has a red liquid oozing out from around the man's flank. The white cloth is dyed black rather than red. He has lost a considerable amount of blood. To be precise, Gilial and the other supervisors don't possess a body made out of flesh in their domain. Since they don't possess a body, there's no way for them to bleed either. The scenery that meets Gilial's eyes right now was no more than the result of her visually perceiving the blue-haired man in such state. The Dragonoid supervisor. Gilial, the domain's instability was caused by the supervisor, the owner of the domain, being at the verge of death. If she leaves him alone like this, it's very likely that the domain will vanish alongside the Dragonoid supervisor. Once that comes to pass, various problems will arise, even if Gilial's abilities excel the supervisor's. Specifically, in the worst-case scenario, it's possible that she'll be destroyed due to getting mixed up in the collapsing domain. Pondering whether she should temporarily return to her own domain through the path while carrying the supervisor's body, Gilial stretched out her hand to grab the body of the fallen Dragonoid supervisor while snorting. I don't get the point at all. What the hell happened here? Gilial, stop. Don't touch me, please obediently allow me to capture you, as there's no way for you to be capable of escaping in such a condition. I'd like you to not take up my time. Gilial, saying that with a fed-up tone, Gilial tried to grab the supervisor's body. Stop. This is a trap. What? Gilial, blood sprayed from the yelling supervisor as a blade flew out of his body. On a glance it looked like the blade of a long sword. That blade protruded out, aiming at Gilial, who was about to grab the Dragonoid supervisor's body. Gilial was taken by surprise, but her reaction was swift. Clenching the hand, which she had extended in order to grab the supervisor, into a fist, she repelled the blade aimed at her, breaking it in the process. A high-pitched, metallic sound reverberated. With that sound as a start, a stream of blades appeared, breaking through the supervisor's body. The supervisor screams of pain from having his body penetrated by blades. His blood splattered all over with splashing sounds. Gilial flicked off the blades that were about to pierce her with the teku on both her arms, but there was no end to them. Moreover, she leapt back, trying to avoid the flying blood clots, and in the next instant looked back in the direction of the path she used before. Damn it! Gilial, the instant she had turned her focus on the blades and blood sprays, the maintenance of the path had escaped her consciousness for a tiny moment. Originally it would be impossible for the path to disconnect with only that much, but Gilial sensed how someone interfered with the path and severed its connection, as if having waited for that momentary fluctuation. It was a trap after all, Gilial thinks bitterly. However, although it might be called a trap, its craftiness exceeded Gilial's expectations by far. Of all things, the mastermind, who had planted that trap, lured in Giliel by preparing the Dragonoid supervisor as bait and then intended to erase her along with the bait. The one who set up this trap is someone among the remaining supervisors. In other words, it can't be anyone but the elf supervisor, the beastman supervisor or the demon supervisor. Even so, it's probably too much of a desperate decision, Giliel believes. Giliel didn't think in her wildest dreams that just because they had realized that they wouldn't be able to win against her in a direct confrontation with their united power, they would set up a trap, going as far as forcibly sacrificing one of their own. Moreover, Giliel turns her eyes in front of her. In the corner of her eyes, the Dragonoid supervisor is slowly trying to stand up with his body riddled with countless blades like a hedgehog while leaking blood from all over his body. By now there's no focus in his eyes anymore. He totteringly starts to walk towards Giliel with a vacant expression. So you're saying the bait becomes the finishing blow against the prey that was caught in the trap, huh? The one who came up with this has a really nasty character. Giliel, blades that grew out of the supervisor's body flew at Giliel as she cursed. Beating down the approaching blades, Giliel's movements were slightly dull. It meant that Giliel's combat ability has deteriorated. In addition to reconnecting the path, I have to maintain an unstable domain and furthermore settle the fight with the supervisor, who's equivalent to the domain's core, before his death while being tight on time. Giliel, if she attacked him with her full power, she would be able to blast away the supervisor in an instant. But, if she did that, the death of the Dragonoid supervisor, who is the domain's origin, would spell the end of the domain she's currently in. If the domain collapses, Giliel won't come out unscathed as she will be dragged down with it. In order to avoid that, it was necessary for her to first reconnect the path, through which she had passed, in order to evacuate to the human supervisor's domain. And now the domain, which was already influenced from the supervisor being half dead when Giliel arrived, is in a state of extreme instability. If she stole the management authority, it would be possible for Giliel to maintain it a lot more comfortably, but even when he's on the verge of death, the Dragonoid supervisor still exists, making it impossible to usurp his authority. In other words, Giliel had to cover the maintenance of a domain, which is in a terribly fragile and unstable state, while not holding complete management authority. Due to this, Giliel had been cornered into a situation where she has to resolve those issues while at the same time splitting up her faculties. That fact directly leads to the decline in her combat abilities. I have to either open the path before that terminates due to the damage from the blades growing out of its body, or I have to immediately steal the management authority of this domain right after that was terminated. For either choice I won't have any surplus in time and faculty. Giliel mutters, scattering, breaking and repelling the approaching blades with her teku in succession. Dangerous stuff. Giliel-chan, it's a pinch, isn't it? Giliel, twisting her lips into a wry smile, Giliel purposely talks foolishly. Once again countless blood-stained blades protrude out of the supervisor's body, who screams hoarsely due to the pain caused by the blades penetrating his body, and assail the prepared Giliel. While pushing the grating, shrill sound of breaking the blades with her fists out of her mind, Giliel suppressed her feeling of panic and turned her focus towards coping with the situation after having decentralized her consciousness as much as the situation allowed. The news announced by the Oracle regarding the Demon King's descent had spread throughout the world. This is because most of the military forces from all the continents are mobilized for the anti-demon war. But the notification that was handed down alongside the Oracle, the cessation of communication with the Dragonoid continent, shook up the governments of all nations. It's not because of the demon invasion's speed. Among the 5 continents, the dragonoids were a race with low numbers, coming right after the demons, but their individual strength was said to be so high that they wouldn't lose against demons. The origin of the dragonoids is something even the dragonoids themselves don't understand well. According to oral tradition, it's said that long ago their human ancestors inherited a part of the draconic powers in their bodies after having taken over draconic elements from each of the 4 greater dragons, which are said to live in a mountain range called the Dragon Den located on the northernmost tip of the Dragonoids continent. But seeing as the story itself took place more than 1,000 years ago, there's no positive proof since the Dragonoids of that time didn't leave any records behind. The 4 greater dragons refer to the 4 dragons called Ruby Dragon, Jade Dragon, Azure Pearl Dragon and True Wind Dragon. Albert, the current Dragonoid hero, is a descendant of a family endowed with the element of the Jade Dragon. Moreover, Imidra Khan, who served as Renya's mount before, is one of the dragons connected to the Jade Dragon's lineage. It's no more than a guess, but this Jade Dragon is considered to have likely been alive for more than 1,000 years while still being in good health. It's said that there's not a single person alive who has witnessed its human figure. Others, like the Beastmen, aren't even allowed close to the Dragon Den. While only a really small part of the elves was allowed to get a glimpse of the 4 greater dragons from very far away. They are existences of which almost nothing is known about. And yet, although the 4 greater dragons evade public appearances to such an extent, their strength is still famous throughout the world. According to the rumors about them, they wiped cities off the map with a flap of their wings, broke down entire mountains with a single roar, or pulverized a mountain range with one breath attack. If one were to ask Renya, all of those rumors are things that would make him say that there's a limit to shadiness. What kind of outrageous creatures are they supposed to be? Renya: yeah, I can understand you saying that, Renya, but it's the truth since there's also evidence. Dragons are existences that can be turned into a huge amount of money. If you are capable of getting your hands on one body, you will have access to a mountain of excellent, usable materials. Starting from their scales, you can take their fangs, skin, while even their meat, intestines and bones won't be thrown away or spared. If you turn all of those into some kind of goods, the items will exhibit an extremely superior performance, naturally making their value immeasurable. It's the bad habit of humans to get very greedy once they learn that something is lucrative. There's a never-ending supply of people scheming to somehow subjugate a dragon in order to obtain its body. As a result of them not understanding their own status, most of them are taught that only death awaits them at the end of their greed, but in really rare cases there are some people who succeed in killing a dragon. We don't really know what happens since there's nothing left at that place anymore, but, the place mentioned by Shen is a huge bay called Dragon's Breath, a place located on the human continent. That bay, which is a continuous tear that draws a clean triangle from the coastline towards the inland areas over a span of several dozens kilometers, had apparently been a city on land in the past. The people living in that city succeeded in subjugating a dragon by using some kind of plan, but it's said their bad luck was that the subjugated dragon was still a very young dragon situated quite high in the hierarchy of the Ruby Dragon's lineage. It's completely unknown why a direct descendant of the 4 greater dragons, who live at the northernmost tip of the northern continent, had expressly gone as far as the eastern continent. Various theories about this point are circulating among the researchers that investigated this later on, but only the Ruby Dragon knows the truth. Anyway, the Ruby Dragon grieved over the death of its own blood-related baby dragon, causing several of the mountains forming the Dragon Den to collapse with its roars. Unable to calm down with only that much, the Ruby Dragon, which had gone insane due to its rage, took off from the Dragon Den, went into the vicinity of the city, which had killed the infant, and released a breath of retribution while still overwhelmed by its anger. The super high temperature flame breath it shot at that time annihilated the land along with the city and moreover blew away several other cities and villages nearby, producing a trench in the process which later became a bay after being filled up with seawater. It's said that thanks to the exceedingly high temperature of the dragon's breath, the water inside the bay stayed hot for around 10 years. Lobelia, as if such a stupid story is possible. Renia, as a consequence of the raging flames, ash ascended into the sky, coming down as black rain over a period of several years or something like that. Lobelia, yeah, sure. I get that it's one of those stories, but why are you talking about it right now? Renia and the others, who were made to hear a terrible story from Lobelia, were holding a meeting to determine their upcoming plans. When Shen started to explain about the 4 greater dragons in the middle of that meeting, Renia interjected with one thing he still couldn't understand regarding why the fact that the Dragonoids continent was invaded by the demons brought about such a shock to all other races. In Renia's eyes it's only at the level of the Dragonoids, who were attacked by the demon Splitskrieg in a war that even lacked a proper declaration of war, probably having lost on such a large scale that it's even unclear as to how many losses they suffered. He wonders whether that's something worthy of causing such an uproar for, but in Shen's and the others' eyes, it's Renia who seems to be the odd one out. In short, the Dragonoids are a great race possessing draconic elements. You can understand that, right? Somehow or other. Renia, while thinking, having Shen explain something to me in a polite way that makes it easy to understand sure is a fresh experience, Renia nods. Those same Dragonoids likely having suffered a crushing defeat is the problem here. Shen, that's the part I don't get. Renia, once her conclusion was quickly denied by Renia, Shen dropped her shoulders in frustration. No, I mean, Renia, it's like the Dragonoids, who are so strong that they far surpass the humans and also remain unattainable for elves and beastmen, were crushed by the demons, got it? Shen, even so, Renia still tilts his head to the side in confusion upon Shen identifying that as the problem. Why don't you understand that part? Shen, well, you know, no matter how powerful they might be, if they suffer a surprise attack while unprepared, they will lose, won't they? If the attacking side has suddenly assailed them after putting all its preparations in order, it's not strange for them to be defeated. What you should consider a problem is not the fact that the Dragonoids continent was invaded by the demons, but what actually happened to the Dragonoids. Right? Renia, well, yeah, that might be true, but we wouldn't be so troubled if we knew that. Shen, in Renia's eyes, who believes that the outcome of a battle depends on luck and opportunities and that there's no definite method to always guarantee victory or defeat, he can only consider clamoring over who lost or won in each single battle as pointless. Because the side that takes the opponent's or the king's head wins in the end, it's nothing to fuss about or worth mentioning as long as your own side is still safe. Hence I believe that we should first investigate what happened to the Dragonoids afterwards. Renia, I have an objection. Maria interjects while raising her hand a bit. Even while thinking, there's no need to obtain permission to speak by raising your hand though, Renia urges Maria to continue with his eyes. Renia-san, you are one of the nobles of our Trident Principality. You are a person who should become a shield of the Principality against the miasma forest. The matter with the Dragonoids is also worrisome, but I wonder whether we shouldn't hurry back to our territory at this point in time to focus on solidifying our defenses. Maria, MMH. That's only natural. Renia, unexpectedly, Renia readily approved of Maria's words. Maria falls over with a flop, but Renia says, using a tone that made one feel he was saying the most reasonable thing in the world. In such circumstances there probably won't be any people making strange moves on my territory. Won't there be a recall order from Her Majesty? Rinya, if you know that much, Maria, what I mentioned is a common argument. Why would I have to go out of my way to search for information, going even as far as to head over to the Dragonoid's territory? Rinya firmly endured having one troublesome thing after the other added, but Leopard requested permission to speak from Rinya by lifting his hand timidly. Yes, Leopard-kun. Rinya-kun. Oh well, whatever. I believe the situation won't get any better like this. Leopard, why? Rinya, in response to Rinya's question, Leopard pointed at Katz, who was beginning to nod off while sitting on his chair, and said, the human's hero is this guy, right? Leopard, no doubt. Our Katz is the human hero, but what of it? Rinya, while hurriedly shaking his head at Rinya, who seemingly wants to ask him whether he has some problem with it, Leopard continues, it ain't like I have any complaints. However, since ancient times it has been decided that we will obey the orders of the human hero as our leader, Leopard, that might as well be called a custom. Among the heroes within the 4 races who appear with the summoning of the human hero as a trigger, it's always considered the human hero's duty to lead the others. It's impossible to check back with Albert, the Dragonoid hero, who's not present, but Leopard and Grun tell Rinya that they have been told to follow said custom. After hearing that, Rinya wondered about something while groaning for a while, but before long he looked in Kat's direction. As if being lured by that, everybody's eyes focus on Kat's face, who had started to calmly sleep with a happy expression without anyone noticing. Putting aside Kat's contents, Kat's innocent expression while sleeping had a force that caused several of the Beastman priestesses to faint after screaming with high-pitched voices, but no matter how you looked at it, it wasn't a face that seemed capable of giving commands as a leader in order to pull the other race's heroes along. You mustn't judge a person by their looks. Rinya, Leopard mercilessly retorted towards Rinya's considerably strained words, he's capable of it then. Leopard, if it's at the level of show no mercy, or kill anything that moves. I guess. Rinya, are those strategic orders? To begin with, what's the difference between the two? Leopard, the former is limited to the enemy. The latter makes no difference between enemy and ally. Rinya, oi, Leopard, Rinya declared calmly, but what he said was quite cruel. If you only talk about Kat's combat abilities, he boasts of a strength that rivals or even surpasses that of Leopard and Grun. Rather, even if they challenged him to a 2 versus 1 battle, Kat's abilities should allow him to wrestle away victory. But, Kat's mental and emotional age doesn't go beyond that of a 5-6 years old human child. Rinya knows that Katz likely won't be able to give out anything but commands at the level of jokes, even if Rinya told him to take command or to develop a strategy. He wonders whether it wouldn't be fine to have Grun act as the leader, but the custom of making the human hero the leader seems to be a point neither the Beastmen nor the elves will yield on. When Rinya tries to suggest that idea to Grun, he doesn't nod either. Margraved or not, for us, the heroes lend their help to the human hero in order for him to defeat the Demon King. We can't concede on that part. Grun, even if you tell me something like that, you should understand that planning or anything like that is probably impossible for Katz, right? Rinya, I'm well aware of that. In that case his guardian has to do it in his stead. As far as the past records go back, the summoned human heroes were people with a reasonable level of education and ages between their late 10s and early 20s, but it seems there were also cases where heroes with an age of approximately 10 years had been summoned, apparently as some kind of mistake. In that case it's the rule for a human guardian, who is chosen from a consensus between the humans and the other races, to serve as the hero's helper. In other words, in this case it becomes your role, Margrave. I'm his patron. Renya, it doesn't really matter either way. I don't know whether you have the position of his guardian or the authority to take care of him, but in order to deny that role, it's necessary to entrust Katz to someone else by abdicating his guardianship. Leopard, from Renya's point of view, he wants to leave all the troublesome stuff to others. But, if he's asked whether he will be able to entrust Katz to someone else in order to achieve that, there's no other option for him but to admit that he's incapable of such a decision. There's certainly a connection between them on an emotional level, but the real reason is that there's no place where Katz can stay except close to Renya, if one considers the possible dangers. If he imprudently entrusts him to some noble with high pride, he can't deny the possibility of the noble's territory turning into an empty lot within a month. What's scary in this case won't be the disappearance of the buildings or facilities, but the erasure of all the residents, soldiers and nobility. If you can't abdicate from it, you don't have any other option but to accompany the hero in his travels as Katz's guardian, do you? Leopard, Gununu, Renya, I won't tell you to accompany him up to the battle against the Demon King, but I have a hunch that you would manage somehow either way, Leopard. Leopard felt that they definitely wouldn't be able to win against the Margrave in front of his eyes, even if all the heroes faced him at the same time. For starters, you should give up, Margrave Summer. As for the current issue, us three heroes will pool our thoughts on how to move from here on out. Were all transfer gates to the Dragonoid continent shut down? Renya groaned deeply for a while, but by seeing Katz's sleeping face, Renya seemingly accepted his fate despite his groaning, after which he decided to re-evaluate how to solve the situation as quickly as possible if he wasn't able to escape the current circumstances, or he at least decided to think constructively and then asked for Leopard's opinion. At the moment, Renya's group is in the Beastman country. He estimated that Leopard, who's related to the person with the highest authority in said country, likely possesses the most information. As far as I know, all the channels that connect to the Dragonoid continent through transfer gates in the Beastman country have been closed down. Leopard, since we didn't have such a close relationship with them, there were only 2 or 3 channels to begin with, though. Keed shrugs her shoulders as she supplements Leopard's reply. What about the channels using the transfer gates on the human side? Renya, I believe it to be pretty much the same as the Beastman's situation. Shen, once the question's perspective switched over to the human side, Shen provided the answer. Tentatively Renya tries to confirm with Rona and Maria with his eyes, but both of them nod, apparently agreeing with Shen. So there's no method to go to the Dragonoid continent. Renya, I propose testing the transfer gates in the Elven country. Upon Krawa's suggestion, almost everyone turned her way. The almost comes from Frau not showing any interest in the discussion and Katz sleeping through it all. Contrary to the humans and the Beastmen, the elves own a transfer gate close to the dragon nest located at the northernmost tip of the Dragonoid continent. It might not work if the demons devoted themselves to conquering the entire continent, but no matter how strong they might be, I believe it to be highly unlikely for them to have reached the dragon nest immediately. While saying so, Krawa sent a fleeting glance towards Emil. Emil, who somehow managed to guess the meaning behind that gaze, stayed silent for a moment, obviously choosing her words carefully, but soon started to talk slowly. Let's see. If the power of the four greater dragon doesn't fall short from what I heard in rumors, it might be impossible for even the demons to advance that far with so little time. Emil, in a certain meaning, you could regard those words as a certification. If heard by someone who doesn't know about Emil's true identity, it sounds like a conjecture proposing that even the demons are likely unable to occupy the dragonoid continent so easily as long as the power of the dragons, who appear to be outrageous creatures in Renya's eyes, is the real thing. But in reality, those are words coming from Emil, who has a certain extent of knowledge regarding the demon's combat prowess and predicts that the northernmost tip of the dragonoid country is likely still all right. It's a quite trustworthy statement. In the worst case scenario, it means that only those dragons have survived then. There seems to be merit in testing the transfer gates in the elven country, but why were only the elves able to set up a channel through a transfer gate to such a place? The elves, respect and honor the dragons quite a bit. Krua becoming flustered and shocked when Renya used Imidra as a means of transportation is due to her knowing that Imidra-kun is related to the Jade Dragon, and because the four greater dragons are worshipped for carrying the power of nature by the elves. To the humans, the dragons appear to be a pile of treasures. Based on the humans' multiple attempts to subjugate the four greater dragons, they hate the human race. And for the beastmen, the dragons are beings they want to fight just because they are said to be strong. As there was a never-ending stream of beastmen marching into the dragon nest and rampaging there without even considering the difference in combat power between both sides, we were told to not go there as it's nothing but a bother before we even started arguing about hating or liking. Kid, for the beastmen warriors it's a matter of course to challenge those who are strong. It's troublesome if we are blamed for that. Leopard says while puffing out his chest in pride, but Renya replies to that with a very deep sigh. And yet Renya thinks, the beastmen will certainly never realize their good luck for it having ended at them being told to not come over since it's a bother by the four greater dragons. If the stories are true, it should be possible for all the four greater dragons to head together towards the beastmen continent and destroy the continent to such an extent that the beastmen wouldn't be able to live on it decently, even if they didn't go as far as blowing away the continent itself, once they freely exhibited their powers. It was probably the four greater dragons showing mercy to stop at the level of warning the beastmen without going any further, Renya judged. Renya is confident that he would have gone on a rampage on the beastmen continent, if he was in the dragon's shoes. In case it turned into a situation where the beastmen went as far as to coming to meet with a strong person, they would have become simple nuisances that don't even consider their surroundings and the circumstances of their opponents. It's strange that you guys haven't been annihilated by now, Renya. I have heard that there had been several times where we were in danger of that happening. Kid says as if it's nothing of importance. The head priestesses and the queens of those times always managed to somehow avoid that fate through the use of various schemes. Kid, I guess tenacity is also a characteristic of your race, Renya. I think we should return our talks to the matter of the transfer gates. Kid attempted to change the topic forcefully, but as Renya didn't have any intention to continue the conversation about the beastman's tenacity and stubbornness either, he didn't oppose the topic shift. Is there a transfer channel to the elven country on the beastman's side? Renya, there is, I think. Leopard, for some reason Leopard's words lacked confidence. Bringing her mouth close to the puzzled Renya's ear, Krua quietly whispers, in the eyes of the beastmen, the elves don't have any appeal and thus their interest is low, too. Krua, Renya, it's because you guys don't have breasts and only eat food with thin taste. Leopard, as even Krua's whispering was apparently heard loud and clearly by Leopard, he cuts in right away. Understanding that it's pointless to whisper, Krua distanced herself from Rinya, fixed her seating posture and clearly stated, the body shape is something race-specific. As for our food, it's not like we are only eating things with a bland taste. Krua, yeah, that's true. Occasionally there's something delicious to be found, but your body shape is so slender precisely because you don't eat any meat or fish. The female beastmen's bodies are so splendid because they eat plenty of meat. How about following their example a bit? Leopard, in Rinya's eyes, Leopard said that with kind intentions, probably lacking any ill will. The elven women and men, who mainly eat vegetables and fruits, for the most part have slender figures. As for Rinya, he can't regard this as anything other than a racial trait, as Krua says, but for Leopard it apparently means that they are eating the wrong food. Krua puts in a lot effort to pretend that she's calm, but Rinya could perceive that there seems to actually be a few parts she cannot stomach, going by fact that she is sitting with her fists clenched and trembling on top of her knees. Rona, Shin, what's the opinion of the humans' side? I don't particularly believe that it depends on eating only meat. Rona, me neither. I eat everything without being picky. Shin brags, likely thinking that it's remarkable, but after being told that being praised for not being picky with one's food is something that only lasts until the age of 10, she becomes disheartened. While repeatedly touching her own breasts next to Shin, Maria continuously mutters that it's all right as she still has time left. Even I don't like a meat-only diet either. Emil participated in the discussion while smirking, but after fixedly staring at Emil's breasts concealed by her tube top, Rinya absent-mindedly mutters, "You aren't much of a reference." Rinya. Emil. Due to Emil standing up reflexively with a surprised expression plastered all over her face, Rinya calmly said to her, "No, I mean, don't you have only a little bit more than Maria? If you consider the difference in age, you are worse off than Maria." Maria, who was suddenly dragged into the argument, leaked an extremely powerless chuckle, probably because of her complicated mental state, but compared to that, for Emil it was something she couldn't let pass without having commented. "Isn't the target of comparison far too terrible?" Emil, Emil-san, how should I interpret that? Maria tries to protest humbly, but taking no notice of that, Emil presses Rinya. Not understanding what he should say to soothe the agitated Emil, Rinya pointed at Shin in the end and said to Emil, who had drawn close to him, "Look at that. If you think that you can oppose that, I will listen to your complaints." Rinya, having been told that, Emil turns her face in Shin's direction with stiff movements. Exposed to her gaze, Shin crosses both her arms in front of her breasts as if protecting them from the stooping gaze of Emil's eyes while blushing in slight embarrassment. And then Rona confidently placed her hands on her waist and suddenly showed off her chest for some reason. Intently staring at those, which were overflowing with a thick and heavy wobbliness, Emil dejectedly returns to her seat in low spirits. It seems that she understood her own position. It's not like I want to say that there's an issue just because they are small, okay? Rinya. For the time being Rinya follows up on Emil, who began to mumble something under her breath with her face cast downwards and her eyes affixed to the floor after having returned to her seat. He felt that it would become scary later on if he hadn't followed up on her. If Emil feels like it, she's quite capable of contorting something like a medicine that lets a human's chest shrivel down to the bone. She should have that much knowledge and alchemical capability. Rinya, you don't dislike small ones. Emil, don't worry. Shape is more important than size. Rinya, due to Rinya declaring that decisively, a delicate mood, which makes it somehow difficult for the woman permitting Kid and Frau to say anything, hangs in the air. They pretty obviously didn't expect Renia to give a stupidly honest reply, but hearing this, Leopard raised a direct objection against Renia's opinion. That's wrong, Margrave. Isn't the size actually all that matters? Something like tiny boobs can't be even grop, Gifu. Leopard, Renia calmly sees Leopard's body off as it was blown away parallel to the ground in the middle of his speech. Him being able to coolly watch Leopard crashing into the wall and then disappearing from sight after destroying said wall was because he noticed in advance that Krua seemed to be close to exploding. Even Renia didn't comprehend what she had actually done, but seeing that Leopard broke through the wall and screamed on the other side, it was apparent that he had flown with considerable momentum. You haven't killed him, have you, Krua? Renia, I have adjusted it only to that extent. Krua, Master, the talks have derailed tilde no. Frau, were Frau's fed-up words. Hearing that, Krua and the woman group became silent and ducked their heads in shame. Grun, who has been mostly left out of the loop, spoke up, trying to change the atmosphere in the room that had fallen into silence. First we should return to the Margrave's territory, I think. Clinch is the closest to the miasma forest. If the defense there isn't in order, one can't say that the human continent's defenses are sufficient in the first place. We should think about the matter with the dragonoids after that. Grun, what about the defenses in the elven country? To Grun, who apparently wanted to say that Renia should first worry about his own territory, Renia retorts with the question whether Grun himself shouldn't worry about how the elven country is going to move as his first priority, but Grun confidently replied to that retort, the Emperor should handle that part skillfully. Grun, Father has no oversights in that area after all. Krua, even if they might say this or that about him, both Krua and Grun seem to place a lot of trust in that Emperor's ability. I'm envious of the elves as they tend to band together easily at such times. Due to Maria saying as expected of a unified nation that placed the Emperor at the top with a tinge of envy soaked within her words, Renia asked her, is it different for the humans? Renia, there are many humans who take this as an opportunity to sabotage each other. Maria, even though all of them will perish if they make a single mistake. Renia, the world would probably be a lot more peaceful if all the humans holding political power had the intelligence to at least notice as much. Maria, hearing something that resembled a grumble from Maria, who spat those words out with a sigh, Renia decided to hurriedly return to his own territory. Once a plan has been made, Renia is quick to take action. After telling Shen and the others to immediately start gathering their luggage, he requested a meeting with Lobelia. Apparently having predicted Renia's behavior as it was directly after her previous explanation, his request for a meeting passed without a problem. Renia tells Lobelia that he wishes to return to his own territory right away, and that on top of reinforcing his city's defenses, he will go check the state of the Dragonoid continent by using the elven country's gates. After silently listening to Renia's words, Lobelia composedly nods once. You are going to take that simpleton, Leopard, and that fool, Kid, with you, right? Lobelia, personally I don't think I have a need for a simpleton and a fool though. In the first place, doesn't the Beastman country need to reinforce its own defenses from now on? You need their strength, don't you? Renia wants to reject the help that comes from people that are evaluated as simpletons and as fools as they'll only become hindrances, but even if there are some issues with Leopard's and Kid's manner of speech and conduct, they are still not people who can be referred to as simpletons or fools, Renia thinks. If I were to ask for their help, it would become remarkably easier in regards to combat prowess, but apart from the Demon King's subjugation, their power is something that should only be put to use for the sake of the Beastmen. They are already set to be members of the hero's party. I know that they have the intention to go search for the Dragonoid hero for cuts, but I planned to leave them in the Beastman's continent for the moment. As if she had predicted Renia's words, Lobelia says while donning a very troubled expression, "If you take those two with you, I will let two priestesses with fox ears and that have about the same age as Cuts stay at his side." Lobelia, knew you, Renia, the gallant Beastman priestesses, who are capable of taking care of Cuts, are a big help for Renia and the others. Seemingly because of the difference in age with Cuts, Renia and Shen have the status of being Cuts' guardians, no matter what they do, but if it comes to priestesses with the same age, they are an extremely positive influence on Cuts' cultivation of aesthetic senses. This is apparently because they look after him with a feeling of friendship. Though that also created a development in a certain area that's not really good. In regards to having approximately the same age in appearance, there was also the possibility of asking Frau, but even if Frau looks childish, she's mentally closer in age to Renia and the others than to Cuts. Moreover, coupled with the fact that she had created Cuts with Emil, an overly close and friendly atmosphere won't develop between the two. Understood. I will borrow the two. Renia, after having hesitated for a short while, Renia finally made up his mind. He judged the merits to be large, considering the handling of Cuts along with Keed's and Leopard's combat power. Lobelia bared a ferocious smile towards Renia, who's thinking, "I'm sorry for pointlessly burdening the Beastman with hardships instead. You don't need to worry about us. I'm here and the Fang King is as well." Lobelia, "Thank you for taking me into consideration." Renia thought that Lobelia telling him to take Leopard's group along might be her being considerate, as Leopard and Keed will be of great help for Renia's group when they go search for the Dragonoid hero on the Dragonoid continent. Due to Renia expressing his gratitude for that consideration, Lobelia waves her hand as if to say that it's nothing. "Stop it. It's not like we are going to be in as much danger as you, who will be going to a place that seems to be under attack by the demons." Lobelia, "I will make sure to bring those two back safe." Renia, "Stop that as well." Lobelia interrupts Renia in the middle of his sentence while glaring at him. "I'm sending those two out as the hero and his escort. Do you believe that I'm going to say or think that they mustn't die? I have taken their deaths into consideration from the outset." Lobelia, "That's, Renia, you think that's cruel for a parent?" Lobelia, "I couldn't even guess what you are truly feeling, and as such I lack the qualification to make a judgment." Renia might have been the parent of someone else in his previous life, but he doesn't remember. By no means could he say that he understands Lobelia's emotions, who sends her own child off as a hero while even factoring in the possibility of his death. After looking puzzled for a moment due to Renia's reply, Lobelia grinned broadly again. "I would have beaten the shit out of you if you had spouted some sycophancy such as that, you understand." Lobelia, "Honesty is a virtue, that seems to be the best approach." Renia, "It's much better than lining up one lie after the other. Be careful, okay? I will pray for your safety." Lobelia, being prompted with a gaze to exit the room as the chat has ended with this, Renia bows his head, pouring his gratitude and respect into it, and then leaves Lobelia's place. "Now that I have finished my goodbyes, all that's left is to return to my territory by passing through the transfer gate." Once they quickly went through the transfer gate after tossing the red bean jam and other stuff they bought as souvenirs into Renia's inventory. They arrived in Clinch within seconds. Renia thinks that he couldn't enjoy a quiet, simple and subdued journey, but as soon as he came back, his own territory was in an uproar as well. Is it really true that Margrave Summer came back? Keith. It was soldier leader Keith who plunged into Clinch's gate room, where Renia's group was signing various documents as was necessary by law. Keith and the soldiers under him, who continued with almost the same training menu even after having been trained well by Renia, have reached the point of receiving words of praise by their surroundings, calling them gross as their footsteps are almost inaudible and their breathing isn't disheveled even after running a considerable amount. Although it's just very faintly, Keith's breathing is disturbed. He must have come running here from very far away in a hurry, Renia judged. Yo, Keith, I'm home. Renia, it's not the time for I'm home. Do you understand the situation we're in right now? Keith, yeah. I heard that the oracle has been handed down, but what about it? Renia tilts his head to the side wondering whether that's something to panic about. It has been predicted that the Demon King will likely appear sooner or later for a while now. This time that fact has merely been confirmed. Once Renia says that it's probably nothing worth mentioning or making a fuss over, Keith falls to his knees in depression, obviously exhausted. No, well, in your eyes that might surely be the case, Margrave Summer. Keith, even you guys have been training in order to be capable of handling such a situation within certain limitations, haven't you? Renia, well, that's correct too, but our numbers are insufficient. Same applies to our equipment as well. Can't you give me some of your time as I will explain the situation? Keith, after being begged like that, Renia calls out Tushan, Emil, Grun and Leopard. He told the other members to sort their luggage and to allow their bodies to rest properly. Of course he also ordered Katz to get plenty of sleep after returning to his own room accompanied by the two priestesses who were attached to him by Lobelia. Although it's said that sleep brings up a child well, Katz dozes off and wanders between dream and reality as soon as he has spare time. He slept so much that Renia wondered, shouldn't he have easily overtaken us in height if a body were to grow in proportion to one's sleeping time? Where are we going? Renia, to the barracks strategy room. I shall guide you. Keith, in the strategy room a large map of the Trident Principality has been spread out on a big table. In Renia's eyes, who knows about maps from his former world, the map he was shown was quite vague and half-baked, but as land measurements and such weren't carried out much in this world, accurate maps don't exist. Seeing as it still seems to serve its purpose, even that vague map is treated as a confidential document. For this world it was precious enough that if someone takes it out without permission they'll definitely get dismissed. Several entries have already been noted down on that valuable map. Going by a brief glance, Renia can see that it was filled with notes about the flow of soldiers and residents as well as the time needed for them to reach their destination. Spanning a defense net across the whole territory is impossible. There's no mistake in this. Keith, after waiting for Renia and the others to gather around the map, Keith opened his mouth. Renia's territory is vast, but there are only a few cities. To be precise, the only city at the moment is Clinch. Otherwise it's only a few settlements with the scale of villages, which possess a little defense power due to things like fences and moats. The settlements that are closer to the miasma forest than to Clinch are under review to be abandoned at the moment. Keith, that will hurt, but it's probably inevitable. Renia, the number of soldiers, which can be stationed at each settlement, was at present limited to around 10 soldiers. You could consider that number plenty as long as they face bandits or the sporadically appearing monsters, but in case of a genuine invasion, their opponents would be demons and an organized army of monsters. There's absolutely no way for them to defend against that. Keith, who considers leaving the soldiers and citizens in those places while knowing that they can't defend themselves the same as abandoning them, said that he will start to work on a plan to have them evacuate to Clinch or to even deeper inland areas as soon as possible, once he receives Renia's permission. You work quickly. As expected of you, Keith. I give you my authorization, so go ahead with it immediately. Renia, thank you. I will put it into effect right away. But, even if we do this, you can't call it perfect. Keith spreads out another paper on top of the map. The numbers written on that paper apparently recorded the amount and classifications of the soldiers stationed in Clinch. Margrave Summer, your soldiers amount to 3,000. Another 1,000 soldiers have been dispatched by the Trident Principality after receiving the Oracle. This is the currently entire military force of Clinch. Keith, what about their classifications? Renia, all 3,000 soldiers of your army are infantrymen. The soldiers dispatched by the Principality consist of 100 cavalrymen, 100 archers and 800 infantrymen. Since it will cause confusion if they enter Clinch, we are building a garrison right next to the city at the moment to have them on standby there. Keith, I think it's not a topic where an outsider should interfere, but can I have a word? Grun asks Keith. I wonder what one should think about stationing soldiers, who were dispatched to defend the city, in a garrison outside the city. Grun, let me speak frankly, between us. We can't expect much from the Principality's soldiers. Keith, upon Keith's words, Leopard and Grun can't hide their surprise, but on the other hand Shan and Emil don't even raise an eyebrow, and when it comes to Keith, it's as if he's saying that it's truly natural for this to be the case. Even Renia shares the same opinion. However, he also harbored the desire to retort with, but you are a former soldier of the Principality, too. They are this country's soldiers, aren't they? Leopard, due to Leopard asking that in disbelief, Keith replies somewhat proudly, we have been directly trained by Margrave Summer and continue that training to this day. Our skills are probably wide ahead of those of the Principality's soldiers. Keith, in addition, the soldiers that have been sent here are likely new recruits or people that are not much different from new recruits. Renia, due to the words mentioned by Renia, who followed up on Keith, Shan slightly knits her brows. Renia, do you want to say that Mother cut corners in her selection of the soldiers? Shan, seemingly ill-tempered due to the fact that her mother was being doubted, Shan ended up using a somewhat interrogative tone. But Renia shakes his head. No, but it's not like Her Majesty herself selected the soldiers to be sent here, right? Renia, it might have been the Archduchess who gave the order, but the ones actually putting it into practice should be civil officials or military officers. From their point of view, they would desire to keep the soldiers, who could be called elites, after repeatedly practicing, close at hand for the defense of the capital rather than sending them to a dangerous Margraviate. Probably thinking that it's fine as long as they gather the numbers, they would preferentially send new recruits, who had just been conscripted, and soldiers, who had received only a little bit of training, to the front line. This behavior is nothing that unusual either. Margrave Summer's worries can likely be considered correct. Keith, though it's an understandable behavior. Renia, everybody regarding themselves as precious was something Renia could understand as well, but it's a sound assumption that it'll turn into a very dire situation for the Trident Principality if Renia's territory is overrun. He ends up thinking that it would have been nice if they had taken that fact into consideration, too. As long as time allows for it, it would be a good idea to raise their combat power by training them in the same way as I trained Keith and the others, but in this situation, where it's unclear when the enemy might come attacking, there's no way I can have them do as much training as Keith's unit did. If it's only clinch, I have the confidence that we will be able to hold out even if we are rushed by a big enemy army as long as we have 300 soldiers with us, but there are still concerns due to our current equipment. Keith, the equipment, which Keith and his men are currently using, are items that can be regularly purchased in the stores around here. That doesn't mean that they are bad items, just that they are very ordinary and have no excelling parts worth of mentioning. It's not like they wouldn't be able to somehow deal with the medium-sized monsters using their strength and techniques, but if it comes to facing tough enemies or large-sized monsters, one can predict a considerable loss of equipment. This is something that cannot be ignored in a defensive battle. Also, the goods necessary while defending, and the fact that we are unable to dispatch some soldiers for the sake of the residents' evacuation have become a concern that has caused a certain level of anxiety. Keith, it looks like this is not a situation where we can worry about the Dragonoid's hero. Grun, having been confronted with reality from Grun's precise assessment, Rinya started to ponder about a solution to deal with these urgent matters while smiling bitterly. Putting you aside, Frau-san, I don't understand why I would be needed. Krua, the unusual sight of Frau and Krua walking next to each other through the city of Klinge had that much of an impact that it caused people walking on the streets to instinctively turn around. Frau is in her usual apron dress, but this time Krua's attire is a combination of a shirt and a flare skirt in light green color, which could somehow be called elf-like. White gloves reaching up to her elbows, white knee socks and leather boots. At first glance, two transient young girls are walking next to each other, but in reality one of them is a 70-year-old half-fairy, and the other one is truly quite young, yet she is a fairy that can influence the whole city of Klinge. It's a duo that's hardly ever seen in a human city. One tends to be deceived by their lovely appearances, but under certain conditions, both of them are extraordinary who can offhandedly win against an army corps. According to Master, he apparently wants to leave it to professionals since there's a limit to the number of structures that can be built for the city's defense with only human power, even if he somehow managed to provide a large number of soldiers. No. Frau, professionals. Krua, taking her eyes off Frau, who's briskly walking next to her with small steps, Krua focuses her eyes on the townscape. For a city where humans live and that follows Rinya's policies, Klinge has abnormally many green areas. The plants growing on those areas are not for admiration, but are mostly economic plants that can be used for something. There are plants to obtain fibers to twine ropes, plants that can immediately be used as food, and even plants that can apparently be used as medicine or poison. As one would expect, signboards with warnings have been installed in front of the toxic plants. That has been done out of concern so that the city's residents wouldn't eat them by mistake, but all things considered, the entire scale of the vegetation exceeds that of a normal city by far. Even elven beans are being cultivated. Don't these get stolen? Krua touches verdant and thick-growing leaves at a flowerbed-like place after stopping. In the first place, elven beans are an elven produce, that is said to grow in forests. They are carrying out selective breeding so that the beans can even be cultivated on slightly barren land with little sunlight, as it's blocked by the forest's trees. What's slightly different to Rinya's former world is the fact that the elven beans grow into creeping plants. In other words, it's the type of plant that grows upwards while twining itself around something. If there's nothing to cling to, it creeps along the ground for eternity. But the beans being cultivated in Klinge behave nicely for some reason and only extend their vines within their flower beds without leaving their boundaries. Even though their development somehow looks very good, I wonder why is that so? Krua, it's the result of training Nano. Frau, what? Krua, it's nothing no. Frau replies to Krua, who asked back after having felt like she had heard something that was extremely out of place, while hiding her expression by quietly turning her face the other way. For a while Krua intensely stared at Frau, but after confirming that Frau just wouldn't look her way anymore no matter how long she waited, she shifted her gaze back in the flower bed's direction and decided to forget about her question. Everyone has one or two things they don't want to talk about. Depending on the circumstances, there are even some people who have 100 or 200 of such things, Krua believes. There's not a single advantage for either of us, if I insist on pursuing this matter. If it doesn't lead to harm, one stays happy by not knowing about the things, which are better left unknown. Krua completely internalized this after associating with Rinya. As for the plants cultivated inside the city, the residents are allowed to use them as long as they don't monopolize them or harvest them down to the roots. No. Frau, that's yet another unusual idea, isn't it? Krua, it's not like Krua knows that many different cities. If it's inside the elven country, there are quite a few she knows, but if you limit it to human cities, she had only seen Kakrika apart from Klinge. And yet, if you take her knowledge obtained from rumors and books into account, she possesses a considerable amount of information. Even after trying to search that vast sea of knowledge, there's absolutely no information about cities like Klinge, which cultivate plants inside their boundaries and where it's fine to eat said plants as one sees fit. It was Master's idea. Nano. Frau says while starting to walk again. Krua trails behind her. He said that he at least wanted to make sure that the residents don't need to fear starvation as long as they are in Klinge. No. Frau, that's a pipe dream, isn't it? Krua's response was immediate. Since Klinge is still a new city, there's no slums, but in cities like Kakrika, such places do exist. Even in the elven country it's the same. Krua was aware of people that were worried about not having enough to eat even in the capital where the emperor resides. There's only very few slums in the elven country, which is supported by the blessing of the forests, but in human cities it's not a rare occurrence for people to die due to starvation. No need to fear starvation means the extinction of such people. If a politician had heard that, they would probably have laughed scornfully even before discussing the level of difficulty needed to accomplish such a goal. You could say that. And likewise not say it. Frau words along with her way of speaking, which was different from usual, caused Krua to become startled. Due to the effect Frau's words had on Krua, she revealed a somewhat satisfied smile. After sticking out her tongue like a child that succeeded in a prank, she continued in her usual manner of speaking. Either way, the only thing Frau is capable of is making sure that reality reflects Master's intentions as much as possible. Nano. Frau, it would be wonderful if you could turn it into reality. Having said that, let's return to the first topic. Krua, while attempting to switch topics, Krua notices that they have come to the outer part of Klinge without her realizing it. Going by the city's location, Klinge is forced to bear the responsibility of serving as the shield protecting the Trident Principality from the miasma forest's threats. The construction of a protective wall to shield the city while at the same time strengthening the city's facilities were advancing at a fast pace, but because of the oracle regarding the Demon King's arrival, the wall's construction was carried out as top priority. As a result, the construction of the wall was nearing its completion at a speed that seemed unbelievable in the eyes of other cities, but as Rinya seemed displeased with the workmanship of this wall, he frequently racked his brain on whether it could be somehow improved. I think it's an imposing outer wall though. Krua looks up the wall while following behind Frau, who had started to walk along the wall. The wall's height easily surpasses 10 meters, and even its thickness is close to 2 meters. Destroying a wall that's only hard isn't all that difficult, no. Frau, coming to a halt sometimes and lowering her eyes towards the ground below her feet, Frau states so while examining something, but Krua doubts those words because she thought that there's no way for there to be a method to easily tear apart a wall of such magnitude. It will take an instant if it's master nano. Frau, I wonder, what's going to happen if you start hypothesizing about something outside the norm? There will be no end to it. Krua, certainly even Krua understands that the stone wall in front of her will instantly turn into meaningless rubble with a single slash from Rinya or a powerful attack with his vast amount of mana, which makes Krua wonder whether it's inexhaustible. However, isn't it complete nonsense to try to work out countermeasures against something like that? She asks herself. In the first place, it's not like there are multiple beings that possess abilities on par with Rinya. If they did exist, for argument's sake, almost all plans would be no more than empty words. That's true as well, no. But I will do as much as I can, no. Frau believes that there's a wide difference between not doing anything because it's probably in vain, and it having been in vain as a result of it failing despite having tried various things. Also, since it's an issue directly affecting the residents' lives, isn't it very natural to assume the worst imaginable threat? She wondered. Since the cutting ability of Master's katana is outside physical laws, there's no way to deal with it, no. Frau, that one's unfair, isn't it? I mean, after all, you can't completely defend against it with sorcery or physical force. Krua, who had seen Rinya wield his katana while being at his side, arrived at that single conclusion. It's a fact that there's no technique to defend against the blade of that katana wielded by someone possessing Rinya's skill. At least it's very unlikely that Krua could defend against it with the materials she knows and the techniques she has learned. She thought that it was unlikely for the wall to be bisected with a single stroke by making it more massive than the sword's blade, but even this will be sooner or later surpassed if Rinya patiently continues to cut at the wall while changing his angles. As long as it's impossible to slash at something, it can't be cut either. But if I'm asked whether I'm capable of continuously dodging Rinya's attacks, I can only say that it's near impossible. With that, you have no other option but to give up and accept your fate, no. Frau, I guess it's inevitable, but, Krua, rather than that, Krua, I want you to press your hands against that spot over there for a bit, no. Frau, the place Frau pointed at was right on the boundary between the outer wall and the ground. On that spot bare ground is exposed. It's a place that has a different color compared to the surrounding ground, as it had apparently been dug up once by someone. In order to do as told by Frau, Krua squatted down then and there, removed her gloves and gently placed her hands on the ground. The softness of the soil that had been dug up recently is transmitted to her palms. Due to the scent of the earth tickling her nose, Krua perceived that the vicinity around Klinge possesses good soil which contains an abundance of nutrients. I'd like you to stay like that for a bit, no. Frau places her hands on Krua's shoulders, which had entered Frau's reach due to Krua crouching down. I don't really mind. But just what are you telling me to do, NGH? Krua's voice jumps up in tone at the end of her sentence. It's because Krua feels something, which she couldn't classify, being poured into her body from Frau's palms. It's not an unpleasant sensation, but while that may be true, I can't call it pleasant either. Frau is originally a house fairy, nano. Right now it might be slightly different, but by recognizing Klinger's master's home, I became able to exert my power over the entire city. No. Frau Croix doesn't respond. Having her thoughts thrown into disarray by the mysterious something being poured into her through her shoulders, she doesn't have the leeway to give an answer. After circulating through Croix's body once, that something penetrates the ground through her palms. Croix's thoughts, who is pondering what this something might be, cause the degree of her confusion to accelerate, but without any indication of whether Frau knows about that or not. Frau continues her explanation indifferently. But, since I'm a house fairy after all, it looks like there are limitations according to the circumstances and the targets, where I'm allowed to exert my powers. No. Frau Me, Ning. Croix, when I thought of the best method to reinforce the outer wall, there was something I had to do by all means. No. But, it looked like Frau's powers were insufficient to accomplish that, no matter what she did. No. That's why the power of an elf, who is an expert in that area, was indispensable. No. Frau, although it was only faintly, Croix began to feel the vibration of the ground through the soles of her feet. The angry roars of men and screams of women from somewhere far away reached the ears of Croix, who owns an excellent sense of hearing as an elf. Judging by the distance of those voices, Croix guessed that some kind of abnormal event was apparently taking place all over the entire city. As expected, I'm no match for an elf when it comes to handling plants. No. Frau, plants. Croix, in front of Croix, who was about to ask Frau what she was talking about. The ground burst open at the exact spot where she had put her palms down. She was about to withdraw her hands instinctively, but her body doesn't move as she wants it to. In a state of being unable to escape, albeit wanting to do so, she's even unable to move her eyes. As she's frozen while intently staring at the ground, something with the thickness of a child's wrist grew out from the tear in the ground as if piercing the heavens and lightly grazes Croix's nose. Ahead of Frau's gaze, which had turned her eyes upwards, who still hasn't removed her hands from the paralyzed Croix's shoulders, that which had sprouted out of the ground had grown up to the same height as the wall in one go, clung to the wall and then started to encroach the outer wall by extending its somewhat thick vines with a wriggling motion. As if taking that as a start, thick vines, which burst out in the same way across the whole city at the base of the wall, started to grow in order to cling to the wall. www. Croix, just as I thought, it's necessary for vines like these to cling to the wall. No, I have finished the preparations to have the same things cling to the exterior of the outer wall. No. Frau, only a sound that doesn't form any words escapes Croix's mouth, who looked up as she was finally able to move her head somewhat. Croix saw through the true identity of the plant, which suddenly grew up in front of her, in an instant, but she's surprised and panicked as she can't see a link between the plant in her memory, and the plant continuously growing in front of her. It was the elven bean which had previously appeared in the conversation between Frau and Croix. However, there's no way for normal elven bean vines to become this thick while continuing to grow, making creaking sounds. By covering the outer wall with greenery, it will be reinforced on top of allowing for the stones to be pressed tightly together. No. Moreover, the seeds of the elven beans, which had been soaked in Elaine Sommer's special nutrient cocktail, are perfect against fire attacks because they boast of juicy, thick vines. No. Frau, the beans' vines, which grew densely in an instant, penetrated the gaps in the wall, and clung or dug into the stones forming the wall, resulting in the entire wall being supported by those thick vines. The outer wall surrounding the whole city was covered by them. The wall, which had a grey color thanks to the bare stones, transformed into a wall thickly plastered by green leaves in a flash. so to speak, something like a net that caught the whole stone wall. Even if the wall broke down somewhat, it will be able to continue its task as long as the net tightly covers it. If it's like this, the vines will be able to maintain the stone wall itself even if it gets broken a bit. And, if it's from this many elven bean vines, it should be possible to harvest a considerably large amount of beans ~nano. Frau bragged that she had been able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but no matter what, Krua feels uneasy about the phrase Emil's special nutrient cocktail. Those can be eaten. Krua, before she noticed, the strange sensations circulating through her body had vanished. Krua stands up while brushing off the dirt clinging to her palms. As if matching that movement of her, Frau removed her hands from Krua's shoulders. It has Emmeline Sommer's certification ~nano. Frau, no, I mean the certification of the person who created it doesn't serve as any kind of guarantee though, right? Krua sorts out the situation. Apparently Frau was unable to artificially grow elven beans at this scale by herself. Pouring mana into the attribute and body of an elf, namely Krua, using her as catalyst and making the mana penetrate into the ground, she made the beans grow in one go. The seed, which had been planted into the ground where Krua placed her hands, seemingly served as a trigger. That means the other seeds sprouted once that trigger seed did. It was a setup to cause chain growth of the other seeds by infusing power into one seed so that it can spread through the sorcerer-like paths connecting all seeds ~no. Frau, that's what Renia meant with wanting to leave it to professionals. Krua, if Renia said such a thing, it might have been a comment after having heard about the scenery that's taking place in front of me right now. Then I have to file a complaint to Renia. Spurring on her body that has still had some numbness lingering, Krua asks Frau with a smile. Thereupon Frau averted her face quietly. From that single motion, Krua grasps that the whole story had been made up by Frau. Let's have a little chat, Frau-chan. Krua, I am against violence ~no. Chats are ultimately limited to words ~no. Frau, even Krua will get angry if she's told that she was made to cooperate against her will in a situation, which she doesn't understand quite well, on top of being brought along after being deceived. Due to Krua approaching her with a bright smile while cladding her tightly grasped fists with mana, which seems to have strangely increased recently, Frau began to desperately rack her brain about what she should do to get out of this situation while her face became slightly pale. Lightning descended, seemingly within the city of Klinge, although it could also be said that it was far away. Feeling as if she had heard a noise resembling the scream of a little girl at the same time, Emil looks out the window. The sky has cleared up. And no matter how you look at it, it's no weather where lightning would strike. Emil wondered whether someone had used sorcery, but since she felt it didn't have a power output that would kill people, she lost interest after deciding that it had probably been a sorcerer who fired off a spell as a joke. If she had known what actually happened, she would probably have rushed on site, laying aside everything else. After all, she could have seen the very funny spectacle of the burned Frau and Krua, laying on the ground. When she asked Renia about it later on, Krua grabbed Frau's nape, who tried to get away, and released a lightning bolt, with a lowered output, but because a spell launched by Frau in desperation hit Krua, both of them ended up tasting the power of the lightning bolt, with their bodies. Those who watched it from close by, were simply shaken up, unable to judge whether it was fine to save them or whether it was better just to leave them alone. If a similar story had happened in another city, it would have become a situation where they would have probably been carried away by the soldiers, who would have immediately rushed over after being notified by the guards. But the city's residents, who know that Krewa and Frau are people related to Rinya, ignored it with comments such as again. That part might be called very clinch-like. Having no idea of that, Emil, who lost interest in what was happening outside, turns her eyes back inside the room. She felt like the outer wall, which she could see in the distance as she turned her gaze, seemed to be somewhat greener than she remembered, but something at the level of a wall's color changing didn't attract Emil's interest. Since she had been asked by Frau a little while ago whether there was anything, but not a medicine, that can make a plant grow quickly, Emil did mix some nutrients together, but she certainly didn't expect that to be related to the events going on outside. Anyway, leaving that aside. Are you all right, Rinya? Emil, the questioned party, looks completely exhausted while sitting on the seat set up in the middle of the room. In front of him, there's a tattered anvil. Next to him are 10 odd, brilliantly shining longswords that have been tossed aside without scabbard. A furnace had been installed inside the room. A rumbling, crimson flame that burns brightly can be seen in there. Owed to the heat released by the furnace, the temperature inside the room has gone beyond being humid and entered the range of being close to boiling point, and yet Emil dons a refreshing expression without a single visible drop of sweat. Yeah, as expected, forging this many swords in one go was impossible after all. Putting aside my physical strength, I was an idiot to believe that it would work out just because I have more stamina than before. Rinya, passing next to Rinya, who's staying still with his whole body having become flaccid because he used up all his stamina and grip strength, Emil picks up one of the longswords scattered on the floor. It has been finished more or less up to the handle part. Emil brought her face close to the sword's blade, which could be used right away, and leaked a small breath of admiration. Once she looks very closely, Emil realizes that the blade, which has such smooth finish that it completely reflects her face, casts a faint light. That is proof that the blade itself is tinged with mana. Weapons, which are commonly called magic swords, normally have troublesome magic tampering applied to them while still just being raw materials, then again after shaping them, then once more before polishing them, and lastly once again while doing the finishing touch. They are items that require such a troublesome process, take a huge amount of time, and moreover are prone to failure. Emil feels slightly dizzy due to the fact that Rinya finished several tens of these swords in such a short amount of time, and furthermore only using a hammer and an anvil that seemed to have been sold by a general store in the city. If Rinya had forged the swords by properly going through the required steps while applying the magic tampering, he should have been capable of creating magic swords with a far greater performance than the ones scattered on the floor right now. But Emil decided to pretend to be ignorant of those matters, even if someone asked her. Of course, Emil, who is a researcher, owns quite the detailed information regarding these forging procedures. If she were to make a magic sword, she would have a near 100% success rate. However, even if she, a demon, created a sword while following the proper steps, the most she would be able to create would be swords of the same quality as those lying on the floor right now. Moreover, she would likely need 2 to 3 days to make just one sword. Although it would be understandable if this was the production of katana, the fact that it's the work of a human, who suitably hit some metals while griping about how to make a sword or something like that, was unbelievable for Emil. Rinya, how many ended up as failures? Emil, let's see. I don't really remember the precise number as I melted down the failures and beat them back into shape, but I think it should be around twice the number of those that were finished. Rinya, if that's true, it means that Rinya has created dozens of them without stopping. While having the urge to scream, that's work impossible to accomplish even for a human master smith, Emil places a finger on the blade of the sword that's her hand. The sensation, which is transmitted through the pulp of her finger, is the feeling of a cold, sharp blade. As a demon, Emil was confident that she could crush a sword with her bare hands, even without going out of her way to use defense sorcery, as long as it's a dull, mass-produced sword, but she judged that this sword would likely be impossible for her. In short, that impression means that it's possible for the sword in Emil's hand to injure a demon, who possesses strength comparable to Emil's, if it's wielded by a capable swordsman with considerable swordsmanship. If seen from the demon's standpoint, that's quite the serious situation. Once the information that there's a craftsman who can mass-produce swords at such level is leaked to the demons, they will likely rush in great numbers to erase said craftsman, putting everything else aside. Having considered the current situation to such an extent, Emil looks at Rinya, who still shows no sign of moving, and ponders further. Then, in the case that Rinya is that craftsman, are they going to be able to erase him? She reached an answer unexpectedly quickly. It would be a desperate bet, but they could have a chance of killing him, if they make sacrifices worth dozens of times the damage that they will likely receive from now on with the swords scattered on the floor and the one in my hands right now. There's no way that she can allow her brethren to act while knowing that there would be such a price to pay, unless she had a suicide wish. You are tired, aren't you, Rinya? Shall I help you a bit? Emil's intentions are to broach the topic as naturally as possible, but due to Rinya's suspicious gaze, which was immediately pointed at her, she panics, wondering whether she made a blunder somewhere. But, even Emil is a demon who has lived a considerable number of years. Just because she was flustered, she won't do something as stupid as showing it on her face. Is something wrong? Emil, no, it's kind of odd that you're the one offering your help rather than it being me who requests it. Rinya, even while agreeing that it's certainly strange, Emil keeps on talking while frantically looking for words that won't be considered suspicious. It's just on a whim, although I might say that you probably won't understand. But, as a researcher, I want to do many different things, you know. Emil, it's the first time I hear that a researcher is able to act as a sham blacksmith. Rinya, Emil answers Rinya, who doesn't even try to hide his skepticism, while plastering a smile on her face. What are you saying, my dear master? Is there any reason why a researcher can't do a blacksmith's job? Emil, what are you planning to help me with then? Rinya, while demonstrating a somewhat haughty attitude in front of the glaring Rinya, Emil picks up an iron ingot that hasn't been worked on yet. As if checking the weight of the ingot, Emil tossed it up once, high enough to graze the room's ceiling, and tucked it between her hands the moment it passed in front of her eyes while falling. The tucked iron ingot disappears between Emil's palms while making a poofing noise. Instead, a shape, which was surrounded by several spheres, manifested around her hands. Emil explains to Rinya, who has a surprised expression as he slowly raises his sluggish body, that it's something called Divine Crest. Even a smith is unable to do something like this, Rinya. Do you know alchemy? It basically consists of disassembly and construction. Emil thrusts the middle finger of her right hand into the Divine Crest floating in midair, and alters several parts. In Rinya's eyes, who has absolutely no knowledge in this area, it looks like an operation, where he doesn't have a clue as to what she's doing, but after fiddling with the Divine Crest for a while, Emil finally nods once, pulls out her finger and then throws the Divine Crest towards the ground. Upon impact it produces an instantaneous flash. Rinya squinted because of the brightness, but once the light vanished, he saw Emil smiling broadly while holding the blade of a longsword. What happened? Rinya, I disassembled the ingot, converted it into the shape of its Divine Crest, and formed it into a longsword by rewriting the divine crest. Emil, being handed the blade with a "here you go," Rinya receives it and stares at it closely. From what Rinya can see, its shape and quality isn't inferior in any way to the longswords scattered at his feet. However, after he examined its blade carefully, Rinya muttered to Emil, "Isn't this one falling behind the ones I made?" Rinya, "Well, look at it this way, Rinya. Isn't that very natural, if you consider the time you spent on making a sword and the time used to make this one?" Emil, "That might be true, but, Rinya, don't you think that superior weapons, which will definitely be ready in time, are currently needed more than superior weapons that won't be in time?" Emil, in order to persuade Rinya, who looks somewhat unhappy, Emil piles up more words. "Certainly, it's not like I can't understand your wish of wanting to give the soldiers the best items you can come up with. But, Rinya, aren't you forgetting that we have to go investigate the whereabouts of the Dragonoid hero after finishing our work here?" Emil, "Why yeah, Rinya, it's not like I'm bragging, but I believe that even the sword created by me is of such a high quality that you won't be able to readily find one like it in a human store. Moreover, if it's me, I can create enough of these high-quality weapons for all of your soldiers in the time you spent on creating the swords lying over there, so long as you replenish my mana, Rinya. But what about you?" Emil, hesitation appears on Rinya's face due to Emil's words. Properly reinforcing the soldiers with weapons like the ones at his feet was important as well. But there's also the feeling of wanting to finish this bothersome matter as soon as possible. "Can you make 500 complete sets of spearheads and longswords in total?" Rinya, Emil firmly swallowed the words. "Hasn't the number increased, or that's too many?" If I show even the slightest reluctance on my face here, Rinya might say that he will somehow do it himself. And, even if it's somewhat unreasonable, Rinya would end up finishing the sets of swords and spears quite quickly. Once she imagines the sight of 500 finished sets of magic swords and magic spears of the same quality as the swords lying on the floor, Emil shudders. Moreover, the ones who would wield those weapons are Keith's group, who were trained by Rinya, and the soldiers who received training from Keith. As long as you can arrange the materials and magic stones, you can leave it to me without any worry. Emil answers with a smile while frantically suppressing the unrest in her heart showing on her face. "But Rinya, didn't you have 300 soldiers under you?" Emil, "They increased by 200 due to an emergency recruitment. I will have Keith train them from now on, but I don't expect much. At most 3-4 will be able to handle Keith alone, I guess." Rinya, "Wouldn't it be fine to retrain the 1,000 soldiers stationed outside?" Emil, "The soldiers, who are stationed outside the city, should have a proper foundation. So far as it goes, they are military personnel after all." Emil thought that they would take less effort than training those who had been just recruited, but Rinya denied that. "That's pointless. I don't know what Her Majesty the Archduchess is thinking either, but they are obeying military command." Rinya, "Military command literally means the people who bear the duty of controlling the army. In this case the Principality's soldiers were dispatched in order to monitor that Rinya doesn't handle things as he pleases, but even though Rinya, who is a Margrave, should be higher in rank if you consider it as a person who's obsessed with the outdated belief that nobles are the chosen ones, this was no more than a greeting by the newcomer nobles, saying that they won't lower their head towards Rinya's title. If you consider it normally, it wouldn't be weird for disrespectful conduct towards a superior noble to be punished, but the military command in this case bears the implication of being the Archduchess representation, so Rinya is unable to punish them easily, even as a Margrave. Rinya decided to completely forget about the soldiers outside the city before it turns into a troublesome matter. Assuming that they are not present to begin with, he tried to succeed in the city's defense with just his own soldiers. My condolences. Now then, I'm going to start with my work, but Rinya, you are going to help me, right? Emil has known from the beginning that it would be impossible to accomplish it by herself. Even if it seemed that the processing of metal through alchemy doesn't take that much time or effort, it's actually quite a delicate process. Furthermore, it consumes a large amount of mana too. Appealing with passion here, Emil was quite desperate in her mind not to show on her face that she will die unless she gets help from Rinya. Well, that makes sense. It's uncool to leave everything up to you. Also, I'm slightly curious about that alchemy of yours. Rinya, since I'm going to produce 500 sets, I will be able to show it to you to your heart's content. Emil, for the time being Emil had managed to get Rinya to say the phrases that she wanted to hear. But once she considers the number of swords and spearheads she has to create from now on, she was unable to completely hide a feeling of boredom, and the corners of her mouth and her cheeks cramped up. 1 week has passed since Rinya and the others began to strengthen Klinge's defense. In Rinya's eyes, he saw it as being confined indoors for an unexpectedly long period of time. But once he started to upgrade the soldiers' equipment and to speed up the emergency recruitment for new soldiers, quite a bit of time passed in a flash. The urgent recruitment of new soldiers finished so fast that he wondered whether there was an excess of people somewhere, even if it were just manpower, but with most of them being adventurer dropouts and greenhorns who have never served in the army, he ended up devoting a lot of time into educating and drilling them. Klinge is at the height of turmoil despite Rinya trying to put together a rotation that consisted of having 100 soldiers on break, deploying 100 soldiers to the city's defense and training 100 of the 200 new recruits. The principality's soldiers, who are stationed outside the city, were left out of the loop. But given that there was no change in the situation, their side didn't show any movements that could be called militaristic over at their military command that had been dispatched by the principality. It resulted in Rinya leaving the principality's army completely outside his considerations. It went so far that he hadn't learned the names of the military commanders even after a week had passed. You know, those people are more or less Her Majesty the Archduchess proxies. Maria, I don't have enough brain power to use it up on completely irrelevant information. Rinya, Maria retorted in a somewhat timid manner, apparently because of the difference in their statuses, but after she was curtly cut down by Rinya, she made sure to avoid that topic with a feeling that there was nothing to do about it anyway. However, there was a problem with this situation. Even if Klinge itself survives, isn't that meaningless in the large picture of the principality's protection? The moment Shen pointed that out was during the rare occurrence when everyone was present for dinner. Certainly, I only caught a glimpse of the military command, but they sure are creepy. However, since the circumstances are as they are, I think we have to ask for their help, even if our side has to give in. But, Shen was stating her own thoughts while her hands had stopped picking up food, but her voice gradually became weaker. That's because all the members are part of the heroes, who are surrounding the table, stared at her wide-eyed. In front of Shen, who became flustered while wondering whether she had made some terrible mistake, Maria muttered with her body trembling a little and her face looking a little pale, "Ain't Summer voicing a decent opinion, Maria? Shen, is this world going to end tomorrow?" Rona is quietly moved to tears with her hands joined in front of her chest. "Master, it looks the time for farewell is near. No. Frau, who has tears gather at the corners of her eyes while carrying a meek expression, informs Rinya. Due to the graveness of the tragic emotions expressed on her childish face, those seeing it had no choice but to harbor a feeling of anxiety. Runa. Even Frau. Shen, hey, why is everyone reacting like this? Leopard, not understanding the reason for what's happening, Leopard asks Rinya with a whisper. Seemingly having recovered from his initial shock, Rinya likewise replied with a whisper in a calm tone, isn't it common sense that the world will perish if a muscle-brained, disappointing child says something decent by chance? Rinya, no way, such silly common sense doesn't exist. Leopard, aren't you also saying strange stuff while pretending to be smart, Leopard? How do you intend to take responsibility if this world perishes? Rinya, shut up. Hey, just who's a muscle brain here? How awful, don't get me involved in this. Leopard winces due to Rinya's discerning eye determining that he's a pitiful person who probably has no awareness of his brain being made out of muscles, despite being aware that he himself is a battle maniac. Leopard reflexively turned his eyes towards Keed looking for help, but since Keed had the same expression as Rinya, Leopard tragically admits defeat. Come to think of it, he previously said some nonsense due to something apparently infesting his brain, didn't he? Make sure to educate him properly, Keed. Rinya, most certainly. I am sorry to have troubled you. Keed, boy, hey K, do. Leopard, due to Keed apologizing with a meek expression, Leopard raised his voice to protest as one might expect. But he immediately notices Keed looking at him with a very sad face and she then interrupts his speech. Leopard, I'm confident that I will keep loving you even with you being a meathead of the highest order. Keed, ha ha, is that so? Leopard unintentionally ends up answering with a weird tone. While hanging her head and gently holding the inner corners of her eyes, Keed continued. But the confidence to love the vain you, who's unable to accept that you are a meathead, is, Keed, hey. Leopard, please be honest with yourself, Leopard. Rinya, don't mess around by jumping on the bandwagon. Leopard, having said that, let's leave alone the lovey-dovey meathead and black heart. Rinya, you insulted me without any hesitation. Keed seemingly suffered a shock due Rinya's indifferent response. At present there's no merit in getting along with the Principality's army situated outside the city. Even if the 500 turned into 1,500, it can't be said that they'll be able to protect the whole Principality. The food expenses will simply grow by 1,000. However, if it's just the defense of Clinch, I think 500 will be plenty. Rinya, so you are planning on abandoning them? Being asked that by Emil with a laugh, Rinya frowned. Based on his position it's difficult to answer with that's right. Although it's provisional, Rinya is regarded as a member of Trident Principality's nobility. Affirming the question of whether he will abandon the Principality's soldiers is something he can't do. While that might be true, it's also difficult for him to answer with a simple no. This is because Rinya has no interest in the Principality's troops or their military command, which clearly show no intention to cooperate, even in the case that Clinch was attacked, if he were to voice his opinion. Although he also doesn't want to say that he won't care for the soldiers just because he doesn't like their commanders. It means he doesn't have any leeway that would allow him to take care of the common soldiers, despite disliking the military command. Clinch is a new city and the villages, which were established around it, are still new as well. The true state of the Kunudai Graviate is that the pioneers have to abandon and vacate their villages almost without anything worthy of being called an accomplishment. Speaking of food, materials and funds, there's absolutely no leeway. Distributing plenty of it to his residents and soldiers was Rinya's first priority. It's not a situation where he can also take care of the principality's forces. It's a simple story about them having to take care of themselves. Rinya, once Rinya said so, while paying attention not to reveal his inner thoughts with his voice or expression. Emil started to laugh loudly. As Rinya glares at her, apparently having taken slight offense, Emil apologizes after laughing for a short while, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. No, sorry. It truly is as complicated as you say. Emil, can I have you answer one thing, as you're already in the apologetic mood anyway? Rinya begins to ask Emil a question while still glaring at her, causing the smile on her face to disappear. What it is? However, I can only tell you what I know, though. Emil, I wonder, should we block the exit of the forest labyrinth on the human side? Rinya, upon Rinya's words, Shin, Maria, Rona, the two heroes and the priestess tilt their heads to the side in confusion. Rinya's question is too abrupt. They don't understand at all why he brought that topic up. And in contrast, Krua's face stiffened, albeit only faintly. And Frau shifted her eyes towards Rinya's face without any change in her expression. The difference in their reactions might be attributed to the difference in intel they each possess. Speaking of Emil, who's the one being asked here, her behavior makes her seem as if she is pondering the question for a bit, and then she asks in return, I guess you are asking for my opinion as a researcher. Emil, Rinya doesn't answer as he simply stares at Emil unwaveringly. If you say forest labyrinth as exit, Rona, it's that forest that was devastated by Rinya's sorcery, right? Shin, Rona and Shin have somewhat nostalgic expressions. While thinking, it's not a story that should be regarded as nostalgic though, Rinya nodded. The place where the weird monsters spawned on the human continent is the forest labyrinth as exit. The place where the troops that attacked the elven country appeared was also the forest labyrinth, if I remember correctly, wasn't it? Due to the downburst triggered by Rinya with sorcery, the forest labyrinth as exit on the human side was completely locked up in a world of ice once. As expected, that's not going to last forever. The moment the ice melted to a certain extent, the Trident Principality constructed a fortress in order to monitor the exit from close by. Currently it has soldiers monitoring it at all times. Which reminds me, what happened to the exit on the elven side? Rinya, after Krua's group left, a fortress that was far sturdier than the previous one was built where the former one was, and the exit is currently under heavy surveillance with the number of permanently stationed soldiers having increased. As Krua, who had crossed over to the human continent, while sticking to Rinya, right after the incident, apparently didn't know the current situation, Grun answers in her stead. I see. In other words, that means the disturbances on both continents, the human and elven one, have occurred with the forest labyrinth as the epicenter. Emil's voice, who says so while nodding and then casting down her eyes so as to gather her thoughts, has a tone that made it clear that she had really obtained that information just this moment. However, the way to interpret that vocal sound of hers completely differs depending on those hearing it. In that case, a researcher's opinion isn't really necessary, is it? If you can block the exit, wouldn't it be most reliable to just do that? Emil, why do you think that we are capable of doing something like that? Although it's just vaguely, I wonder whether something similar hasn't happened on the Dragonoid continent. Rinya, upon Rinya's question, everyone besides Emil looked at Rinya with puzzled expressions. There's no way for them to understand something like that, and even if they do, isn't it already meaningless since we can't go to the Dragonoid continent? Rinya wondered. In regards to that, only Emil stared at Rinya while donning a troubled expression. Emil somehow grasped the meaning as to why Rinya asked this question at this time. "Can I ask one thing before answering that question?" "Emil," Rinya nods. Emil exhaled once. After tapping her chest in order to calm herself down, she worded her question. "Rinya, do you intend to destroy the demons?" Emil: "No, I haven't the slightest intention of doing something like that." Rinya: his reply was instantaneous. "In the first place, I hate troublesome matters. Even the demons are opponents you don't have to pay any attention to if they don't leave the central continent and appear on the other races' continents, right?" Rinya: "No, that's also a bit." Emil: "Rinya, for the time being the demons are a threat to all races with large territories." Shin. Emil has an expression that looks slightly pitiable. Shin gently retorts at Rinya's overly blunt reply. After showing a puzzled expression for a moment due to Shin's retort, he asks Emil as if having heard that truth for the very first time, "Really?" Rinya: "Wait Rinya, I'd like you not to ask me." Emil shakes her head in a panic while touching on the topic with a serious expression, but clearing her throat once, she shifts her mood. "In short, is it correct to consider your aim to only be the Demon King, Rinya?" Emil: "As long as that Demon King doesn't leave his continent either, I have no intention to go out of my way to subjugate them either." Rinya: "How very typical of you, Rinya." Emil says that with a somewhat refreshed expression, probably because she understood or gave up on him, and then crosses her legs while reclining into her seat with her arms folded. "The sole thing necessary for a transfer gate is a path. Normally the transfer gates, which are established in cities by humans and such, connect to a branch of a path, which had been set up in the distant past, simply by creating a route by force. That's why the paths become more congested and smaller the more cities there are. Thanks to that, the number of people capable of passing through a gate at once decreases. Probably all the paths, which are currently in use, have practically reached their limit." Emil: "All present don't think anything beyond that of that's how it is, but if there was a specialized magician present, they would have very likely become unable to stand up out of surprise. In the first place, the transportation capacity being predetermined is something that had been decided on in the past after a considerable time had passed and it was accepted as common knowledge. The existence of a huge original path in order to operate the transfer gates, and the capacity of that path being close to its limit is something that's usually unknown. The number of those aware of it is limited to a very small number of magicians who participate in setting up transfer gates. Moreover, they have had a contract of confidentiality imposed on them, resulting in them never having disclosed this matter. There are various ways to build such a path. I think the most suitable materials are those of an underground labyrinth as exit. However, in that case it becomes necessary to completely travel to the interior by foot. Emil: "Can the path be cut off if one side collapses?" That should probably be possible. Emil: "I see. Well, Emil, your opinion as a researcher was of big help. I will try getting in touch with Lyris, who's stationed in Kakrika." Rinya faces Emil and thanks her by bowing his head. Upon Rinya's demeanor, Emil completely changes from her cocky behavior in a fluster, unlinks her arms, shifts her posture by pitching forward, and vigorously shakes her head. "Can you please stop since it's not something that deserves something like that?" Emil: "Even Emil-san can become bashful, eh?" Rona: when Rona laughs, seemingly considering Emil's panicked reaction funny, Emil looks away as if escaping everyone's gazes while awkwardly scratching her cheek with a finger. When Rinya lifted his face, Emil was staring into the far distance with her cheeks and ears dyed slightly red. Following all that with somewhat lukewarm looks, it resulted in the Trident Principalities group witnessing a spectacle they didn't comprehend quite well. "Master, did you test Emil? No, furious smiley. Yeah, well, it's because I want to keep someone, who might swing either way depending on the situation, close by. So, can I have you deliver a letter to Lyris in Kakrika right away?" Furious smiley Roger Nano. 2 days after Renya's group had their meeting in the dining room. Clinch's residents passed their days filled with trepidation, wondering when the monsters might attack from the miasma forest, but for some reason it wasn't from the miasma forest, but from the direction of Kakrika, which was towards their rear, that they sensed some weird signs. There are also rumors that the Archduchess had the soldiers, who watched the entrance of the forest labyrinth, pulled back. Maybe something happened in that area was whispered among those people, who are to some extent up to date with the news, as if it was true, but those very rumors were about to become reality. Having said that, it came to be true in a sense that was quite different from what those, who are aware of it, expected. Is that fine, Tilda? Is it really okay, Tilda? I received permission, but is it truly all right? Bah, there's no one who's going to answer me anyway. The one who continuously muttered that, with a somewhat hollow and flat voice, since her work started, is Lyris, who was holding a spear with a dragon design in her hand and had her body clad in a bright red set of armor. It's a set of armor bestowed upon her by the Archduchess so that she would at least look like the real deal, but going by the fact that it doesn't have any kind of extra effects other than its flashiness, it makes one understand how much Lyris herself is treated as just the dragon's accessory. Usually that's a treatment that would make one feel offended, but since Lyris herself is well aware of this fact, she doesn't harbor any dissatisfaction regarding her treatment. Rather, it's at the level where she prays every day that she won't be treated as anything greater than that. I think I should have brought AZ along. Telling me to do the work of a dragoon all by myself, that's cruel, right? AZ is really a bit too strict about matters related to work. What do you think, Drakan? Lyris, I believe it to be relatively inconsequential. Dra, since the telepathic message, which was received from Drakan as he was looking down on the ground and leisurely flying through the air while powerfully flapping his wings, carried a feeling that he didn't really care about such trivial matters at all. Lyris hits Drakan's back with the palm of her hand in displeasure. Calling it inconsequential, isn't that too heartless? You don't even have a single word of consolation for your troubled master. Lyris, I'm a dragon, so I'm unable to understand the subtleties of the human heart. Drakan soars through the sky while thinking that the feeling of continuous impacts on his back wasn't all that bad. In the very beginning Lyris was tense every time they flew, and it was correct to call her way of mounting Drakan clinging rather than riding, but getting used to something is really frightening. Recently she stopped kicking up a fuss no matter how much Drakan increased his speed or what strange aerial maneuvers he performed. Even if you say that it was mostly against his will, Drakan didn't have the slightest intention to throw off the dragoon riding on his back, due to him being, more or less, a mount. Even if he soars freely through the sky while upside down, Drakan tightly affixes Lyris' body to his back with mana, but Drakan also harbors a feeling of slight loneliness now that she has stopped acting all flustered. Even if Lyris usually experiences these kinds of things, she's probably really nervous with the scene in front of her eyes. Drakan turns his gaze below. What he sees on the surface is the forest where the entrance to the dungeon that's referred to as the Forest Labyrinth by the humans is located. Or to be more precise, it's a place that should have been a forest. While racking his brain wondering what might have caused such destruction, he looks at the building where the human soldiers were apparently stationed, but right now it's deadly quiet with not a single soul in sight. Even while checking with his dragonic sight, he contacts the other dragons through telepathy and has them also validate that there are no people. At a height roughly midway between Drakon and the ground, there were 24 dragons slowly circling around the same spot while exposing their bright red bodies to the sunlight. It's clearly an abnormal situation. The sight of dragons, who one doesn't encounter often under normal circumstances, and with each of them being a specimen that carries the power of fire dragons in their bodies, gathering in one place and circling around, should be a scene that you can't observe anywhere on the continent. It's a safe bet that if they were to be seen by someone who didn't know of the present situation, that person would doubt their eyes, wondering what kind of natural disaster had taken place. It's a result of Drakon calling these dragons together by contacting everyone that was in range of his telepathic message. It would have been fine if they hadn't bothered to come, but Drakon sent a businesslike message while also mixing some emotions into his words. Please feel free to stay away. It's fine even if you don't come. Just that if you don't respond to this call and you encounter the human holding a katana in his hand and possessing an absurd amount of mana, then you won't even be given the time to beg for your life. But, if you are fine with that, please go ahead and ignore me. The response towards this call was fairly high. Certainly it's true that there were some dragons that didn't care about Drakon's words at all, questioning why they kicked up such a fuss over the likes of a human, but the majority of the dragons, who he called out to, flew at full speed from their dens to get to Drakon's location. The passage human holding a katana in his hand and so on was something similar to a joke from Drakon, but as Drakon, who apparently allowed Rinya to ride on their back before, had talked about him everywhere. It looks like Rinya enjoyed a fair degree of popularity even among the dragons. Let's secretly spill the whereabouts of the individuals that didn't respond to my call to Rinya by telling Lyris later on, Drakon plans. Once the situation calms down, I'm sure that he would gladly go and obtain some raw materials and food ingredients. Drakon's thoughts were interrupted by telepathic messages from the dragons below. Because the dragons hurled their telepathic messages at him all at once in a chaotic, unorganized manner, Drakon started to feel confused as he didn't understand what they wanted to tell him at first, but once he picked out one word after the other, they apparently wanted to say that he should start this quickly or were asking him how long he was going to make them wait. Certainly, even by Drakon's standards, he believes the time to shift into action after having gathered them is much too long, but the only one who can give the signal is Lyris, who's still grumbling complaints on Drakon's back. For Drakon, there's nothing he can do about it. After tentatively calming his loudly clamoring brethren by coaxing them, Drakon talks to Lyris, Master, if you make them wait too long, they will grow impatient. Dra, and Lyris, since it's already clear what we have to do, you should give the order quickly. Dra, no, just wait a moment. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen if I give this order, but I'm sure it will definitely be something absolutely outrageous, or am I wrong? Lyris, Dra. Drakon wonders what she's trying to say at this point in time, but as the other party is his master, he gives an emotionless reply so as to not show his true feelings. Lyris, who doesn't realize Drakon's feelings at all, folds her arms while riding on Drakon's back and continues to mutter even more complaints. Will this possibly result in me leaving my name in history with a bad reputation? Lyris, even without worrying about something like that, there's no doubt that you have already left your name in the humans' history as a dragoon, Master. Dra, although I just wanted to become a Z wife, Lyris, While looking into the far distance, Lyris continued to leak mutters which make it hard to determine whether she is complaining or grumbling. I wonder, just where did I go wrong? Lyris, I believe that you fully achieved your objective if you just wanted to become his noble wife, though, even in Drakan's eyes, who has almost no interest in something like humans, the sorcerer with the name of AZ has brusque and inaccessible parts, but he's an integral and honest person. Above all, he's one of the exceedingly few male friends of Renia's. Since he knows Lyris' wishes, he will be able to make them come true. The matter of them continuing to go out with each other even afterwards was something even Drakan could guarantee. I feel like it's somehow different. Lyris, swallowing down the reply that's only natural, Drakan says after considering it for a moment, that is, if you ask where you went wrong, there's no doubt that it was the moment you decided to consult Renya-san, don't you think, after all? No, but I feel grateful towards Renya-san, okay. I'm sure that I would have never become AZ wife by myself. Lyris, I agree, Master. But you know, sometimes I wonder whether there wasn't a more peaceful method. Lyris gazed below from Drakan's back and sees the loudly squealing dragons who are somehow turned in their direction. Since their telepathic communication doesn't reach Lyris, she didn't know at all what they were saying, but apparently just understanding that they seemed to blame them for something, Lyris stirred on Drakan's back while feeling uncomfortable. A normal wife doesn't give orders to a pack of flying dragons, right? Lyris, who knows? Unfortunately I'm a dragon, so I don't have any knowledge in regards to what humans call a normal wife. Lyris glares at the replying Drakan with scornful eyes. Are you saying that for real? Lyris, of course it's a joke. Please give up any time soon, Master. Otherwise, us gathering in such large numbers in this place will only cause an uproar among the humans who don't know the situation. The higher-ups of the Trident Principality received an explanation of the agenda from Lyris. Moreover, she has received the Archduchess' permission, but as the information has been limited to the higher-ups, it's not like it's widely known by the populace. The dragons don't even try to hide themselves. Given that there's no place for them to hide in the first place, Lyris' group has been witnessed by quite a number of travelers. In the past there weren't that many places outside of Kakrika, where people lived, except for the pioneer villages, and the traffic of people was rather small as well, but now there was clinch in between Kakrika and the miasma forest. And the number of people coming and going has also grown remarkably in comparison. There's no doubt that the travelers, who saw us, ran back in panic to either Kakrika or Clinch. That's certainly true. Geez, I guess I have no choice but to prepare for the worst. Lyris, shouting loudly while looking up into the sky, Lyris immediately returned her eyes below and slapped Drakan's nape once. Drakan, notify all of them to prepare to attack. Lyris, a directive by Master. All of you, get ready to attack. I repeat. Get ready to attack. Moreover, as for the aforementioned target, it's possible that it has fallen into the hands of the demons. Each of you, expect to devote all of your powers. The order sent by Drakan is passed down to each of the dragons. They flap their wings powerfully and ascend while drawing spirals, rising to the same altitude as Drakan. Although it's not like it had been arranged in advance, they start flying in an orderly formation, obviously following Drakan, and only waiting for Lyris's order. Master, the preparations for the attack are complete. Everyone, start the attack. Please keep the damage to the surroundings to a minimum. Lyris, at the same time as Lyris waves her hand down, Drakan suddenly enters into a nosedive. Due to that, the other dragons begin their nosedive one after the other in pursuit, and fire attributed mana, which was amassed to the breaking point in the mouths of the red dragons, could be seen shedding a dazzling, red light. The ground approaches very quickly. While sensing, Lyris thought, no matter how often I see it, it's really something quite unpleasant. Drakon opened his muzzle. Fire, Dro. At the same time as Drakon releases that telepathic message, he spits out the mana that had swollen up in his mouth as breath. Without even confirming the released flame's destination, Drakon immediately raises his head and switches over to a level flight from the nosedive. The dragons following behind also spit fire one after the other and shift towards level flight, chasing after Drakon. Instead of the dragons, who are devoting their senses towards adjusting their posture after the nosedive, Lyris turns around on Drakon's back to check the result of the attack and is stunned after seeing the crimson hell in front of her eyes. The full power fire breaths spit out by 24 dragons raised pillars of flame towards the sky at the same time as they pierced the ground. The ground is blown away by the detonations. Things that seem to burn and those that don't are jumbled together and burst into flames by the absurd, scattered, high-temperature flames. Lyris, who is in the sky, received impacts numbing the core of her body with just the explosions, but the state of the ground didn't finish at that. The fortress made out of stone, which was right next to the aftermath of the first attack, collapsed all too quickly. What's this? The world's end. Lyris, get ready for the second attack. Everyone, follow me. Dro. You are still going to continue. Lyris thinks that it's probably plenty with the attack just now, but for the dragons this was apparently only the beginning. Circling once, the dragons with Drakon in the lead go into a low-altitude flight without minding the heat from the brightly burning ground, and start to spit out their fire breaths without interruptions, which might as well be called rapid firing without amassing the same amount of mana as was done before. If Rinya had seen that, he would have considered that attack to be close to carpet bombing. Giving up in the middle, Lyris simply plugs her ears and follows the events with just her eyes. Just about everything in her field of view has vanished after being painted by the color of the crimson flames. After the stone fortress collapsed due to the first impact, the stones gradually became bright red due to the heat of the thoroughly spit out flames and finally started to melt once a certain temperature was exceeded. At first the ground had an earthy color after being blown up by the explosions, but receiving many bombings in addition, it slowly changed into a vermilion color, and before long it also changes into a bright red, syrupy liquid. Once Lyris came to, the sky was filled with black smoke and the sunlight was gone. It's an eerie scenery that's illuminated by the reflections of the deep red flames released by the ground. The atmosphere is heated up, producing a glimmering heat haze. Lyris swallows with her dry throat, feeling as if she's suffocating. But then again, Lyris' body is protected by Drakon's mana. There was no sensation of heat or suffocation, but if she had been on site without any kind of protection, she likely would have died instantly, being burned to ashes by the blazing atmosphere. Stop the attack. Each of you, scan the vicinity. Dro. At the point he started to wonder whether they might have gone a bit overkill, Drakon suspended the attack. He gives the order to examine what kind of result their attack produced. There are no traces of structures left within the range of the attack. There's no presence of life either. Dro. Drakon collects the information of the other dragons, who have ascended to his location, and informs Lyris. Master, I believe the target has been completely obliterated, but what do you think, Dro? Yes, haven't you gone a bit too far there? Lyris, The world filled with only flames and smoke as far as she can see is a sight that makes Lyris wonder whether Armageddon might feel like this. Lyris doubts that it was necessary to go this far, no matter how you look at it, but the reply from Drakon felt detached. I consider it preferable to overdo it rather than coming up short, Master. Dro, really? Certainly, I guess it's better than being scolded by Rinya-san for holding back. Lyris, even Lyris could understand Drakon's claim that it was definitely better to carry the plan out perfectly, even if it's slightly overkill, instead of it evolving into a situation where they don't know what will be done to them by Rinya for having cut corners. Once she reached that conclusion, Lyris wonders whether the sea of fire spreading in front of her eyes is a fairly reasonable outcome. For now, I suppose we can call it all fine since we fulfilled the request. Lyris, Roger. Everyone, the operation is over. Thanks for your cooperation. Inform us of the location of your habitat afterwards. We will inform that scary human that you were cooperative. Dro. In reaction to Drakon's telepathic message, the dragons started making noise by squealing loudly. Going by their behavior, that's somewhat unconditional, and it looks like they are reminding him of that. Without bearing time and place in mind, Lyris bursts into laughter. In fact, the dragons were reminded of that by Drakon though. Just like that, the entrance of the forest labyrinth, which existed on the human continent for a long time, was completely annihilated under the command of Dragoon Lyris. That means our future anxieties have been resolved with this. In his own office, Rinya suddenly broached a new topic. The ones who were summoned by him were just Shin and Maria. As for the other members, Krua and Grun weren't participating because they told Rinya to proceed with the necessary matters as they would ultimately agree with his opinion anyway, and Leopard and Keed decided not to attend since it seemed like a troublesome matter. Emil has disappeared, leaving the message that she would entrust everything to Rinya. Kutz is in the middle of taking a nap together with the priestesses in charge of taking care of him. Runa, when asked to attend, spoke over her shoulder with a terrifying expression that she doesn't have that much free time to chat as it would interrupt her document processing. Naturally, going by the rules of elimination, it means these two were the only ones summoned. Only Frau took her usual spot next to Rinya without having to be called. Rinya, you should use the correct words, right? No matter how you look at it, it's the world that had its future anxieties resolved there. Shin, who read the document in her hand with a scrutinizing gaze as if questioning everything, lifted her face and expressly corrected Rinya, but Rinya continued speaking without paying any attention to her words at all. Our future anxieties were resolved. Rinya, is it something so important that you have to say it twice? Shin, immediately perceiving that it's pointless to talk to him about it, Shin tilts her head to the side in doubt. It's a relief because it was destroyed to such an extent that one could say, if you can come out from there, just go ahead and try. No. Rinya, it seems so, Shin. The document in Shin's hand is something that was written by one of the Archduchess subordinates, not Rinya, and which was delivered to Shin and Maria through a route that Rinya doesn't know of. Even though it's a document, which was expressly sent by the Archduchess through such a route and which should be treated as extremely confidential, Maria and Shin have readily shown it to Rinya. Rinya felt uneasy, asking whether it was all right to disclose a nation's confidential document to a single noble, but after receiving Maria's freezing retort, "You are the perpetrator here to begin with," he agreed while saying, "Well, that's true as well." The document's contents are something like a report regarding the airstrike performed by the Dragoon Lyris and the few dozen dragons the other day. By the way, through yet another route, a written reprimand stating, "Please don't use the Dragoon, a valuable asset of our country, as you please was delivered to Rinya, but since there was another document written by the Archduchess herself attached to the letter, telling him that the reprimand has been sent for forms sake to keep face in front of the other nobles, so please keep this matter quiet as there won't be any punishment anyway. Rinya accepted the letter without kicking up a fuss while feeling pity as he says, the Archduchess sure has it difficult. Putting all that aside, the report can be summed up with the statement the investigation is still ongoing. After the airstrike took place, sorcerers had urgently been recruited in Kakrika and dispatched to investigate the on-site details, but the heat of the dragon's breaths, which blew the ground up, was far too fierce, hindering even the sorcerers, who cast defense spells on themselves, from getting close to the site where the forest labyrinth's entrance had been. On the contrary, quite a few sorcerers, that were harmed by the heat wave still hanging over the area, retired all of a sudden. The sorcerers, who had headed out to investigate, helplessly deployed a barrier at a spot that was far enough for the heat to be bearable, and carried out the investigation from there through the use of divine arts and investigative spells, but they couldn't grasp almost any accurate information. Kakrika's sorcerers are quite incompetent, aren't they? Rinya, there was no ill will in Rinya's words or in his expression, but both, Maria and Shin, sighed very deeply, and Shin replied, if they heard that, the sorcerers living in Kakrika would cry, you know. Shin believes that, in the first place, it's unreasonable to tell people to investigate while in an environment where they would die if they were to get too close, but that was apparently a belief that didn't get through to Rinya. Not being able to approach the area means that the sorcerers have to do something about the distance first. Even if they investigate through spells, that naturally means an increase in the amount of mana that has to be poured into the spells just to reach the target area. Moreover, the further away the target area is from the caster, the lower the precision of the information gathered. Even at normal distances, controlling the art or spell requires a high level of proficiency in delicate techniques. In addition to these two detriments, the sorcerers also have to maintain a barrier so that they can get as close to the target area as possible. It's to the point that Shin wants Rinya to seriously consider and comprehend the sorcerers' hardships, but to Rinya that was just another meaningless matter. Is it that difficult? Rinya, no, if one had the same amount of mana as you, Rinya, it might be possible to investigate just by increasing the mana output. Shin emphasizes that he shouldn't compare himself to the sorcerers. The mana Rinya owns is endlessly being supplied to Frau. And even though she earnestly keeps on creating magic gems, his mana continues to grow. Since Shin and Maria are no specialists, they don't know how much mana Rinya possesses at this point in time, but when they secretly asked the expert like Emil about it, she said, assuming Rinya's mana was 100, then the amount of mana a normal sorcerer possesses in comparison is close to 0, I guess. Emil, pardon. Shin, upon Shin retort despite the fact that she did in fact hear the comparative value of mana of a normal sorcerer, Emil distinctly told her, as I said, close to 0. It's so minuscule that it's within the range of a measurement error, making a comparison completely pointless. Emil, that was how their exchange went. If you raise the output by continuously pouring a vast amount of mana, results will appear, even if the accuracy remains somewhat bad. In regards to sorcery, you have the same way of thinking as a muscle brain, don't you, Rinya? Shin, that is. I have nothing to say in my defense. Rinya, Shin smiled sweetly at the slightly depressed Rinya. It's a story that would make other sorcerers faint if they heard it, but Rinya believes that he has no talent in sorcery. Given that he received his aptitude from that little girl, it's impossible for him to doubt that he has some, but Rinya thinks that he has absolutely no talent in its practical use. The reason is that his immovable thinking process makes him believe that his use of magic will only result in something sketchy with a high mana output, large firepower and an extensive range. Well, leaving that aside, what did this report want to tell us in the end? Rinya, I don't really know, but the conclusion states that the forest labyrinth itself is considered to have been completely destroyed. Then they should simply write that. Isn't it pointless to mention the other parts? Rinya, it would be best for you to never encounter a normal sorcerer. You will definitely make them cry. Upon Shin's remark, Rinya thought that AZ would likely agree with his own opinion. If you consider Shin's words and presuming his assumption is correct, it would mean that AZ is not a normal sorcerer. Oh well, whatever. Seeing as our future anxieties have been resolved, we have to consider what path we should take next. Rinya, path. Aren't we going to the Dragonoid continent? No. Frau, who's standing next to Rinya, asks while looking curious. Shin and Maria shared her point of view. Rinya's group's stay in Klinj is just for the sake of preparing the city for the demon's attack, while Rinya and the others are gone to the Dragonoid country. The three of them believe it only natural for them to head over there once the preparations are finished. I feel the desire to reduce the miasma forest to ashes on a wide range with a kaboom though, Rinya, I understand that feeling. No. But, since that place also serves as a border for the demon territory, meaningless obliteration is problematic. No. Frau, what Rinya fears is a monster attack from the miasma forest. As it's not possible to station scouting soldiers inside the miasma forest, Rinya has limited his reconnaissance to just having his soldiers patrol near the forest's boundary. But, Rinya believed that the patrolling soldiers will fall behind in battle the moment they are noticed by the attacking monsters. Above all, it can be expected that the enemy army will be standing in front of the city gates by the time the patrols manage to send a report. In order to prevent such a situation, there's the solution of securing a good vantage point by burning down the forest and building several fortresses. But Frau dissuaded Rinya from such an act. It's not like the miasma forest itself is the human's enemy and the demon's ally. Since even monsters will suffer many losses while passing through the forest, it's quite possible that it will end up helping the demon's invasion if you open up the area by burning down the forest. Maria, what's living in that place? Rinya, Maria's explanation had parts he could agree with, but also some he was unable to consent to. It's difficult to imagine that the monsters dwelling in the miasma forest would become an obstacle for other monsters. The forest seems to be inhabited by plants that usually eat living creatures, therefore, Maria, I see. Rinya, for plants it probably doesn't matter what they eat as long as they can eat something. They don't have the hobby of being picky with their food. If that is done, there's one little thing that worries me in regards to Klinj. Rinya, are you anxious about just leaving Keith and his men behind after all? Maria, Rinya denies Maria's question by shaking his head. If it's only the city's defense, I think that they will be able to handle it somehow, but, Rinya, what is it that troubles you then? Maria, I think it's possible to repel an attack once or twice, but, in case the city was besieged and the demons rely on their numbers, the defenses will run out of power sooner or later. Rinya, Keith's forces are no more than 500 strong. Even Rinya's confident statement that they will be able to defend Klinj with those numbers is strange. However, even if one considers Keith's group's abnormal combat power, it only means that they are somehow capable of defending the city by devoting all their efforts on defense. In case they were besieged, they still wouldn't be able to break through such a situation. Seeing as they can't break through a siege, they will gradually weaken the longer the siege lasts, and once they use up all their power, it will spell the city's end. As long as I'm here, we can break through a siege as many times as we like, but, Rinya, well, yeah, that's certainly true. The three people present don't have even the slightest intention to retort Rinya, who has said that he's easily capable of something which 500 soldiers can't accomplish. And, since he's actually able to follow up on his words, there's no way for them to refute him either. Not knowing how much time we are going to spend in the Dragonoid country is worrisome. Rinya, in that case Frau will stay home this time. No. Frau hit the shoulder of the troubled Rinya once. Everyone's eyes gather on Frau. While showered by their gazes, Frau pushes her chest out energetically and hits it with her small fist. Master, you can entrust Klinge's defense to Frau so that you can go to the Dragonoid country without worries. No. Frau, are you sure? Rinya had also considered the idea of leaving the city's defense to Frau, but since he thought that Frau would likely object if he told her to stay behind by herself, he hadn't proposed it so far. Even if Frau is separated from Rinya, as long as she stays in Klinge, Rinya's base, she will be able to exhibit all her powers. It can't be helped. No. Though it will be painful to act separately from you, Master. Frau, it will be a huge help if I can rely on you. Can I request that of you? Rinya, even though he feels slightly bad towards Frau, who had a somewhat gloomy expression, it doesn't change the fact that he won't be able to escape the current problem without making some kind of sacrifice. Once Rinya asked earnestly, Frau accepted with a nod. Leave Klinge's defense to Frau. No. Frau, yeah, if I can have you stay behind, I will feel relieved. Rinya, Frau quietly approaches Rinya, who shows a somewhat relieved expression. But Master, before you go on your trip, I have a request. No. Frau, request. Rinya rummages through his memories, feeling a sense of déjà vu. At that time she had demanded an armor with mithril coating, which ended up in the birth of Cuts, a result from that black thing which couldn't hold back its hunger. Rinya felt a chill in his mind, wondering what she might request this time, but as if giving Rinya peace of mind, Frau showed a sweet smile. It's all right. No. This time it's a personal request for you, Master. No. Frau, me. Rinya, yes. No. You know, actually, Frau, while attracting everyone's attention by deliberately inserting a pause in between her words, Frau dropped a bombshell. I'd like you to let me squeeze you dry for a bit. No. Frau, pardon. Shen and Maria, without minding their feelings, which obviously made it clear that they didn't understand, Frau continues with a smile plastered all over her face. Don't worry, it won't hurt. No. It will be done by the time you finish counting the stains on the ceiling. No. Since the ceiling of this castle is always cleaned properly, there are no stains. No. Frau, Hey. Just a moment. Rinya, well then, I'm going to borrow Master. No. Frau, grasping Rinya's hand, who started to become flustered due to his confusion, Frau, while partly dragging him along, takes him somewhere. While harboring an emotion similar to having given up, thinking I'm sure we are going to lose sight of them somewhere and we won't be able to find them, even if we chase after them, Shen simply saw them off. Ain't summer. Squeezing Rinya dry, you don't say. Frau is going to, Maria, calm down. Maria, it's probably not what you're imagining. Shen, in a calm mood for some reason, chides Maria while watching her, whose face was flushed bright red from her ears to her nape, placing her hands on her cheeks and becoming completely flustered. Maria's face after being rebuked became even redder. I imagine, you say, ain't summer. Maria, even if, for example, the thing you are imagining happened, we have no means to stop it. Shin, however, in that case Rinya will likely resist with all his power as long as he doesn't feel like doing it, Shin judges. In case he doesn't resist, it will basically mean that he feels up to it, which would make our meddling nothing more than boorish. If you proceed in that direction, I don't think you'll be able to join us as comrade, Shin, ain't summer. While being shaken in all directions as she has her collar grasped by Maria, who had raised her voice to an extent that one might as well call it screaming, Shin pondered somewhat absent-mindedly. Now then, the real question is what she intends to squeeze out of Rinya. I've heard that Frau squeezed something out of Rinya. In the early hours of the morning, Emil opened the door to Rinya's office without knocking and while having a smile plastered all over her face. Immediately after, she was hit in the solar plexus by some transparent object, which came flying at her as a consequence for what she said. The impact caused her to buckle over without so much as a sound and she started cowering on the floor. Frau, with cold and piercing eyes, was looking down onto Emil, who had started to twitch uncontrollably while releasing pained groans. However, there was no chance that Emil would throw up, which was surprising given the fact that she was struck with considerable force, as such resistance could be expected from a demon. Emil ain't summer, is there something you want to say? No. Frau, Excuse me. I have reflected, so can you please let me off with this? Emil, once Emil lifts her head while still cowering on the floor and gasping painfully, Frau steps up and stands in front of her, holding something the size of a child's head in her hands. If I screw around any more than this, Frau will very likely swing that down at my head without any hesitation, Emil immediately comprehended. The object, which struck her solar plexus in the instant she opened the door, is lightly rolling around in front of Emil's eyes. It was a transparent, oval ball with the same size as the one in Frau's hands. While still being teary-eyed, Emil looks at the sphere on the ground and then shifts her eyes towards Frau while patting the area around her solar plexus. As if having noticed something unbelievable, she looks a second time at the ball on the ground. Its shape looked rough and it wasn't stylish at all, but it had a high degree of transparency. Emil, who picks up the ball with her right hand while holding her stomach with the left, soon uttered with a stunned voice, "Don't tell me, this is Frau's and Rinya's child." Emil, in no time Frau swung down the ball in her hands at the crown of Emil's head. Followed by a dull, wet sound, Emil's head slams to the ground. The ball, which was used to hit Emil, ended up breaking due to the impact, but once Frau tidily gathers the fragments, she goes back into Rinya's office and places them atop his desk. Countless balls of the same size were scattered on that table. From its appearance, Rinya's desk boasted a fairly large size, but it's been covered with transparent balls to the extent that one can't see the desk's surface. "Frau, what's with the noise?" The one who asked that with a hoarse voice from atop the bed located in the room is Rinya. Although Rinya's attire, who's laying on the bed in a state of having all the strength drained from his body, wasn't disheveled, his voice is powerless and his body isn't moving. "I exterminated a vermin. No. Frau, vermin. Rinya, it was a big vermin. No. It's fine, I crushed its head properly. No. Frau, isn't treating me like a vermin far too horrible?" Emil, Frau quietly clicks her tongue at Emil, who sat up all of a sudden. "So the strike was still too shallow. No. Frau, it's because you haven't made sure of it, Frau, Rinya. You are also quite cruel, aren't you? Emil, Emil was about to raise her voice in protest while lifting her body, but seeing Rinya laying completely exhausted on the bed face up and motionless, caused her voice to fall apart. Seemingly having a bump located where she was firmly hit, Emil stroked her head while standing up, and then approached the bed. Rinya's complexion is bad. Even though he always had a good complexion that gave one the impression that he's the very picture of health, his face is now drained of blood as if it had been bleached, making it ghastly pale. The color of his lips had changed to violet. He continues to breathe shallowly while looking pained and slightly sweating all over his body. Emil, who instinctively sat down on the edge of the bed, gently placed her hand on Rinya's forehead, who wasn't showing any response to her actions. It looks like he doesn't have a fever. Emil, I can't get sick in the first place. Rinya, it's a blessing from a skill which he received from that little girl, but for Rinya that part is quite difficult to explain. It's not like there are people who will suddenly believe me, if I tell them something like I have received a skill from God that prevents me from getting sick. And if there are people that believed such a thing, one would doubt either their intelligence or common sense, Rinya judges. Then what the hell did you do to be in such a sorry state? Emil, while asking, Emil secretly gathers mana in her hand and lowers the temperature of her palm by a little bit. No matter how much she says that he doesn't feel feverish, Rinya was still drenched in sweat. Emil judged that Rinya would be a little bit more comfortable if she cooled him down somewhat, and confirming that her assumption was apparently correct, Rinya's breathing calmed down and became a bit deeper. Frau made a little blunder. No. Frau, at squeezing out. You failed at just that. If you hold it in your mouth or rub it up and down properly, oh. Emil, once again a transparent ball comes flying towards Emil's face, who was acting surprised and speaking with a weird intonation. While admiring Frau for being able to throw such a heavy ball with such force so easily, Emil caught the ball with her free hand. Thereupon Emil fixedly stares at the ball. Having babbled something quite childish before, Emil was downed by Frau, but now that she was holding the object in her hands, Emil sighs once after having examined it with her eyes. Don't tell me, Frau, is this a magic stone? Emil, when Emil asked that, hoping that she's wrong, Frau throws her chest out energetically. That's obvious at a glance. No. Emil, yeah, now that I see it from up close, it's obvious, but a normal researcher or sorcerer probably won't be able to trust their eyes if they see this. Emil is also someone who refers to herself as a researcher. Magic stones are materials she's constantly using. She's so familiar with magic stones that she can tell the price and quality just by looking at them. That's why she immediately knew that the mountain of balls, which are laying on top of Rinya's desk, are all magic stones after examining one of them. The problem is their size. With all of them being the size of a child's head, it's a sight that contradicts common sense. In the first place, one wouldn't be able to find magic stones of this size on the market. How much would you have to pay for one of these? To begin with, just how did you get your hands on them? Emil, well, of course through the mana I received from Master Nano. Frau, all of them. Emil, once Emil asks that while pointing at the mass of magic stones forming a mountain on top of Rinya's desk, Frau shakes her head softly. Frau corrected Emil, who wondered whether she had made some kind of mistake. This is only a small part of them. Nano. Frau, while listening to Frau's response and experiencing a faint attack of dizziness, Emil carefully scrutinizes the ball in her hand. In Emil's eyes, the big magic stone was of considerably high quality. It's easily to imagine that the quality and amount of mana contained within the stone is proportional to its appearance and size. This is probably priceless, Emil. It's not impossible to give the stone a price if you force the matter, but Emil couldn't believe that there would be anyone in these lands who would need magic stones of this size. The stones are too large to work as power source for sorcery tools. Even if sorcerers wanted to carry them as spare mana reservoirs, its size would turn into a bottleneck. In other words, it has a high rarity value, but it would be difficult to find a buyer. If you break them down into reasonably sized pieces, but that would be a waste, won't it? Emil, if you break it, it will likely lead to some loss, but it would be possible to change them into marketable sizes. However, Emil didn't really want to approve of breaking a rare, huge magic stone for the sake of selling it. They aren't for sale anyway, no. Frau, aren't you going to use them for fundraising? Emil, I will show you how I will use them, no. But before that, Frau, after having Emil remove her hand, Frau placed a wet, clean cloth, which she wrung once after taking it out from who knows where, on Renia's sweaty forehead. Moreover, she wiped Renia's sweat-drenched face clean with another cloth, and put the used cloth away into the pocket of her apron dress. Master, I have a feeling that I went a bit too far, no, I ended up draining your mana until you were on the verge of running out, no. Frau says apologetically. The cause for Renia's bad physical state was his mana being drained down to rock bottom, as Frau said. You did it too much. Emil, one Frau silence Emil, who, as usual, retorts by taking it into a dirty direction, by driving an elbow into her flank once. Renia, who was looking at those two as he somehow managed to turn his head their way, revealed a wry smile. Well, don't worry about it. I recover quickly, so it will be fine. Renia, if you can come many times because you recover quickly, something like this is Gafua. Emil, Frau, who realized that an elbow strike wasn't enough, now punched the same place she had hit before with her fist. With a sound of something obviously being broken, Emil opens her eyes wide with only the whites showing and collapses, falling on top of Renia, though it's not clear if that was done on purpose or if it was just a coincidence. Ah, hey! What are you trying to pull during the confusion, nano? Frau, if it's now, Renia won't be able to resist. Emil immediately recovers from her state of having the whites of her eyes showing and begins to raise strange laughing noises while continuously rubbing her cheek up against Renia, who is in a state where he can't tear her off or escape. Behind her, Frau hurriedly took a magic stone from atop the desk, brought it with her and held it high in the air. Get off, Master, no. Frau, due to the sound of two hard objects clashing against each other, Renia absent-mindedly thinks, I'm sure it's the sound of a skull clashing with a magic stone, while still unable to put up any resistance. Emil's body limply collapsed on top of Renia's body again after she lost consciousness. Master, sorry for having caused trouble, no. Frau, forcefully pulling up Emil's body, Frau drags her off the bed. Then she bows courteously in Renia's direction. It's the usual. Don't mind it. Don't be too hard on Emil, okay? Renia, I will handle her carefully, no. Frau, even while answering, she carelessly tosses Emil's body on the ground. The dull sound of Emil's head hitting the floor could be heard, but without showing any sign of caring about it, Frau begins to diligently stuff the magic stones on Renia's desk into her pocket. No matter how you look at it, just one of these magic stones should have easily exceeded the capacity of her pocket, but one magic stone after the other vanished into Frau's pocket as if it was some kind of magic trick. After a short amount of time, Frau had finished collecting all the magic stones. She then violently grabbed, for some reason, the back part of the still unconscious Emil's tube-top bra and started to drag Emil along. "Hey, wait, like that it'll be rolled up and her bare chest will be in plain sight, right?" Renia, when Frau seized the bra, most of Emil's lower breast part, which are proper albeit somewhat moderate according to herself, had already been exposed. It wouldn't take much time for her breasts to become visible if she were to be dragged along like this for a little while longer. It's not clear whether Frau actually realized what's going on, and as such Renia stops Frau, who was about to leave the room. "You have noticed it, haven't you? It's an act that's not very admirable, Renia. It can't be helped if it's been exposed. No, I will switch the place from which I'm holding her. No." Frau, ducking her head, Frau separated her hand from Emil's bra, circled around to her feet, grabbed her ankle and resumed dragging Emil's body like that. Emil's right leg, which could be seen as it extended from the hot pants, is long, slender and well proportioned. While being dragged, the unconscious Emil continuously hit her head against even the smallest of bumps on the floor, while also successively bumping into walls, corners or furniture, each time causing a blunt sound. It was unclear whether this was just bad luck or done deliberately, but seemingly because Frau had been cautioned by Renia, only Emil's clothes aren't pulled up. For an instant Renia hesitated on whether he should stop Frau or let her go, but he decided to silently see the two off. Since Frau certainly doesn't want to hurt Emil to a point past recovery, she will likely be considerate to some extent. Besides, Emil is a demon who is quite powerful. She won't die from something like being dragged across the floor, he concluded. Probably, Renia. In the first place, Renia doesn't know where Frau's is heading to. There are several places in Renia's mansion he doesn't know of. If it's a very bad place, even Frau surely won't drag Emil's body while holding it like that. Renia, who finished this matter by reaching such a baseless conclusion, quietly shut his eyes on top of the bed in order for the manner to recover as fast as possible. Translation notes: 1. It's a pun playing with the word yarai. Frau used the same word above hidden behind went too far can also be read as doing it, as slang also in a sexual way, whereas is to or over. The humans and the beastmen tentatively possessed a route leading to the Dragonoids' country. However, said routes were extremely restricted. Even if you could go through them, it was actually limited to the area around the Dragonoid continent's entrance. It seems to have been set up like this because the Dragonoids hate the humans, who are deeply attached to money, and the beastmen, whose heads are filled with nothing but battle. However, both the humans and the beastmen are apparently much weaker than the Dragonoids in terms of physical abilities, also Renia was told by Shen and Leopard. Couldn't they just get rid of them in that case? Renia wonders, but it appears that the Dragonoids are a race that doesn't have a large population. In the long run, the Dragonoids were made to suffer extremely annoying experiences. However, it never went as far as becoming a disadvantageous situation for them despite the humans or beastmen's overwhelming advantage in numbers. As a result, the Dragonoids decided to keep the interaction with these two races to the bare minimum. Only the elves, who dislike combat and don't pay that much attention to money either, were considered an exception and were thus able to continue a fairly deep association with the Dragonoids. For that reason, the transfer gates in the Elven country maintain pathways that reach all over the Dragonoid country. Renia nods, somewhat understanding Krawa's explanation, who spoke while letting a bragging tone resonate in her words. The reason he's pretending that he didn't listen to the story too closely is because the looks of the human female camp starting with Shen, and the beastman priestesses starting with Keed are quite scary. This is because Krewa completely explained why the Dragonoids hate those two races while supplementing her story with actual examples from the past. In Rinya's eyes it seemed as if that wasn't really related to the matter at hand, but Krewa weaved an unusual amount of spite into all her words. As she talked about how elegant, refined and peaceful the elves are compared to the other two races, Rinya sensed how the severity of Shin's and the others' gazes went up several levels, which made him think that it was in his best interest to act as if it was someone else's problem. Does the elven race possibly have parts which make people see them as an arrogant, intolerable race around here? Rinya pondered, but since he felt like Krewa would keep on boasting forever, if he didn't put a stop to it, Rinya picked a suitable moment and interrupted her speech. I got the gist of it. That much is enough, Krewa. Rinya, really? If it's a conversation about this story, even spending a fair number of nights would still cut it short. I guess we will continue another time. Krewa was dissatisfied as she wasn't able to explain sufficiently, in her opinion, but she apparently understands that the current situation is not one that allows spending that much time talking about this topic. Around them elven soldiers and craftsmen are busily preparing the transfer gate. In the end, around 2 days counting from the time when Emil visited Rinya's room were necessary for Rinya's physical condition to return to normal. Rinya should possess resilience that goes beyond that of normal humans thanks to the benefit of his skills, but since Rinya's enormous amount of mana, which can't be described as anything but colossal even in the eyes of the demons, was on the verge of running dry, it took that much more time for it to return to its original state. However, in regards to this, it might have gone a little bit faster if he had decided to stop supplying Frau with mana. Is your body all right, Rinya? Emil, who's the only one that personally saw Rinya's state when he was completely drained, asks about Rinya's condition at every opportunity, apparently having the image of the weakened Rinya deeply carved into her mind. Even Rinya knows that she's just worrying about him, but once he had been asked over and over again, he started to wonder whether her questions might be linked to some kind of investigation. However, since Emil's expression was making it fully clear that she was asking entirely out of worry, he couldn't be too cruel to her either. No problem. I have already recovered. Rinya, great, then it's fine. Come to think of it, a human's body has the function to try become sturdier than before it was broken, but how about your case, Rinya? Emil, I don't know. That's all I can tell you. Rinya, the amount of mana one possesses grows larger the more one uses it. If it's Rinya, who possess a skill to break through the growth limit, then he will grow endlessly, exceeding the peak of what a normal human is capable of by leaps and bounds. Emil doesn't know that Rinya has such a cheat-like skill, but because she knows that Rinya's massive mana pool has been increasing since the day they first met, she thinks that his upper limit is still far away. Even the words Rinya answered her are the truth in her eyes. It's not like it matters, but Krewa, how much time is it going to take to open a path to the Dragonoid country? Rinya's party, which spend another day to prepare for the long-distance trip after Rinya's recovery, entrusted Klinge to Maria, Frau and Keith's group, and entered the Elven country through Klinge's transfer gate. There were some comments asking whether it wouldn't have been fine to leave everything to Frau, but as Rinya regarded doing so as a problem, he decided to have Maria stay behind as an office worker, too. Rinya's opinion that Maria waiting in Klinge is safer than going to the Dragonoid country, where it's unknown what might happen, was approved by everyone. Rinya went through the transfer gate while hearing Frau's reassuring words, "You can leave the rest to me." Tilda no, but on the other side the Elven country's transfer gate their further travel was delayed. There was a proper reason to that. I can't tell you anything in particular. However, everyone is giving it their best. Krua says while sitting in one of the chairs which had been carried into the gate room to be used by Rinya's party. Normally the path to the Dragonoid country is always active, so it must have been cut after all. I fear that it's likely due to some problems with the devices at the gate's destination. Thus we are now going to use a path that leads to a transfer gate that's located close to the dragon's den, but that path's not always active from our side, and we normally use it after having someone connect it from the other side. Krua, normally we first send a usage request through a path that's always active. If that's accepted, the pathway to the dragon's den can be used after having the dragonoids connected to the elven transfer gate, Krua explains. However, since it wasn't possible to go through the proper procedure this time, the elves are trying to open the pathway from their side, which is the reason why it's taking so long. Possibly predicting that there might be a situation where the elves have to use the transfer gate while unable to contact them through the usual route. The dragonoids made sure that the pathway could be opened from the elves' side, but since it would be a bother if the elves used it arbitrarily, the dragonoids have made the method troublesome by requiring the elves to go through several proper steps in order to activate it. At present the elves are in the midst of going through those steps with all their craftsmen present. By the way, please remember that it would normally turn into a huge problem and a territorial violation, if you were to use the pathway to the Dragonoid country without going through the proper procedures, Rinya. Krua, why are you cautioning me by name? Rinya replied with that question while looking astonished, but although there was no reply, the thoughts of everyone present aligned to, you'd be the only one to do that. This time I have more or less acquired permission from father, but to the bitter end this is just an irregular exception. Krua, he was here, wasn't he, that emperor? Rinya, immediately after Rinya's group went through the transfer gate from the human domain to the elven domain, the one who received them in front of the transfer gate was the emperor. He apparently thought that he could have a reunion with his daughter after such a long time, but seemingly because Krua's impression of him, from the last time they departed, was too bad or because the current situation is too serious, Krua didn't show the emperor any care at all, and even went as far as pressuring him into quickly handing over the license for the pathway to the Dragonoid country. In the end the emperor sadly left after being told to go back if his business with Rinya's party was finished. Rinya was about to interject since her treatment was far too awful, but on top of being held back by Krua's gaze, he was even stopped by Grun. There's nothing to worry about. He has come here while knowing that he would likely receive such treatment. Grun, since it's father, that makes sense. Something like drawing joy out of being treated cruelly by his daughter. Just how much of a pervert is he? Krua, Grun intended to provide a follow-up in his very own way, but that ended up with him giving Krua a new trigger. You say that, but at least show him a kind face from time to time, okay? Rinya, since Rinya is pretty much receiving some of the Emperor's grace through the various kinds of food ingredients, although one could call that compensation for taking care of Krua, he decided to go out of his way to back the Emperor. I will deal with it appropriately, Krua. Rinya taps Krua's shoulder, who felt somewhat unwilling. There were parts where even Rinya had difficulty in judging just how serious Krua was, but in Rinya's eyes the Emperor and Krua being on good terms was preferable on an emotional level. Although, that's limited to Rinya's uneasiness due to Krua's complete disregard for the Emperor. Leaving that matter aside, how much longer is it going to take? Shin. Being asked by Shin, Krua grabs one of the nearby craftsmen and asks him about the progress. Once the captured craftsman comprehended that the other party was Krua, the Emperor's daughter, he bowed respectfully and then started to explain the situation in a whisper. His voice was extremely quiet, so low that even Rinya, who's right next to them, couldn't hear it, but as it was apparently loud enough for elves due to their good hearing, Krua nodded repeatedly. Once the engineer finished briefly explaining the situation to Krua, he bowed once again and returned to his own work. The work seems to be going well. However, the dragonoids arranged the procedures to be thoroughly troublesome. Krua, it probably can't be helped if it's an emergency pathway, but they sure are a very careful race, those dragonoids. Rinya, well, how do I phrase it best? It's a race that has various peculiarities. Krua, Rinya was extremely curious about what she summed up as various peculiarities, but just when he was about to ask Krua, another craftsman shouted, "All steps have been cleared. I'm going to open the pathway." Normally only pitch black space unfolds between gates, but seemingly because this transfer gate was operating differently than a normal one, it shines in a pale blue light. What makes Rinya and the others worry even more than the color is the low humming sound of it operating that resounds within the room. Given that it's not the usual process, I think it's normal for it to be different from always, but did he notice the expressions everyone, except for the elves, was currently carrying? The craftsman says that to give them peace of mind, but it's not like they can feel relieved from the fact they'll be transferring in a state different from usual. So, their eyes naturally gathered on Rinya. "No, it's troubling if you look at me, Rinya, it's fine. I have seen this happening several times. Now, let's go, Rinya." Krua, having judged that there won't be any progress unless someone passes through the gate, Krua goes around to Rinya's back and starts pushing him in the direction of the transfer gate with both hands. It's not like Rinya was outmatched in power, but he doesn't even resist, thinking that it's best to go along with Krua here. However, Shin decided to cling to his left arm. Due to Shin tightly hugging Rinya's arm, he can't help but to think, well, I guess it can't be helped if she's anxious. At almost the same time Rona and Krua look at Shin from behind, unseen by Rinya, with expressions crying damn it. What's going on with this? Leopard, Kid answered. Leopard, who doesn't understand the situation. I guess it means that Shin-san took a point there. Kid, ha. Leopard, if you don't get it, then let's leave it at that. Putting that aside, I'm feeling slightly uneasy as well, so please guide me. Kid, okay, got it. Leopard nodded and chased after Rinya, who has vanished into the transfer gate while being pushed by Krua and Shin clinging to his arm. Behind him, Kid snuggles up to Leopard closely. Trying to follow them, the other members also pass through the transfer gate,